Welcome to the audio edition of Bill Gates' Digital Dawn. The modern world is built on code, and the architecture of that code was shaped by a singular, relentless vision. This biography delivers a comprehensive, highly analytical account of the personal computing revolution by tracing the definitive opening chapters of its most influential pioneer. From his early childhood in Seattle and his first electric encounters with a teletype terminal at Lakeside School, to his bold departure from the corridors of Harvard University, this narrative charts the raw ambition that set the digital era in motion. You will be taken directly into the high-stakes crucibles where modern technology was forged from scratch, the unglamorous desert offices of early Albuquerque where a fledgling software partnership was born, the legendary precise corporate negotiations with IBM that fundamentally prioritized software over hardware, and the grueling, multi-year engineering wars to build a visual desktop ecosystem on severely constrained hardware. This is the story of a systemic thinker who looked at an unformed digital landscape, mastered its economic and technical realities, and systematically built the ultimate platform monopoly, culminating in the global cultural explosion of Windows 95. Listen now to the blueprint of a revolution, and step inside the digital crucible that changed human history forever. Chapter 1. The Lakeside Spark, 1955 to 1973. The city of Seattle breathes differently in October. The air carries the particular dampness of the Pacific Northwest, heavy with the scent of pine and salt water, and the skies press low and silver over Puget Sound like a lid slowly closing over a world still deciding what it wants to become. It is 1955. The city is growing, not yet the gleaming metropolis it will one day be, but already alive with ambition, with Boeing workers streaming into their shifts before dawn, with shipyards clanging at the waterfront, with a general sense that the post-war world has handed America something extraordinary, and Seattle intends to use it. Into this city, on the 28th of October, William Henry Gates III arrives. He is born at Swedish Hospital, the second child and only son of William Henry Gates II, known to everyone as Bill Sr., and Mary Maxwell Gates, a woman of uncommon intelligence and relentless social energy. The birth is unremarkable in its particulars, the way all births are, and yet the family into which this child enters is anything but ordinary. The Gateses are Seattle royalty in the quiet, earnest way that the Pacific Northwest produces its elites, not through flash or spectacle, but through generations of accumulated competence, civic engagement, and the steady application of talent to opportunity. Bill Sr. is a lawyer, tall and deliberate in his thinking, a man who chooses his words the way a craftsman chooses his tools, for precision, for fitness, for the work they will do. He is not a cold man, but he is disciplined, and his discipline fills the family home on Laurelhurst like a kind of ambient temperature, something the children breathe without noticing. He will one day become one of Seattle's most respected attorneys, his name synonymous with a certain brand of Northwestern establishment, but in 1955 he is still building, still climbing, and the climbing suits him. Mary Maxwell Gates is a different kind of force entirely. She is the daughter of J.W. Maxwell, a banker of considerable standing, and she carries within her the particular energy of a woman who might, in another era, have run a corporation or a country. Instead, she pours that energy into her family, into civic life, into the boards of nonprofits and banks and schools that form the connective tissue of Seattle's upper-middle professional class. She is warm where her husband is measured, social where he is reserved, and she possesses an almost preternatural ability to read a room, to understand people, to bend circumstance toward her will through charm rather than force. She is, in the most precise sense of the word, formidable. Between these two parents, the careful lawyer and the magnetic civic force, young Bill grows up in a house where dinner conversation is a form of competition. Ideas are argued. Opinions are defended. Mediocrity is not punished so much as it is simply not understood. The family plays games, board games, card games, word games, with an intensity that surprises guests and delights the children. Winning matters. Not in any cruel or anxious sense, but in the way that effort matters, that engagement matters, that bringing your full self to the table is simply what the Gateses do. Trey, as young Bill is called by the family, a name drawn from the 3 appended to his full name, is a restless child from the beginning. He rocks back and forth when he is thinking, a habit that will follow him for decades, a physical manifestation of a mind that cannot hold still. He is skinny and bespectacled, and possessed of an energy that is not quite hyperactivity and not quite confidence but something in between, a crackling, almost nervous alertness that seems to be perpetually processing the world faster than the world is moving. He reads voraciously. This is the first and perhaps most fundamental fact about young Bill Gates. Before computers, before coding, before the empire, there is reading. He consumes the World Book Encyclopedia the way other children consume candy, working through it with systematic pleasure, absorbing facts and figures and frameworks with an appetite that astonishes his parents. He reads science books, history books, anything that carries within it the logic of how the world actually works. He is not interested in decoration. He is interested in function, in mechanism, in the underlying rules that make systems behave the way they do. At Sunday dinner, the Gates family asks each other what they are thinking about. Not what they did at school. Not how they feel. What they are thinking about. It is a subtle but significant distinction, and it shapes the boy in ways that won't become fully visible for years. Feeling is fine. Thinking is the currency. His sister Christiane is 2 years his elder, and his younger sister Libby will arrive when he is 6. He loves them both with the particular combination of loyalty and competitiveness that defines sibling bonds in families where competition is a form of love. He is not a bully, but he is not gentle either. He is an opponent, always, even when he is also an ally. School arrives, and school is interesting but insufficient. The boy who has already read most of the World Book finds elementary classrooms limiting in ways he cannot quite articulate, but feels acutely. He is bored, not in the slack, drifting way of children without curiosity, but in the bright, frustrated way of a mind that has already solved the problem on the board and is waiting impatiently for something harder. His teachers note his intelligence but also his difficulty. He is argumentative. He questions authority not out of rebellion but out of genuine intellectual disagreement. And he seems to regard rules as hypotheses rather than facts. His parents, recognizing that something unusual is happening inside their son, take him to a psychologist. The assessment is essentially this: the boy is fine. More than fine. He is operating on a different frequency. And the challenge for everyone around him is not to fix him but to find him the right environment. The word gifted is used. The word intense is used. The recommendation, eventually and after some deliberation, is that he would benefit from a more challenging school. And so, in 1967, at the age of 12, William Henry Gates III enters Lakeside School. Lakeside sits on a hillside in North Seattle, surrounded by Douglas firs that sway and murmur in the November wind. It is a private preparatory school for boys. This is still the era of single-sex education at the elite level, and its student body is drawn from the families that define Seattle's professional class: lawyers, doctors, engineers, professors, the sons of Boeing executives and university presidents. It is demanding in the way that good private schools are demanding, not through cruelty but through expectation, through the quiet but absolute assumption that its students are capable of serious work and will be asked to produce it. The campus has a particular atmosphere that Trey Gates absorbs immediately, a kind of earnest intellectual seriousness that feels, for the first time in his academic life, like a natural habitat. The teachers at Lakeside are not just credentialed. Many of them are genuinely passionate about their subjects, And that passion makes a difference to a boy who has spent years trying to find someone who takes ideas as seriously as he does. He is small for his age, still skinny, still rocking back and forth when he thinks. He is not immediately popular in the social sense. He is too odd, too intense, too likely to correct an adult in the middle of a discussion about something he has already read and formed a firm opinion on. But at Lakeside, oddness of the intellectual variety is tolerated, even prized, and he finds his footing faster than he might have anywhere else. He is good at everything, essentially. Mathematics comes to him with the particular ease that suggests not just intelligence, but a fundamental compatibility between his mind and the discipline's demands. He sees through to the solution before he has fully worked the steps, and the steps, when he traces them, feel like paths he already knew were there. He is good at English, good at science, good at the analytical demands of almost any subject that rewards rigorous thought. He is less interested in anything that rewards performance for its own sake. Theater, public ceremony, the social rituals of institutional life, but even these he navigates with a certain competence born of his mother's socialization. And then, in 1968, something happens that will change everything. The Mothers Club of Lakeside School holds a rummage sale. This is not, on its surface, a particularly consequential event. Mothers Clubs hold rummage sales. Rummage sales raise modest amounts of money. The money gets spent on school supplies and minor improvements. But the Lakeside Mothers Club, in 1968, is not an ordinary Mothers Club, because it raises $3,000, and because the small group of women who organize the sale look at the new landscape of technology that is beginning to press at the edges of American life, and they make a decision. They use the money to lease time on a General Electric computer through a service called Computer Center Corporation, C-cubed in the vernacular. And they install, in a small room at Lakeside, a teletype machine connected by telephone line to that distant computer. The teletype Model 33 is not beautiful. It is a hulking, industrial-looking device, a terminal attached to a telephone coupler, essentially a typewriter connected to a machine that can think. It uses a time-sharing system that allows multiple users to access the GE computer remotely, each taking their slice of processing time in turn. It communicates in all capital letters. It is loud when it types, a sharp mechanical clatter that echoes in the small room. It smells faintly of oil and warm electronics. Bill Gates encounters it and experiences something close to revelation. He is 13 years old. He does not yet have the vocabulary to describe what is happening inside him when he first sits down at the terminal. But something about the machine's fundamental nature, the idea that you can give it instructions and it will follow them, that it will do exactly and only what you tell it, that there is a hidden logic governing its responses that can be learned and mastered and bent to your will, speaks to him at a level that no other experience in his young life has reached. Mathematics has been close. The puzzle logic of board games has been close. But this is something more, because this is responsive. This talks back. This is an argument you can have with a machine, and the machine will always be honest. And if you lose the argument, it is because you were wrong. And if you find the right logic, the machine will show you. He is back the next day. And the day after that. And after that. He begins spending every spare moment in that terminal room, figuring out the machine. The school uses a programming language called BASIC, Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code, and he attacks it with the same systematic ferocity he once applied to the World Book Encyclopedia. But this is different from reading, because reading is passive and this is active, because every line of code he writes either works or doesn't. And the feedback is instantaneous and absolute and deeply, profoundly satisfying. He makes the machine play games. He makes it store information. He makes it calculate things. The terminal room becomes a second classroom, one where the curriculum is entirely self-directed, and the only grades are the machine's responses, error messages or outputs, failure or success, the cold democratic verdict of an entity that has no interest in whether you are the son of a lawyer or whether your mother sits on important boards. Other boys are drawn to the terminal as well. It is, after all, something new, something that feels like the future in the visceral way that only the genuinely novel does. And teenage boys are generally interested in the future. But most of them find the machine interesting in the way that a toy is interesting. For an afternoon, for a week, for a pleasant distraction before other things reclaim their attention. Only a few of them are drawn deeper, past the surface novelty and into the underlying logic, past the what and toward the how and why. One of them is a boy named Paul Allen. Paul Allen is 2 years older than Bill Gates, and in most social configurations that age gap is a meaningful one. 2 years is the difference between a freshman and a junior, between a child and something approaching a young adult. Paul Allen, at 15, is already physically large where Bill is slight, already settled in his manner where Bill is still crackling and unresolved. He is quieter than Gates, more contemplative, the kind of boy who observes before he speaks, and who tends, when he does speak, to say something worth hearing. What Paul Allen has, in abundance and in glory, is a passion for technology that matches and mirrors Gates's own. He has been reading science fiction with the fervor of a true believer, Asimov, Heinlein, Clarke, and he has absorbed from those stories not just entertainment but a vision, a genuine conviction that the future will be technological, that machines will change the world, and that being part of that change is not just possible but necessary. He comes to the terminal room with a sense of destiny that is unusual in a teenager, and that Gates, when he encounters it, finds immediately and powerfully recognizable. They are different in almost every other way. Paul is even-tempered and generous. Bill is combative and demanding. Paul is willing to stand back and admire. Bill needs to understand and improve. Paul brings enthusiasm. Bill brings argument. Together, in the particular chemistry of their friendship, they form something greater than either carries alone. They spend hours at the terminal, staying past the end of the school day, skipping lunch, finding any excuse to put their hands on the keyboard. They make mistakes, beginner mistakes, then intermediate mistakes, then the more subtle mistakes of people who are beginning to approach genuine competence, and discovering where the edges of their competence actually are. Every mistake is a lesson. The machine has no patience for error, but it never loses its temper either, and in this it is in some ways easier to work with than the people around them. The school administration, observing this cluster of intensely engaged students, decides to give them more access. The decision is well-intentioned, but consequential in ways no one quite anticipates, because giving these particular boys more access to the terminal is like giving particularly curious children more access to a library. The consumption accelerates, the questions multiply, the depth of engagement reaches places the original investment was not designed to reach. Computer Center Corporation, the company providing the time-sharing service, has a problem. Its computer, a PDP-10 manufactured by Digital Equipment Corporation, is crashing. This is not unusual for computers of this era. They are complicated machines operated with incomplete understanding by people still learning how to use them. But C-Cubed cannot find the source of the crashes, and the crashes are costing them time and money and credibility. Someone at the company has the idea, logical in retrospect, of giving the Lakeside students free computer time in exchange for a simple task: find the bugs. This is the moment when Bill Gates and Paul Allen stop being interested teenagers and become something else entirely. They dig into the machine's operating system with a focus that is, by any measure, extraordinary. They are not supposed to have access to the operating system. That would be the equivalent of giving a 15-year-old the schematic diagrams of a jet engine and asking him to find the flaw. But they find the access anyway, through a combination of clever inference, careful reading of the documentation, and the particular willingness to go where they are not quite supposed to go that characterizes the best kind of technical explorer. They find the bugs. Multiple bugs. They document them, explain them, present their findings with the confidence of people who know they are right. C Cubed is impressed. They give the boys more time. The boys dig deeper. This cycle, discovery, permission, deeper discovery, repeats itself through 1968 and into 1969, and with each iteration the boys' knowledge deepens from the surface toward the foundations, from the what toward the how, from users of the machine toward something that begins to approximate an understanding of the machine itself. The terminal room takes on a different character during these sessions. It is past dinner. The school is quiet. The hallways that during the day hum with the controlled chaos of adolescent institution are empty, their linoleum floors reflecting the overhead lights in long, still corridors. In the terminal room, the teletype chatters and pauses and chatters again. Bill Gates sits hunched forward, rocking slightly in the chair, his face close to the terminal, as if proximity might help him read the machine's intentions more clearly. Paul Allen leans back, thinking aloud, offering hypotheses for Gates to test. The rhythm of their collaboration is already forming, already settling into its characteristic shape. Allen's breadth of vision, Gates's depth of execution, both of them pushing harder than the situation strictly requires. They also begin to discover the economics of computation. Computer time in 1968 and 1969 is not cheap. It is, by the standards of a school budget, genuinely expensive, and the free time C Cubed provides is finite. When the free time runs out, they need more, and needing more means finding ways to get it, which means beginning to think about money in relation to technology in a way that most people of their age and circumstance have never had occasion to think about it. The thought takes root in Gates's mind the way all important thoughts take root in minds that are ready for them, quietly, without fanfare, but with a persistence that doesn't diminish over time. He is 14, 15. He is already thinking like someone who has to solve the resource constraint. The Lakeside Programming Group forms, loosely and informally, from the cluster of boys most seriously engaged with the terminal. Besides Gates and Allen, it includes Rick Weiland, a tall, quiet boy with a gift for systematic thinking, and Kent Evans, who is perhaps Gates's closest friend during these years, a boy of intense, restless intelligence very similar to his own, someone he can argue with on equal terms for hours and emerge from the argument not exhausted but energized. Kent Evans is important. This is worth pausing on, because Evans is often reduced to a footnote in the larger story, and he is more than a footnote. He is Gates's interlocutor during the years when Gates is forming the habits of mind that will define everything that follows. They talk obsessively about technology, but also about business, about what it might actually mean to build something, to turn the skills they are developing at that terminal into something real in the world. Evans shares Gates's competitive intensity and his unwillingness to accept that the best answer he has found today is necessarily the best answer that exists. He is a true peer in the most demanding sense of the word, someone who does not let Gates be lazy, because Evans is never lazy himself. There is also, during these years, the question of rules. The Lakeside Programming Group discovers that they can access accounts on the PDP-10 that belong to other users. This is an early encounter with what will eventually be called hacking, the exploration of systems beyond your authorized boundaries, not necessarily from malice but from curiosity, from the simple desire to see what is there. They exploit a bug to get free computer time. They access files they shouldn't be able to access. When they are caught, and they are caught, or at least caught enough to be warned, the school's response is measured. The administration recognizes the line between mischief and malice and treats it accordingly. The boys are banned from the terminal for a period and return to it chastened but also, in the way of intelligent teenagers, less interested in the rule they broke than in the technical means by which they broke it, and what that means about how the system actually works. Gates remembers this later. He will say, when pressed, that he and Paul and the others were not destructive. They did not want to damage anything. They wanted to understand everything. And those are different impulses even when they lead to the same boundary crossing. The distinction matters to him, will always matter to him, because it points to something true about his fundamental character. He is not interested in destruction. He is interested in control, in comprehension, in knowing exactly how the mechanism works so that he can make it do what he wants it to do. Outside the terminal room, Seattle is changing. It is 1969, and the changes are happening everywhere and loudly. The Vietnam War is pressing its weight on every American family. The counterculture is in its combustible peak. The old certainties of post-war American life are being renegotiated in real time in the streets and on the television screens and in the music that pours from every window. Bill Gates is not indifferent to this world. He reads the newspapers. He is aware, in the way of intelligent children, of politically engaged families, that the larger world is in motion. But he is not captured by it, the way many of his generation are, not pulled toward the commune or the protest march or the philosophical rejection of the society he has been born into. He is, fundamentally, a builder, not yet in practice, but already in orientation, and builders in periods of creative destruction tend to see the destruction as the clearing of ground rather than the point. His mother watches all of this. Mary Gates is not a passive observer of her children, and what she sees in her son during these years is simultaneously clarifying and complicated. She sees the intelligence, has always seen it. She sees the focus, which is new, or at least newly directed. She sees the intensity of his engagement with the machines, an intensity she has not seen him bring to anything else, not to the board games or the reading or the classroom or the social rituals of adolescence. She is a woman who understands engagement, who has spent her life cultivating it in the organizations and boards she serves, and she understands that what she is witnessing in her son is not a hobby. It is a vocation, finding its form. Bill Sr. watches too, in his quieter way. He is a lawyer, and lawyers are trained to see argument in its structural form, to identify the claim, the evidence, the logical chain that connects them. He sees in his son a mind that is essentially arguing with the world all the time, that is taking the world's claims and demanding evidence for them, that cannot rest in any received answer until it has tested the answer against its own understanding. He does not yet know exactly where this will lead, but he sees that it will lead somewhere. The school years continue. Mathematics deepens. The conversations between Gates and Allen deepen. They talk about what computers might become, not what they are, but what they could be, what the trajectory of the technology seems to imply about where it is heading. Allen, the reader of science fiction, the true believer in technological destiny, has a particular gift for this kind of forward vision. He sees the arc. Gates, characteristically, is more interested in the specific engineering problems that stand between the present and the future Allen is describing. But he is drawn by Allen's vision in the way that practical minds are sometimes drawn by visionary ones, not to surrender his practicality but to find the path through it. In 1970, a company called Information Sciences, Inc., in Portland, Oregon, hires the Lakeside Programming Group to write a payroll program. This is, in the most literal sense, the beginning. Not the beginning of Microsoft, which is still 5 years away, but the beginning of something. The first time Bill Gates, 16 years old, sits down to write code that will be used by actual people in an actual business to accomplish an actual task, and for which he will receive actual compensation. The payroll program is not simple work. Payroll is a domain of considerable complexity. Tax tables, deductions, variable pay rates, the intricate bureaucratic logic of compensation in a medium-sized American company. The Lakeside boys have to learn the domain before they can write the code. And learning the domain means understanding not just what the company pays, but how it pays it, what rules govern the calculations, what exceptions the rules contain. This is Gates's first encounter with the fundamental challenge of software development as a professional practice. Before you can write the code, you have to understand the problem. He finds this not frustrating but clarifying. He is good at understanding problems. He is good at the analytical work that precedes the technical work, at extracting from a confused and partial account of what someone wants the underlying structure of what they actually need. This talent for turning human requirements into logical specifications is not taught in any programming manual. It requires a particular combination of analytic rigor and social intelligence, and Gates has both, though the second is less developed than the first and will require more years to mature into its full form. The Information Sciences project teaches him something else: the gap between what you plan and what you build. The payroll program takes longer than expected. It requires revisions the boys did not anticipate. The client has requirements that change in the middle of the work, because clients always do, and the program has to change with them. These are lessons that will take years to fully absorb, lessons that will resurface in different forms throughout the decades ahead, but they enter his consciousness here at 16, when the world is still made of teletype terminals and long-distance telephone lines and the improbable faith that machines can be made to think. In 1972, an article appears in the January issue of Electronics magazine that Paul Allen encounters and brings immediately, breathlessly, to Bill Gates. The article describes a microprocessor, a chip manufactured by Intel called the 4004, and it explains, with the calm excitement of technical journalism, that this chip contains the equivalent of a simple computer's processing capability on a single piece of silicon roughly the size of a fingernail. The implication, to someone who has spent 4 years working with room-sized machines accessible only through time-sharing terminals, is staggering. Allen is electrified. He shows Gates the article the way a navigator might show a captain a new chart, as evidence of a route that changes the entire voyage. Gates reads it carefully. He reads it again. Something shifts in his thinking. Not a revolution, but a rearrangement, a movement of existing pieces into a new configuration that changes what can be seen. If a computer's processing capability can fit on a chip, and chips can be made cheaply enough, then, and this is the thought, the crucial thought, the thought that neither of them has the full vocabulary for yet, but that both of them can feel pressing at the edges of their understanding, then computers might not always be expensive, remote, time-shared things. They might become something else. Something personal. The word personal computer does not yet exist in the common vocabulary. But the concept, in embryonic form, is there in that January 1972 article, and 2 boys in Seattle who have spent 4 years falling in love with a machine are beginning, slowly, to understand that the machine is about to change. They also begin, in 1972, to build something of their own. The idea grows out of those long conversations between Gates and Allen and Kent Evans, in the terminal room and in the hallways and on the phone after school and on weekends, about what they might actually do, what kind of thing they might build, what problem in the actual world might be solved by the skills they have spent 4 years accumulating. The problem they choose is traffic. Seattle's roads, like all American roads in the early 1970s, are beginning to experience the growing pains of a car-dependent culture, and there is genuine interest from municipal governments and traffic engineers in understanding how traffic flows and where the bottlenecks form and how they might be managed. The tool that exists for this purpose is a pneumatic road tube, a rubber hose stretched across a roadway that registers each car that passes and records the count on a mechanical counter. The data is useful but crude, and analyzing it is slow and expensive. Gates and Allen and Evans conceive of a system that will do better. They will use one of the small computers that is beginning to become available, not the big-time shared systems they have been working on, but something smaller, to read the data from the road tubes and process it automatically, generating the kind of detailed traffic analysis that would otherwise require hours of manual calculation. They call the company Data. The name is not elegant. It has the particular quality of names invented by teenagers who are more interested in function than aesthetics, a quality that will persist in Gates's professional vocabulary for years. A tendency to describe things plainly and precisely even at the cost of poetry. Data. It analyzes traffic data. That is what the name says, and that is what the company will do. They build the device, or they begin to build it. The technical challenge is substantial. They are writing code for a microprocessor, an Intel 8008, that has limited memory and limited instruction capability, and that requires them to work at a level of technical intimacy far below the relative luxury of BASIC on a time-shared PDP-10. They are writing in machine code, essentially the raw language of the processor, a discipline that demands a precision of a different order than anything they have previously attempted. Kent Evans is part of this. Kent Evans is part of everything during these years: the conversations, the planning, the ambition. He and Gates are close in the way that only the most intensely shared experience creates, the way that shared obsession creates, and the Data project represents the first genuine attempt to move from obsession into enterprise. In the spring of 1972, Kent Evans dies. He is 17 years old. He is killed in a mountaineering accident in the Cascades, a fall on a slope that offers no margin for error. He is there 1 week and gone the next, and the loss is, for Bill Gates, the first devastating experience of his young life. The first time the world has demonstrated its absolute indifference to the plans and hopes and particular irreplaceable intelligence of a single human being. Gates does not talk about this much. He is not, by nature or by training, a person who processes grief publicly. But the loss of Kent Evans shapes him in ways that are difficult to quantify and impossible to dismiss. He throws himself back into the work, back into the terminal room, back into the code, back into the problems that remain mercifully solvable in a way that death is not. Paul Allen is there. The work is there. The Data project continues. They demo the system for the King County traffic engineers. The demo is partially successful. The device works, but not perfectly, not reliably enough to make the immediate sale they had hoped for. The county does not immediately adopt the system. The business does not immediately succeed. But this is another kind of lesson, perhaps the most important kind, the lesson of the partial success, the proof of concept that demonstrates possibility without demonstrating product-market fit, the gap between a working prototype and a working business. It is a lesson that Gates will carry forward, not as discouragement, but as information. He is 16, 17. He is learning, from the code and from the business, and from the death of his friend and from the long arguments with Paul Allen, and from his mother's example and his father's discipline, something that he could not have articulated then, and that he will spend years expressing in different forms, that intelligence is not enough, that talent is not enough, that the gap between what you can build and what will actually work in the world is wide and real and must be crossed by different means than the ones that got you to the building. In 1973, Bill Gates is accepted to Harvard University. This is not surprising to anyone who knows him. It would have been surprising if he had not been accepted, but the decision itself carries a particular weight. Harvard is the institution that his family's aspirations point toward, the institution that his intelligence has been building toward, the logical next step in the conventional sequence of a gifted young man from a prominent Pacific Northwest family. He prepares to go. He packs the considerable experiences of the previous 6 years, the terminal room, the Mother's Club rummage sale that started it, the long nights of debugging, the information sciences payroll program, the Data device, the conversations with Paul Allen about a future they can both see approaching but cannot yet fully name, and the particular absence of Kent Evans. And he carries all of it eastward, toward Cambridge, toward whatever Harvard will make of him and he will make of Harvard. Paul Allen does not go to Harvard. He is already at Washington State University, already studying computer science in the formal academic sense, already building toward the same future from a different approach. They are apart for the first time, geographically, but they are not apart in the fundamental sense. They are two people who have looked at the same horizon together and understand something about what is coming that most of the world does not yet understand. The computer is going to change everything. Neither of them can prove this yet. They cannot point to a product, or a company, or a market that doesn't exist. They can only point to the feeling, the deep, clear, bone-certain feeling that comes from years of intimate engagement with the technology, that the machines are going to get smaller, cheaper, more powerful, more personal, and that the world that lies on the other side of that transformation is going to be unrecognizable from the world as it currently stands. Bill Gates is 18 years old. He is on his way to Harvard. He still rocks back and forth when he thinks. He still argues more than he needs to. He still approaches every problem as if the problem is a kind of opponent he is determined to defeat. The teletype terminal in the small room at Lakeside School is 6 years behind him, and the company he will build is 5 years ahead of him. And in between is Harvard and its libraries and its mathematics and its particular culture of a certain kind of American excellence waiting to be argued with. He is ready for the argument. Chapter 2. The Harvard Gamble, 1973 to 1975. The autumn of 1973 arrives in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the way it always does, quietly at first, then all at once. The elms along the Charles River begin their slow surrender to gold and amber, and the streets surrounding Harvard Yard fill with the particular energy of a new academic year. Students drag trunks up narrow dormitory staircases. Professors return to offices stacked with papers and ambition, and the great university resettles into its ancient rhythms, confident as it has always been that the minds arriving within its gates are at last exactly where they belong. Bill Gates is 18 years old, and he is not entirely sure he agrees. He arrives at Harvard in the fall of 1973, carrying everything a family like his can give: a sharp mind honed across years of relentless self-teaching, a quiet but absolute certainty in his own intellectual firepower, and a duffel bag stuffed with the kind of rumpled clothing that suggests a young man whose attention has always been directed elsewhere. He is assigned to Currier House, one of the upper-class dormitories set slightly apart from the central yard, and he moves into his room with the brisk efficiency of someone who considers furniture arrangement a secondary concern to what he is actually going to do with his time. What he is going to do, it becomes clear almost immediately, is not attend class with any great regularity. This is not laziness. Anyone who has spent 10 minutes in Bill Gates's company understands that laziness is not among his failings. It is something more precise than that. A kind of ruthless prioritization, a constant internal negotiation between the formal demands of an institution and the informal demands of a mind that moves faster than the curriculum allows. Harvard is one of the most rigorous academic environments on the planet, and Gates treats it the way a grandmaster treats a moderately challenging opponent, with respect but without awe. He wanders into classes he is not enrolled in, and wanders out of ones he is. He sits in on advanced mathematics seminars and absorbs, in a single sitting, material that other students spend weeks decoding. He is known among his peers as someone who can skip the reading entirely, show up to the final exam having barely slept, and still walk out with a grade that makes the diligent students question their life choices. There is nothing performative about this. Gates is not trying to impress anyone. He is simply operating at a frequency that the standard academic calendar was not designed to accommodate. His dormitory room, over the first weeks of that freshman year, becomes something of a landmark. The hours he keeps are irregular in the extreme. He can be found at 2 in the morning, bent over a terminal, his face lit by the pale glow of a monitor, working through a problem that has nothing to do with any class he is taking. He can sleep until noon, miss lunch entirely, and then reappear in the early afternoon with the focused intensity of someone who has been thinking, uninterrupted, for the past 12 hours. His roommates learn to navigate around these patterns with a mixture of bewilderment and grudging admiration. The Harvard Computer Center becomes his second home, and then, in some ways, his first. The university's Aiken Computation Laboratory sits in a low brick building near the science complex, and it is here that Gates spends the hours that feel most alive to him. The machines available to students in 1973 are nothing like the intimate, personal devices that will define the next decade. They are large, institutional, time-shared systems, computers that belong to the university and that students access through terminals, submitting their work in careful batches and waiting, sometimes for hours, for results. The experience is collaborative in the way that sharing a single telephone line is collaborative. Everyone gets a turn, and everyone is aware of everyone else's presence. Gates is aware of very few presences but his own. He develops, during these months, a reputation among the computer science students that is slightly different from his reputation in the mathematics department. In math, he is acknowledged as gifted, someone who absorbs theory at a startling pace. In computing, he is something else. Not just talented, but obsessive, not just quick, but driven by a quality that the other students find difficult to name precisely. He is not interested in computing as an academic discipline. He is interested in it as a real thing, a practical force, something that can be bent and shaped and made to do things it has never done before. He meets Steve Ballmer during this first year, a large, boisterous, relentlessly extroverted young man who will, in ways neither of them can yet predict, become one of the defining relationships of his professional life. Ballmer is everything Gates is not in social terms: loud where Gates is contained, gregarious where Gates is selective, comfortable in the center of any room where Gates is comfortable only at the edge. And yet something clicks between them with the odd precision of complementary machinery. Ballmer can organize people. Gates can organize ideas. The friendship that forms between them in the corridors and common rooms of Courier House is easy and genuine, built on a shared intensity that simply expresses itself in different registers. But the person who matters most to the story unfolding in Bill Gates's mind during these years is not at Harvard at all. Paul Allen is back in Boston, working as a programmer for Honeywell, a large technology company with offices in the area. He is 2 years older than Gates, and the friendship between them stretches back to their days at Lakeside School in Seattle, where they first bonded over a shared and almost consuming passion for computing. Allen is tall and bearded, and moves through the world with a dreamer's quality. A man who is always half in the present and half in some imagined future where the things he cares about have become the things everyone cares about. He and Gates have a relationship that operates on a frequency outside normal social categories. They are not simply friends. They are co-conspirators in a vision that neither of them has yet found the precise words to describe. Allen makes the trip to Cambridge regularly, and when he does, he and Gates fall back into the old rhythms almost instantly. They talk about computers the way other young men talk about music or sports, or the people they are attracted to, with the full force of their personalities, with argument and counter-argument, with a hunger that has nowhere near reached its ceiling. Allen has been following the technology industry with the concentrated attention of someone who suspects that something enormous is about to happen. And he has been sharing his observations with Gates in letters and phone calls, and these long, circling Cambridge conversations that stretch late into the night. The question they keep returning to, the question that sits at the center of everything, is one that sounds simple but contains multitudes. When will computers become small enough, cheap enough, and powerful enough for ordinary people to own them? In 1973, this question still feels, to most people, theoretical. The computers that exist in the world at this moment are institutional objects. They belong to universities, to corporations, to government agencies. They are housed in climate-controlled rooms and tended by specialist staff. The idea that a private individual might own one, not access one, not share one, but own one outright, is the kind of speculation that gets you looked at sideways in most professional circles. It belongs to the realm of science fiction, which is to say the realm of things that might eventually be true but are not worth betting your career on yet. Gates and Allen are not most people, and they are very much betting on it. What they are waiting for, without quite knowing they are waiting for it, is a signal. Something that would announce, unmistakably, that the moment has arrived. Something that would transform the question from theoretical to urgent, from someday to now. They are two young men, standing at the edge of a very large door, and they are waiting for someone to open it. The door opens in December of 1974. Paul Allen is walking through Harvard Square on a gray afternoon, the kind of day that Cambridge produces in abundance in winter. Cold without being dramatic, overcast without being interesting. He stops, as he often does, at a newsstand near the square, scanning the magazine racks with the habitual attention of someone who has learned that important information can arrive from unexpected directions. And there, on the cover of Popular Electronics magazine, he sees something that stops him completely. The cover of the January 1975 issue, early copies of which are already on newsstands, shows a plain metal box, roughly the size and shape of a small stereo receiver, with a series of toggle switches across its front panel and a row of blinking LED lights along the top. It is not a beautiful object. It does not look, by any conventional measure, like a revolution. But the headline running across the top of the cover is unambiguous in its ambition. It announces the machine as the world's first mini-computer kit to rival commercial models, and its name is the Altair 8800. Allen buys the magazine. He holds it in his hands for a moment on the street, reading the cover text again, and then he does something that communicates, more than any words could, the size of what he is feeling. He runs. He runs across Harvard Square and through the familiar streets toward Currier House, the magazine clutched in one hand, and he finds Gates in his room, at a desk or a terminal or wherever Gates happens to be when Allen arrives, breathless, and holds the magazine out like an offering. Gates takes it. He reads the cover. He opens to the article inside, which describes, in the specific and technical language of electronics enthusiasts, the machine that a small company called MITS, Micro-Instrumentation and Telemetry Systems, operating out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, has managed to build around Intel's new 8080 microprocessor. The Altair 8800 is available as a kit, meaning that purchasers receive a box of components and assemble the machine themselves. It has no keyboard. It has no monitor. It communicates through those toggle switches and LED lights. Its memory, at this point, is measured in bytes rather than kilobytes, let alone anything larger. By any practical measure, it can do almost nothing. And yet, Gates reads the article, and something shifts in him, something that he will describe years later in different ways at different times, but that always comes back to a single clarifying recognition. The Altair 8800 is not impressive in itself. What is impressive is what it represents. Intel's 8080 microprocessor is a genuinely powerful chip, and it is sitting inside a machine that, for the first time, a private individual might actually buy and bring home. The Altair is real. It exists. It is on the cover of a magazine, and that magazine is on newsstands across the country. And somewhere out there, right now, people are reading about it and reaching for their phones to call MITS and place an order. The moment has arrived. What follows in the next several hours is one of those conversations that only two people who have been building towards something for years can have. A conversation that moves fast because so much of the groundwork has already been laid, where each sentence builds on years of shared context and the ideas come out almost faster than words can carry them. They need to write software for the Altair. Specifically, they need to write a version of BASIC, the programming language that had been developed at Dartmouth College in the mid-1960s and that had become, in the world of educational and experimental computing, something close to a standard. BASIC stands for Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code, and its elegance lies precisely in what its name implies. It is designed to be accessible, to allow people without deep technical training to write programs and make computers do things. If the Altair 8800 is going to be useful to anyone beyond the most dedicated electronics hobbyist, it is going to need software. It is going to need BASIC. And the version of BASIC they are imagining, the one that will run on the Intel 8080 chip, that will fit within the Altair's extremely limited memory, that will be fast and clean and genuinely functional, does not yet exist. They are going to write it. This decision is made with a velocity that reflects everything about who they are. There is no extended period of deliberation. There is no careful weighing of risk and reward, no sober assessment of the probability of success. There is the recognition of an opportunity, and then there is the decision to take it, and the distance between those two things is very small. Gates is 18 years old, enrolled at one of the greatest universities in the world, with a future that anyone looking at him from the outside would describe as secure and luminous. None of that enters the calculation. What enters the calculation is the Altair 8800 and the empty space around it where software should be. Alan calls MITS. He calls the number listed in the Popular Electronics article the number for a small company in Albuquerque that has, in the previous weeks, been absolutely inundated with inquiries and orders from hobbyists across the country, far beyond anything its founders anticipated. And he reaches a man named Ed Roberts, who is the founder of MITS, and one of those peculiar figures in technology history who creates something genuinely transformative without quite becoming a household name for it. Roberts is a large, confident man, a former Air Force officer who has been running MITS through a series of products aimed at electronics enthusiasts, and who has bet the company, quite literally, on the Altair 8800. Alan tells Roberts that he and his partner have developed a version of BASIC for the Altair 8800 and would like to demonstrate it. This is not, strictly speaking, true. They have not developed it. They have decided to develop it. But in the logic of the moment, and in the logic of two young men who are absolutely certain that they can build what they are claiming to have built, the distinction feels manageable. Roberts, who is already receiving similar calls from others claiming to have software ready, agrees to a demonstration. If the software works, he will be interested in a deal. The weeks that follow are among the most intense of Bill Gates's life, and this is a life that will not lack for intensity. He is still, technically, a student at Harvard. He attends some classes. He takes some exams. The machinery of his academic career continues to turn, slowly and somewhat indifferently. But the real work is happening at the computer center, in the long hours that begin after midnight and stretch into the gray Cambridge mornings. He and Alan are writing BASIC for a computer they do not own and have never physically touched, working from the technical documentation for the Intel 8080 chip and from everything they know about the original BASIC language, and from the kind of concentrated, collaborative problem-solving that years of friendship and shared obsession make possible. The particular challenge they are facing is a constraint problem of elegant brutality. The Altair 8800, in its base configuration, has 4 kilobytes of memory. 4 kilobytes. The basic interpreter they are writing must fit within this almost absurdly tiny space, while still being capable enough to be genuinely useful. Every byte matters. Every line of code is a negotiation between function and space, and the negotiation never stops. Gates writes with the kind of compressed intensity that squeezes maximum capability from minimum resources. And the code that emerges from these sessions is remarkable precisely for what it manages to do within constraints that most programmers would consider impossible. Alan, meanwhile, is working on a different problem. Since they have no actual Altair to test their software on, they need to simulate one. He writes an emulator, a program that runs on Harvard's PDP-10 time-sharing system and mimics the behavior of the Intel 8080 processor so that they can test their BASIC without ever touching the real hardware. It is a technically demanding piece of work in its own right, and it is being done under pressure and on a deadline, and it works. When they run their BASIC through Alan's emulator, it runs. Not perfectly, not yet, but it runs. Throughout these weeks, Gates sleeps in patterns that bear no relationship to the natural human circadian rhythm. He falls asleep at his desk. He wakes up mid-afternoon, with lines of code still visible on whatever surface he was looking at before he went under. He eats when food is placed in front of him, and ignores the question of food when it is not. He is not suffering. People who know him in this period are clear about that. He is in a state of focused exhilaration, doing exactly what he is built to do, in pursuit of exactly the outcome he wants, with exactly the person he most wants to be doing it with. The code comes together. There is a moment. These moments always arrive in any serious technical project with a particular quality of relief and excitement and disbelief when the thing that has been theoretical becomes real. When the software runs not just technically but properly, when the logic holds across cases, and the interpreter responds to input with the correct output, and the architecture that has existed only in notes and code files for weeks suddenly coheres into something you can actually use. They hit that moment somewhere in the deep heart of those Cambridge winter weeks, and it must feel like the Altair's LED lights blinking with a rhythm that says, "This is real, this is real, this is real." Alan is the one who flies to Albuquerque to make the demonstration. Gates does not make the trip. He stays in Cambridge, a decision that reflects perhaps the division of labor that is already forming between them. Alan as the one who moves in the world, who makes the calls and takes the flights, and sits across from the stranger in the unfamiliar office. Gates as the one who builds the thing that makes all of that worth doing. Alan arrives in Albuquerque with their BASIC on a paper tape, the medium through which software is loaded into the Altair, and he sits across from Ed Roberts and feeds the tape into the machine. He has not, before this moment, run their software on an actual Altair. He has run it on an emulator. He has tested it thoroughly, but an emulator is a model of a thing, and a model is not the thing itself. And in the gap between those two realities lives every nightmare that a programmer carries to a demonstration. The paper tape loads. The machine processes. And BASIC comes up. It works. Not just adequately, not just passably, it works well. Roberts, who has seen claims from other programmers about Altair BASIC, and who has been disappointed by what those claims actually produced, recognizes immediately that what Alan is showing him is the real thing. It is compact and fast and functional, and it fits in the Altair's memory, and it does what BASIC is supposed to do. Roberts offers a licensing deal on the spot. The company will be called, in a form that Gates and Alan coined for this purpose, Microsoft. The hyphen will not survive for long, but the name will endure for decades. Gates returns to Harvard in the spring of 1975 as a changed man moving through an unchanged environment. He is still enrolled. His name is still on the rosters of courses he may or may not attend. The university continues to operate on the assumption that he is a student navigating the normal arc of an undergraduate education. But the center of gravity in his life has shifted, quietly and completely, from Cambridge to Albuquerque, from the classroom to the code, from the institution that is preparing him for a future to the future that has already arrived. He spends the spring term increasingly distracted in the way of someone who is not wandering but focused, just focused on something that exists outside the walls of the place he is currently standing. He returns to Albuquerque in the summer of 1975 to work with MITs on refining and distributing their basic. And the summer does not end the way summers are supposed to end for Harvard undergraduates, with a return to Cambridge and the resumption of student life. The decision to leave Harvard is not, in the version that gets told most often, a dramatic moment. It does not arrive with thunder. Gates does not storm out of a lecture hall or deliver a speech or make an announcement. He talks to his parents, who are not enthusiastic. His father is a successful attorney, his mother a woman of considerable accomplishment and strong views, and neither of them is easily persuaded that leaving Harvard is a reasonable thing to do. The conversations are serious and sustained. Gates makes his case with the methodical patience of someone who has thought about this very carefully and is not operating on impulse. His argument, stripped to its essentials, is this: the opportunity in front of him is time-sensitive in a way that Harvard is not. The personal computer moment is arriving, and it is arriving now, and if he is not present for it now, the window will close in ways that cannot be recovered. Harvard will always be there. The Altair moment will not. He can return to finish his degree when things settle, and here, his parents know him well enough to understand that this last part is the part he believes least firmly. Not because he is lying to them, but because he is smart enough to know that things of this kind do not settle. They accelerate. He leaves in 1975. The degree he is leaving behind is the kind that other people spend their lives pursuing. He is 19 years old. In Albuquerque, the operation that will become Microsoft is still small enough to fit in a modest office, still young enough that everything feels provisional, still close enough to its origins that you can see, in the day-to-day work of it, the two young men from Seattle who sat at a terminal in a school computer room years ago and began to suspect, quietly and then with increasing certainty, that the machines were the future. The hyphen in Microsoft disappears. The Altair 8800 continues to sell. The personal computer revolution, which everyone who is paying attention can feel gathering beneath them like a tide, continues its slow and then sudden rise. And Bill Gates, who is 19 years old and has just made the largest bet of his life, gets to work. Chapter 3: Albuquerque Horizons, 1975 to 1979. The Rio Grande moves through Albuquerque the way time moves through a young man's ambitions, steadily, without ceremony, indifferent to the urgency of those who live beside it. In the winter of 1975, the city is not a place people associate with the future. It is a place of high desert and open sky, of turquoise jewelry and adobe walls baked pale by a sun that shows no favoritism. It is not Boston. It is not New York. It is not the kind of city where people expect history to be written. And yet, in a small suite of offices on the second floor of a building called Albuquerque Executive Inn, tucked beside the steady noise of traffic along Central Avenue, two young men from Seattle are about to begin something that will reshape the world so completely that future generations will struggle to imagine the world that existed before them. Bill Gates is 19 years old. He has not yet learned to drive. He has not yet developed the habit of sleeping regularly, or eating at consistent hours, or separating the rhythms of his body from the rhythms of the work that consumes him. He is thin in the way that young men are thin when they forget to eat for hours on end, and then devour whatever is placed in front of them without tasting it. His hair falls across his forehead in loose brown waves. His glasses, too large for his face by a fraction of an inch, give him the look of a boy who has borrowed a professor's frames. He rocks when he thinks. Forward and back, a gentle rhythmic motion that he has no name for, that he has always done, that the people around him have learned to read the way sailors read currents. When the rocking is slow and deliberate, he is chewing on a problem. When it accelerates, he has found something, a thread, an angle, an insight, and the rocking is the physical overflow of a mind that processes faster than the body around it can hold still. Paul Allen is 22. He is taller, broader, quieter in his physicality, more likely to pause at the window and look out at the Sandia Mountains on the eastern horizon. Where Bill is kinetic, Paul is contemplative. Where Bill argues with the heat of someone who has already decided and is now making the world catch up, Paul presents his ideas gently, precisely, like a man placing pieces on a board and waiting for others to see what he sees. They have been friends since their years at Lakeside School in Seattle, when Bill was 13 and Paul was 15, and the world of computing was so new, so vast, so deliberately obscure, that it was practically a secret language shared by a very small number of people, and these two boys had found each other inside it. Now they are here. Albuquerque, New Mexico, January 1975. The reason they are here, and not in Seattle or Cambridge or San Francisco, is a magazine. One magazine. One cover. A photograph on the front of Popular Electronics, the January 1975 issue, depicting a small blue box no larger than a toaster with toggle switches along its front panel, and a name printed in blocky capital letters, Altair 8800. The headline calls it the world's first mini-computer kit to rival commercial models. Paul Allen sees it first, at a newsstand in Cambridge, Massachusetts, while Bill is still enrolled at Harvard. He buys the issue, tucks it under his arm, and walks quickly, very quickly, across the cold Cambridge streets to find Bill Gates, because he understands, with a clarity that arrives before the reasoning does, that this changes everything. They talk for hours that night. The Altair 8800 is being manufactured by a company called MITS, Micro Instrumentation and Telemetry Systems, based in Albuquerque. It is built around the Intel 8080 microprocessor. It is remarkable, and it is also, in a very practical sense, nearly useless, because it has no software. It has no language. It can do nothing on its own, except blink lights in response to switches. It is a brain with no words, a stage with no play, an instrument with no music. Someone will have to write the music. Bill and Paul look at each other and understand without saying it plainly that they intend to be the ones who do it. Bill Gates calls the president of MITS, a man named Ed Roberts, and tells him that he and his partner have already written a version of basic, beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code that will run on the Altair. This is not entirely true. They have not written it yet. They have the idea of writing it, and Bill has the confidence, the extraordinary, perhaps irrational confidence, that they can write it before MITS discovers he was bluffing. Ed Roberts tells him to come to Albuquerque and demonstrate it. And so they do. Except that what actually happens is more extraordinary than a bluff paid off. In the 8 weeks between the phone call and the demonstration, Bill Gates and Paul Allen write a basic interpreter for the Intel 8080 microprocessor, a language for a machine they have never physically touched, working from a technical manual, using a simulator they build themselves on Harvard's mainframe computer. They write it in the cold, focused hours of Cambridge winter. Bill writes for stretches of 10 and 12 and 14 hours, without pausing in any way that looks like pausing. He sleeps when the mental machinery finally stops, which is not when he intends to sleep, but when sleep claims him, in his chair in the lab on his desk. And then he wakes and continues. When they travel to Albuquerque, in March of 1975, to demonstrate the interpreter, it is Paul who loads the paper tape into the Altair for the first time. The program runs. It has never been run on an actual Altair before that moment. It runs correctly. Paul turns to Bill with something in his expression that is not quite disbelief and not quite triumph, but some combination of both. The feeling of watching a gamble produce exactly the outcome you had calculated but dared not name out loud. They call their partnership Microsoft. The hyphen is there in the beginning, a small grammatical joint between the two halves of what will become a single indivisible word. And so they come to Albuquerque, not as visitors, as residents, as the founders of something that does not yet have a shape, that exists as potential energy coiled inside two young men sharing office space in a city that the rest of the technology world has not yet noticed. The Albuquerque Executive Inn sits on the eastern edge of Route 66 as that historic road bleeds into Central Avenue. The offices that Microsoft rents are not glamorous. There is no word in the English language sufficient for how unglamorous they are. The carpet is practical and worn at the seams. The furniture is the kind that arrives from a discount outlet and does its job without inspiring anyone to notice it. The windows look out on a parking lot, and beyond the parking lot, the wide flat sprawl of a city that exists in easy relationship with its own ordinariness. There is a Denny's within walking distance. There is a laundromat. There is the kind of commercial strip that exists to serve people who are passing through rather than people who intend to build something permanent. Bill Gates is not passing through. He has decided, quietly and without making an announcement of it, that this is where Microsoft will grow. He has left Harvard, not officially at first, on leave technically, though everyone around him, including probably Bill himself, understands that the leave is a direction rather than a pause. The decision does not trouble him the way it might trouble other young men. He does not grieve the loss of the Harvard experience. He does not lie awake, measuring what he is forfeiting. He lies awake thinking about software. He lies awake thinking about the gap between what computers can currently do and what they should be able to do, and the gap is so vast and so interesting that it does not leave room for mourning a diploma. Mary Gates, his mother, is not delighted by this decision. She is a woman of formidable intelligence and practical precision, a member of the board of United Way, a civic presence in Seattle, a woman who understands the value of credentials and the architecture of institutional success. She worries in the specific, articulate way of someone who knows exactly what she is worried about. She calls. She writes. She makes her concerns known in the warm but unambiguous language of a mother who is also, in many ways, a peer. Bill listens. He explains. He remains, with complete courtesy and complete firmness, exactly where he is. Bill's father, William Henry Gates II, a respected Seattle attorney, a tall, calm man known for his measured judgment and his gift for listening, is more reserved in his concern. He watches his son with the attentiveness of a parent, trying to understand something he does not fully recognize. He does not obstruct. He does not rescue. He trusts in the way that requires faith over evidence, because the evidence is still being assembled. In Albuquerque, the work is everything. The early months of Microsoft are built around the single contract with MITS, which licenses their basic interpreter for the Altair. The arrangement gives them revenue, real revenue, the first they have ever earned as a company. But it also places them inside a complicated relationship with a company that is itself scrambling to survive the sudden, enormous, unpredicted demand that the Altair has generated. Ed Roberts is a large, direct man who built MITS with engineering ambition and operated it with the specific stress of someone who has bet everything on a single product and watches every morning to see whether the bet still holds. He values what Bill and Paul have delivered. He also controls, through the licensing agreement, more of the distribution and destiny of that software than Bill finds comfortable. Bill Gates, at 19, already understands something that many business people spend decades learning, that the value in technology is not in the hardware but in the software. The machine is a container. The program is the content. And the content is what people actually need. The Altair is interesting. Basic is what makes the Altair matter. This distinction feels obvious to Bill in the way that most of his best perceptions feel obvious, not as revelations, but as observations of things that simply are visible to anyone paying enough attention. He pays enough attention. The team in Albuquerque is tiny. Beyond Bill and Paul, there are a small number of programmers, young men, almost all of them, who have found their way to Albuquerque because the work is interesting and because Bill Gates has a particular gift for identifying technical talent and making the case that this particular place, this particular moment, this particular piece of software is worth giving everything to. Monty Davidoff, a Harvard classmate, contributes the floating point mathematics routines for the original BASIC, a technical contribution that requires a kind of precision that not everyone possesses. He is paid a flat fee and returns to Harvard. Others arrive and stay. The work culture of Microsoft in these early Albuquerque years is something that future employees will describe with a mixture of affection and awe. An awe that carries within it a quiet acknowledgement that they could not sustain it forever, that it was the kind of intensity that belongs to a specific season of life. There are no formal hours. There is only the work, and the work has an appetite that schedules are ill-equipped to satisfy. Bill arrives at the office and works. He leaves when his body insists, returns when his mind is ready. Weekends are categories that apply to other kinds of lives. The weekday and the weekend are equally good days to be writing code, arguing about architecture, debating the correct approach to a problem that has not yet been solved. He is a ferocious reviewer of other people's work. He reads code the way literary critics read manuscripts, with a searching attention to every decision, every choice of method, every line that could have been written differently, and therefore should be interrogated until the better option is found or the current option is justified. He says things like, "That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen," and he means it as a technical observation rather than a personal one, though the distinction is not always apparent in the moment of delivery. He says, "Why would you do it that way?" and then answers his own question by explaining rapidly and precisely why the other way is superior. The programmers who work for him develop a thick skin not through resentment, but through understanding. Bill Gates argues at this pitch with everyone, including himself, including Paul Allen, including the code he wrote yesterday that he is now convinced was wrong. The argument is how he thinks. The challenge is how he improves. And the code that survives his review is, almost always, better than the code that entered it. Paul Allen absorbs this energy differently. Paul is the one who steps back from the argument and lets it run, who sees the larger shape while Bill is focused on the particular. Paul is the one who comes to the team with the original vision, who brought the popular electronics cover, who saw the window in the market, who recognized that the Altair was not just a product, but an era announcing itself. In the office, he is the one who will pause in the middle of a heated technical discussion and say calmly, with the tone of a man who has already traveled several steps ahead, that there is a simpler way to frame the problem, and then frame it, and then watch the argument reorganize itself around the clearer structure. He and Bill have a friendship built on years of absolute trust and absolutely different temperaments, and the difference is not a tension but a mechanism. They think better together than either of them thinks alone. The Albuquerque of 1975 and 1976 has a quality of spaciousness that suits this kind of work. The sky is enormous, genuinely enormous, the kind of sky that makes a person feel on a clear morning when the light is sharp and the air is dry and the Sandia Mountains are catching the first pink suggestion of sunrise, that thought itself has more room to move. The city does not demand attention. It does not buzz and crowd and insist the way cities on the coast do. It is a place where you can work without distraction, if distraction is what you want to avoid, which is exactly what Bill Gates wants to avoid. He is not interested in nightlife. He is not interested in restaurants or social obligations or the kind of networking that consists of being seen at the right events. He is interested in software. The city obliges by not demanding anything else. The MITS relationship evolves and strains in the way that early partnerships between very different kinds of people tend to strain. Ed Roberts sees the Altair as the center of the computing universe. Bill Gates sees software as the foundation that will outlast every particular piece of hardware that currently exists. These are not incompatible views exactly, but they generate friction over royalties, over distribution rights, over the question of who owns what and what that ownership entitles each party to do. Bill negotiates with a tenacity that surprises people who have not dealt with him before. He is not aggressive in the physical sense. He is not loud. He is quiet, actually, in the way that a very sharp instrument is quiet. The edge does not make noise, it simply cuts. He prepares for every negotiation by understanding the other side's position more thoroughly than the other side understands it, which gives him the ability to anticipate objections and close the spaces they would occupy before they are raised. Meanwhile, the software world is changing in a way that both confirms and accelerates everything Bill has been believing. In February of 1976, he writes a letter. He publishes it in the Homebrew Computer Club newsletter and in several other hobbyist publications, and it is not a polite letter. It is a pointed, precise, genuinely felt argument that the practice of copying software without paying for it, a practice widespread in the hobbyist community, where sharing and collaboration are considered virtues rather than economic decisions, is theft. He calls it theft directly, without softening the word. He points out that the people who write software cannot continue to write software if they are not paid for writing software. He points out that the basic interpreter he and Paul Allen and Monty Davidoff wrote required months of work by people who had other options, and that when those people are not compensated, the rational response is to stop writing software, which means the hardware that everyone loves will become a very expensive and very inert box. The letter is not universally well received. The hobbyist community values the ethic of open sharing, and they experience Bill's argument as a kind of mercenary intrusion into a culture that was built on generosity. Some members of the Homebrew Computer Club respond with contempt. Others respond with grudging acknowledgement. A few respond by thinking, more carefully than they had before, about the economics of software, about the fact that a program is not raw material but labor, not a piece of the world, but a thing that someone made, and that the person who made it has a claim on it that does not disappear because copying is easy. Bill Gates is not bothered by the negative responses. He expected them. He wrote the letter anyway, not because he expected to win the argument in 1976, but because the argument needed to be made, and because the habit of making necessary arguments regardless of their immediate reception is a habit he has already developed and will never lose. He is building, in these early years, not just a software company, but a philosophy of software, a framework for understanding what software is and what it is worth and who has the right to benefit from it. And the philosophy requires articulation even when the articulation is unwelcome. By 1976, Microsoft is writing BASIC for other microprocessors. The world of personal computing, which barely existed 12 months earlier, is expanding with the speed of something that has been waiting a long time to exist. New machines appear. The IMSAI 8080, the processor technology Sol, others, and each new machine represents a potential customer, a potential contract, a potential expansion of the territory that Bill and Paul are quietly and systematically claiming. The strategy is not yet fully formed as a strategy. It is more instinct than blueprint. But the instinct is consistent, be everywhere. Write the language for every machine. Make BASIC the common tongue of personal computing so that when a person sits down at whatever machine they happen to own, they encounter something built by Microsoft. Paul Allen has a title at this point that reflects his role. He is the vice president of the company. Bill is the president. These titles are less organizational chart than acknowledgement of the fundamental truth that Microsoft is a two-person vision executed by a growing team. The organization is flat, not because anyone has thought carefully about organizational design, but because there are not enough people yet for hierarchy to develop, and because Bill is constitutionally uncomfortable with the idea that anything important might be happening without his awareness of it. He is in every room. He understands every decision. He knows the state of every piece of code the company is writing, not as a manager who reads reports, but as a programmer who reads the code itself and has opinions about every line. The small apartment that Bill occupies during these Albuquerque years is famously disordered. Clothes accumulate in patterns that suggest they have been placed wherever the wearer happened to be standing when he decided to work on something else. Books and technical manuals cover surfaces without the assistance of any sorting principle. There are pizza boxes. There are Coke bottles, because Bill drinks Coke with the steady commitment that other people give to coffee, consuming it in quantities that suggest he has made a decision about caffeine and intends to honor that decision comprehensively. The apartment is not a home in any interior design sense of the word. It is a place to sleep when sleep is unavoidable, and to think when thinking requires something other than a chair in the office. He drives badly. This is perhaps the most human thing about Bill Gates in these years, the absolute gulf between his computational precision and his relationship with a moving vehicle. He speeds. He gets parking tickets in quantities that suggest he has not fully integrated the concept of parking regulations into his model of the world. The police in Albuquerque know him, or come to know him, in the specific way that law enforcement knows people who are not criminal, but who interact with traffic laws as suggestions rather than rules. He will receive a notable number of moving violations in these years, and the violations accumulate in a file that Paul Allen and the small Microsoft team find quietly amusing, because it is the one domain in which Bill Gates's confidence significantly exceeds his competence. But in everything else, in code, in business, in the precise architectural thinking required to build software that runs reliably on machines with very little memory and very little processing power, his confidence and his competence are in the rare alignment that produces mastery. In the summer and fall of 1976, the company refines and expands its basic interpreters. They write versions for different processors. They negotiate new licensing agreements. The revenue grows, modestly but steadily, in the way that early revenue grows when it is based on something genuinely useful. Bill watches the numbers with the focused attention he gives to everything. He understands instinctively the relationship between revenue and possibility, that money is not the goal but the fuel, that what it purchases is not comfort but capacity, not the good life but more time at the office, more programmers, more problems that are interesting enough to be worth solving. Paul Allen, during these years, begins to show the first signs of the restlessness that will eventually separate him from the company he co-founded. He is interested in more things than software. He reads widely, not just technical manuals but history, biography, music, the kind of broad engagement with ideas that suggests a mind larger than any single field. He plays guitar. He listens to rock music with the attentiveness of someone who is not simply enjoying it, but studying it, the same way he studies everything that interests him. He and Bill share an absolute bond in the work, but Paul is already, quietly, someone who wonders what else might deserve his attention, a question that Bill Gates does not appear to have. For Bill, there is the work, and there is everything that doesn't matter as much as the work, and the second category is very large. By 1977, MITS has been sold to a company called Pertec, and the transition creates a dispute about the Microsoft licensing agreement that ends up in arbitration. Bill handles it personally, with the same preparation and tenacity he brings to everything. He wins. The software rights revert to Microsoft, a decision that matters less for its immediate financial consequence than for what it confirms. The software belongs to the people who wrote it. This principle, established through a dispute that most people in the industry do not particularly notice, will shape the business of personal computing for decades. Free of the MIT's dependency, Microsoft can now license its software directly to hardware manufacturers, and the hardware manufacturers are proliferating with the speed of an industry that is discovering its own market in real time. Apple Computer, founded by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak in Cupertino, California, is producing the Apple II. Tandy Corporation, the electronics retailer, is producing the TRS-80. Commodore is producing the PET. Each of these machines needs a basic interpreter. Each of these machines represents a conversation that Bill Gates is very motivated to have. He writes the letters himself, or oversees them so closely that the distinction between writing and oversight loses meaning. He travels to meetings. He sits across from business people 2 and 3 times his age and argues for his product with the specificity and confidence of someone who understands it at a level the other side cannot match and does not intend to concede. The people across the table have experience and institutional weight, and the particular authority that comes from having been in business for years. Bill Gates has something else: the absolute knowledge that what he is selling is exactly what they need, and that without it their machines are interesting but not usable, and that this gives him a negotiating position that experience alone cannot produce. The contracts accumulate. The licenses accumulate. The team in Albuquerque grows, slowly, carefully, because Bill is not interested in growing for the sake of growth, but in hiring people who are genuinely exceptional at the specific things the company needs done. He is a ruthless evaluator of technical talent. He gives programming tests. He asks questions that do not have obvious answers and watches how people approach the process of answering them, because the approach tells him more than the answer does. He looks for people who rock the way he rocks, not literally but metaphorically. People for whom thinking is a physical condition. People in whom the boundary between mental and manual labor is genuinely unclear. He finds a few. The work culture that develops in these Albuquerque years will become the foundation of everything Microsoft is for the next 2 decades. It is not a culture in the human resources sense. It does not have value statements or team-building exercises or carefully considered policies about work-life balance. It is a culture in the tribal sense, a shared set of assumptions about what matters and how good enough is defined and what the relationship between a programmer and his code should look like. What matters is the work. Good enough is never good enough. There is always a more efficient line, a cleaner approach, a faster routine. And the relationship between a programmer and his code is the relationship between a craftsperson and a piece of work that represents them completely, that can be read by anyone who knows how to read it, and that therefore carries the full weight of professional identity. This last point is particularly important to Bill. He signs his code. Not literally, there is no signature routine at the end of a program that says, "By Bill Gates," but in the sense that every piece of code he writes or reviews carries his standard, and his standard is known and can be identified, and he is accountable to it. He takes this accountability personally, in the way that artists take accountability personally. When the code works, it is satisfying in the way that only work done to the edge of your ability can be satisfying. When the code fails, it is a problem that requires solving before anything else can proceed, regardless of the hour. In 1977, the hyphen disappears. Microsoft becomes Microsoft. The typographical change is minor. What it reflects is not minor. The company is not an experiment anymore. It is a company. It has contracts and employees, and an established presence in the market for software, a market that is growing so fast that the people in the best position to benefit from it can barely measure the growth before the measurement is already out of date. Bill Gates is 21 years old. He is 21 years old, And he is running a software company that has established working relationships with every significant manufacturer of personal computers in America. He is 21 years old, and he has written the licensing agreement that will define how software companies interact with hardware companies for the foreseeable future. He is 21 years old, and he has already done things that most people in the technology industry, people with decades of experience, have not yet understood are possible. Because most people in the industry are still thinking about hardware, still thinking in the old framework where the machine is the product and everything else is an accessory. And Bill Gates has been thinking for 2 years in the new framework where the software is the product and the machine is the platform on which the product runs. The Sandia Mountains catch the light in long amber columns every evening, and the desert cools quickly when the sun drops behind the western edge of the city, and the sky above Albuquerque turns the specific shade of deep blue that exists only in high desert places where the air is thin and clear and unfiltered by the moisture and pollution of denser, wetter cities. Bill Gates works through these evenings. He works through the cooling of the desert air and the filling of the sky with stars that are also exceptional in Albuquerque, numerous and bright in a way that surprises people who come from places where the sky is orange with light pollution. He is not watching the stars. He is reading code. By 1978, it is becoming clear that Albuquerque's geographical remove from the main currents of the industry is becoming a practical problem rather than a romantic isolation. The personal computer industry is concentrating, as industries do, in places where the people who make it are concentrated, in California primarily, in the expanding corridor of electronics companies and venture capital and engineering talent that is beginning to be called Silicon Valley. The programmers that Microsoft needs to hire, and Microsoft needs more of them now, good ones, the best, are more likely to be found in Seattle or San Francisco or Boston than in Albuquerque. Bill's Harvard connections and Paul's network and the general gravity of the industry are pulling them north and west. The conversation about moving begins quietly. It is not a dramatic decision. No single meeting, no formal vote. No announcement made to the city of Albuquerque that the small company on the second floor of the Executive Inn, Albuquerque, is grateful for the hospitality but moving on. It is more gradual than that. A drift of attention and planning toward the Pacific Northwest, toward the city where both Bill and Paul were born, where their families still live, where the rain falls steadily all winter, and the summers are so clear and beautiful that they feel like compensation for the months of gray. Seattle calls in the specific way that home calls to people who left it as a matter of ambition rather than a matter of grievance. There is nothing to return from. There is only forward, and forward, increasingly, runs through the city beneath Mount Rainier. Before they go, 1978 produces one more expansion that matters. Bob O'Rear, a NASA mathematician who has been consulting for the company, joins full-time. Steve Ballmer, large, energetic, extravagantly enthusiastic, a friend of Bill's from Harvard whose particular genius is not technical but commercial and interpersonal, who can enter a room and fill it with a kind of contagious forward momentum that is entirely different from Bill's focused intensity but equally useful, is becoming a serious candidate for a business role. Ballmer will arrive officially in 1980, but the friendship is already active, already a factor in how Bill is thinking about what Microsoft needs in order to grow from a programmer's organization into something that sells itself with the confidence and system of a real business. The team that makes the move to Bellevue, Washington, in January of 1979 is 11 people. 11 people who have spent 3 years in the New Mexico desert writing code that will eventually run on hundreds of millions of machines in every country in the world. 11 people who have developed, in the particular crucible of Albuquerque's remove and the relentless pressure of Bill Gates's standards, a way of working that will define the company for a generation. They pack the Albuquerque offices with the unceremonious efficiency of people who are not in the habit of sentimentality. The equipment goes into boxes. The code is on magnetic tape, in files, in the careful documentation that software companies learn to maintain as the difference between being able to reproduce their work and starting over from nothing. The agreements are in folders. The licenses are in force. Bill Gates takes one last drive down Central Avenue in the early January morning before the moving trucks are fully loaded. The Sandia Mountains are dusted with snow on their upper reaches. The sky is the absolute clear blue of a New Mexico winter day. The city is quiet at this hour, the traffic just beginning to build along the long commercial spine that stretches from one end of the valley to the other. He has been here 4 years, if you count from the phone call to Ed Roberts rather than the moment of physical arrival. 4 years in which everything he believed about software has been confirmed, tested, extended, and refined. 4 years in which the hyphen has been removed. The MITS relationship has been resolved. The licensing strategy has been established. The work culture has been crystallized. And the company has grown from 2 men with a bluff and an idea to 11 people with contracts, products, and a clear understanding of where the personal computing industry is going and how Microsoft intends to travel there ahead of everyone else. He is 22 years old. He rocks forward slightly as he drives. Even driving, the rocking continues, even at the wheel of a car that the Albuquerque police have had occasion to observe. And ahead of him, through the windshield, through the winter morning light, the road stretches north toward the interstate that will eventually carry him home. The desert recedes. The horizon opens. The future is exactly where he left it. Not behind him in Albuquerque, not ahead of him in Seattle, but inside him, moving with him as it has always moved, as it will continue to move, restless and rocking, and absolutely certain of where it intends to go. Chapter 4. The Digital Handshake, the IBM Deal, 1980-1981. The summer of 1980 arrives in Seattle the way it always does, quietly, gradually, as if the city is reluctant to let go of its gray mornings and settle into something warmer. The waters of Lake Washington catch the light differently in July, a deeper blue, more confident, and along the eastern shore, in the suburb of Bellevue, the offices of Microsoft sit inside a low-rise building that gives no outward sign of what is quietly accumulating within its walls. There are no grand facades here, no marble lobbies, no brass plaques announcing the presence of something historic. There is carpet, and there are terminals, and there are young men who do not sleep nearly enough, and there is, at the center of it all, a 24-year-old named Bill Gates who is beginning to understand, with a clarity that borders on the unsettling, that the world is about to change in a way that most people cannot yet see. Microsoft is not, at this moment, the colossus it will one day become. It is a software company of perhaps 40 employees, profitable but not extravagantly so, built on the language business, BASIC, Fortran, COBOL, the tools that allow programmers to speak to machines in something approaching human logic. Gates and his co-founder Paul Allen have built this company through a combination of genuine technical brilliance and a commercial instinct that most engineers of their generation simply do not possess. Where others see software as craft, Gates sees it as leverage. Where others negotiate for fair compensation, Gates negotiates for control. These are not small distinctions. They are the difference between a company that survives and one that dominates. It is into this context, this particular Tuesday morning in late July, that a phone call arrives which will alter the course of the industry forever. The call comes from IBM. To understand the weight of those 3 letters in 1980, one must first understand what IBM represents in the American imagination. International Business Machines is not simply a corporation. It is an institution, a kind of secular cathedral of commerce and technology, a company so large and so deeply woven into the fabric of American business life that its acronym has become synonymous with seriousness itself. When corporations across the country need computing power, they call IBM. When governments need systems, they call IBM. IBM salesmen wear dark suits and white shirts, and they carry briefcases, and they speak with the measured confidence of people who have never seriously entertained the possibility of losing. The company controls approximately 60% of the global computer market in 1980, and it does so not through innovation alone, but through the sheer gravitational force of its reputation. And yet, behind the mahogany doors and the quarterly reports and the institutional certainty, something at IBM is beginning to crack. The crack has a name. It is called the personal computer. Through the late 1970s, a peculiar revolution has been unfolding in garages and hobbyist clubs and small workshops across California and the wider country. A revolution built on the idea that a computer need not be a room-sized machine tended by white-coated technicians, but can instead be a device small enough to sit on a desk, accessible to a single individual, responsive to a single pair of hands. The Apple II arrives in 1977 and sells with a velocity that shocks the industry. The TRS-80 follows. The Commodore PET. Each of these machines is imperfect, limited, rough around the edges. But they are selling, and IBM, watching from its great height, begins to register something it has not felt in a very long time: unease. The concern inside IBM is not merely commercial. It is existential. The personal computer market, if it grows the way some analysts are projecting, could eventually threaten the mainframe business that is the company's bedrock. IBM has watched Apple's revenues climb from $2 million in 1977 to over $100 million by 1980, and the trajectory is unmistakable. The boardrooms of Armonk, New York, where IBM's headquarters sit, begin to hum with an unusual energy, the energy of an organization that has decided it must move, and must move quickly, in a direction it has never moved before. The decision is made to build an IBM personal computer. What makes this decision genuinely extraordinary is not the product itself, but the method chosen to create it. IBM is a company famous, some would say infamous, for doing everything internally, for controlling every component of every system it sells, for keeping its intellectual property behind walls so thick they might as well be geological formations. But the pressure of time makes this approach impossible. The personal computer market is moving fast, and IBM knows that if it spends 3 years building a machine from scratch using its traditional methods, it will arrive at a party that has already ended. So IBM does something it has almost never done before. It decides to buy. A secret project is established inside IBM, codenamed Chess, later renamed Acorn. A small team of engineers is assembled, 13 of them working in relative isolation in Boca Raton, Florida, far from the main campus, far from the committees and the approval chains and the institutional inertia that would slow them down. Their mandate is straightforward and almost impossible: build a personal computer in 1 year. To do that, they need an operating system. The search for that operating system is what brings IBM to Seattle, and it is what brings 2 young men in suits, Jack Sams and Pat Harrington, both IBM representatives, to the lobby of Microsoft's Bellevue offices on a morning that begins like any other morning but will not end that way. Gates meets them wearing what he usually wears, which is to say clothing that suggests someone who regards the selection of clothes as a distraction from more interesting problems. He is slight, boyish, bespectacled, and he moves with a restless energy, a slight rocking motion that those who know him have come to recognize as the visible expression of a mind operating at speeds that the body can barely contain. He shakes hands with the IBM men and leads them to a conference room, and he listens because listening, genuine, precise, strategic listening, is one of the things Bill Gates does better than almost anyone. What Sams and Harrington need, they explain, is software. Specifically, they need programming languages for this new machine they are building. Microsoft makes programming languages. The fit seems obvious enough. But there is something beneath their stated request, something Gates detects with the particular sensitivity of a person trained to read conversations for what is not being said. They are here for languages today, yes. But the project they are describing is larger than languages. It requires a foundation. It requires something that runs beneath the languages, beneath everything, something that tells the machine how to be a machine. It requires an operating system. Before any serious conversation can begin, IBM presents Gates and Allen with a non-disclosure agreement of unusual severity, a document that demands the kind of secrecy that surrounds matters of genuine consequence. Gates signs it without hesitation. He is curious, and his curiosity has always been stronger than his caution when the stakes are high enough. The meeting proceeds. The IBM men describe their project, in broad terms carefully, with the practiced vagueness of people who are simultaneously revealing a secret and protecting it. A personal computer. A new machine. A machine that needs to run software. They are talking to several companies about various components, they explain. Microsoft is one of several potential partners. They are telling the truth, but not all of it. What they do not say, what Gates will only learn later, is that IBM has already been to see Gary Kildall. Gary Kildall is, in the summer of 1980, one of the most respected figures in the small world of personal computer software. He is a programmer of genuine genius, a man with a doctoral degree from the University of Washington, and an instinct for elegant solutions that his peers openly admire. His company, Digital Research, makes an operating system called CP/M, Control Program for Microcomputers, which has become the closest thing the personal computer world has to a standard. If you own a personal computer in 1980, there is a reasonable chance it runs CP/M. Kildall has built something real and important, and when IBM comes looking for an operating system, his door is the logical first door to knock on. What happens next has been told and retold so many times across so many years that the story has acquired the texture of legend, disputed and embellished and complicated by memory and perspective. What seems clear is this: the IBM representatives travel to Pacific Grove, California, to meet Kildall at Digital Research, and something goes wrong. Some accounts suggest Kildall himself is unavailable for the initial meeting, outflying his plane, as the story is most often told. Others suggest he is present, but that his wife and business partner, Dorothy McEwen, who leads the early negotiations, refuses to sign IBM's non-disclosure agreement, finding its terms unreasonable. Whatever the precise sequence of events, the outcome is the same. The discussions with Digital Research stall, then falter, then quietly die. IBM turns back to Gates. Gates, to his considerable credit, does not pretend to have what he does not have. Microsoft does not own an operating system. Microsoft makes programming languages. When IBM returns and the conversation deepens, when it becomes clear that what IBM really needs is an operating system for the Intel 8088 processor that will power their new machine, Gates is honest about this limitation. But he is honest about it in a particular way, with a particular addendum, the kind of addendum that changes everything. He tells them he can get one. It is a statement of extraordinary confidence, or extraordinary boldness, depending on how one chooses to frame it. Gates does not know, in that moment, precisely how he will fulfill this promise. But he knows the geography of the small world he operates in. He knows who is building what, and he has heard, through the particular grapevine that connects the developers and hackers and small software shops of the Pacific Northwest, about a program being developed by a company called Seattle Computer Products. The man at Seattle Computer Products who has built this program is Tim Patterson, 24 years old, a programmer of considerable skill who has grown frustrated waiting for Digital Research to release a version of CP/M compatible with the Intel 8086 processor. So he has done what programmers of his generation do when they cannot find the tool they need. He has built it himself. He calls it QDOS, which stands for Quick and Dirty Operating System, a name that speaks to its origins with a kind of cheerful self-deprecation. It is not a beautiful piece of software. It is not the product of years of careful architecture and deliberate design. It is a functional solution to an immediate problem, built fast, built pragmatically, built by someone who needed it to work more than he needed it to be elegant. Kudos bears what anyone familiar with CP/M would recognize as a strong family resemblance to Kildall's system. Patterson has studied CP/M carefully, has understood its underlying logic, and has written something that a CP/M programmer could approach without feeling lost. Whether this constitutes inspiration or something more problematic is a question that will generate legal controversy for years. But in the autumn of 1980, what matters to Gates is simpler and more immediate. Kudos exists, it works, and Seattle Computer Products does not know what Gates knows about what IBM needs. Gates and Allen approach Seattle Computer Products carefully, with the discretion that the moment demands. They ask about licensing Kudos, framing their interest in terms that do not reveal the full scope of what they are planning. They pay $50,000 for an option to license the system, a sum that Seattle Computer Products accepts without fully grasping what they are agreeing to. The option is structured to allow Microsoft to sublicense the software to other parties, a clause that, in retrospect, is the most important sentence in the entire agreement. In the meantime, negotiations with IBM continue, deepening and intensifying through the autumn of 1980. The IBM team flies back to Seattle, and now the discussions are conducted with greater urgency on both sides. IBM needs this machine in the market. The deadline is real. The pressure inside the Boca Raton project team is the kind of pressure that accelerates decisions that might otherwise take years. Gates approaches these negotiations with a precision that is remarkable for a 24-year-old. He has read enough, learned enough, observed enough to understand something that many people in his position would miss entirely. IBM wants to move fast, and speed is a form of vulnerability. A company in a hurry is a company that will accept terms it might not accept if given time to think. Gates is not cynical about this. He is simply clear-eyed, and his clarity is the product of a mind that has spent years studying not just technology, but the economics and the power structures that surround technology. The central negotiation, the one that will define the next 2 decades of the industry, concerns a single question: how will IBM pay for the operating system? IBM, in its standard mode of operation, would expect to simply buy the software outright, to pay a fee, acquire full ownership, and control the product entirely. This is how IBM has always operated. This is what IBM proposes. Gates says no. He says it carefully, diplomatically, in the measured language of someone who understands that you can disagree with IBM without insulting IBM. He proposes instead a licensing arrangement. Microsoft will provide the operating system, which they are now calling MS-DOS, Microsoft Disk Operating System, and IBM will pay a per-unit royalty for every machine that ships with it. IBM will have the right to use the software. Microsoft will retain ownership. The IBM negotiators, under the gun of their 1-year deadline, under the pressure of a project that must deliver with the clock running and the personal computer market growing every quarter, accept this arrangement. They accept it because they need to move, because they are thinking about getting their machine to market, because the royalty per unit seems modest and manageable, because they are, in this particular moment, thinking like hardware people rather than software people. They do not fully reckon with what happens when you retain ownership of software that ships on every IBM PC. And IBM, as it turns out, is about to make something else happen that neither side fully anticipates, something that will amplify the significance of this agreement beyond anything either party has modeled or projected. In their drive to get the machine to market quickly, IBM designs their personal computer with an open architecture. Rather than locking the technical specifications behind proprietary walls, they publish them, making it possible for other manufacturers to build machines that are compatible with the IBM PC, machines that run the same software, accept the same components, operate within the same technical ecosystem. It is a decision made for pragmatic reasons, not idealistic ones. But its consequences are seismic. Because every IBM-compatible machine, every clone, every imitation, every machine built by Compaq or Dell, or any of the dozens of manufacturers who will enter this market over the next several years, every single one of them will need an operating system. And the operating system for the IBM PC, the one that everyone is building toward, the one that sets the standard, is MS-DOS. And MS-DOS is owned by Microsoft. In January of 1981, Microsoft pays Seattle Computer Products a final sum of $50,000, bringing the total acquisition cost to $75,000, and acquires outright ownership of Kudos. Tim Patterson, working now as a Microsoft employee, continues refining the system, improving it, hammering out the roughness that its name has always acknowledged. The system is not yet what it will need to be, but it is real, it is functional, and it is now Microsoft's to keep. The IBM personal computer launches on August 12, 1981, in a press conference at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. The announcement is made with the deliberate ceremony that IBM brings to all its significant occasions, and the press responds with the kind of attention that IBM commands. Here is the most powerful technology company in the world, telling the world that personal computing is serious now. That it is not a hobbyist phenomenon, not a garage experiment, but a legitimate category of product that a legitimate corporation is prepared to stand behind. The machine itself is not revolutionary by the standards of what engineers know is possible, but it is well made and well priced. And more importantly, it carries the 4 letters that carry weight in every boardroom and every purchasing office in America. It is an IBM. Corporations begin buying them in quantities that dwarf anything Apple or Radio Shack has managed to achieve. Within months, the IBM PC is not merely a product. It is a category. It is what a personal computer means. And every IBM PC ships with MS-DOS. Back in Bellevue, in those low-ceilinged offices where the carpet is worn and the pizza boxes accumulate and the terminals glow through the night, Bill Gates watches this unfold with an emotion that does not quite resolve into simple satisfaction. He is 25 years old when the IBM PC launches. He has been in the software business for 6 years. He has negotiated with the largest technology company in the world and emerged with a contract that most people in the industry, had they seen it, would have found almost unbelievable in its generosity to Microsoft. He does not let himself relax. This is perhaps the thing about Gates in this period that those who know him find most striking, not his intelligence, which is obvious, and not his ambition, which is obvious in a different way, but his refusal to treat any success as an occasion for rest. The IBM deal is enormous, but Gates is already running the calculations forward, already modeling what comes next, already thinking about the clones, about the manufacturers who will build IBM-compatible machines, about the market that is about to explode outward from this single launch event like light from a newly ignited star. He is thinking about what owning the operating system means when the operating system becomes the water that every personal computer drinks. Paul Allen, his partner, his oldest collaborator, the person who has been beside him since the corridors of Lakeside School in Seattle, understands this too. Allen is different from Gates in ways that matter: warmer, more reflective, less relentlessly driven by the competitive need to win. But he sees the same thing Gates sees in the autumn and winter of 1981, as the numbers begin to come in, as the orders multiply, as the reports from IBM's distribution channels confirm what both of them have suspected. The machine is selling. People are buying IBM PCs at a pace that exceeds IBM's own projections. Corporations that have been watching the personal computer market with cautious interest are now committing, signing purchase orders, deploying machines to desks that have never had a computer on them before. The era of the personal computer in the American workplace is beginning, and it is beginning faster than almost anyone predicted, and it is running on MS-DOS. For Gary Kildall, watching from Pacific Grove, this period is not triumphant. CP/M remains available, and digital research offers it for the IBM PC at a higher price, and for a time there is genuine debate within the industry about which system will prevail. Some reviewers prefer CP/M's architecture. Some users are already comfortable with it. But the price difference, MS-DOS comes bundled with the IBM PC at effectively no additional cost, while CP/M must be purchased separately, proves to be a disadvantage that no amount of technical elegance can overcome. The market makes its choice with the blunt efficiency that markets always bring to these decisions. MS-DOS wins. It wins not because it is the most elegant operating system ever written. It is not. It wins not because it is the most technically sophisticated. It is not that either. It wins because it is there, because it is affordable, because IBM chose it, because IBM's choice legitimized it, and because the man who owns it has structured his deal in a way that means every computer sold in IBM's wake carries Microsoft software into every office and eventually every home it enters. The financial implications begin to register in Microsoft's accounts in ways that are unprecedented for the company. Revenue climbs. The royalty checks from IBM accumulate. And as the clone market begins to develop, as Compaq ships its first IBM-compatible machine in 1982, as the architecture proves even more open than IBM anticipated, the multiplying effect that Gates has understood from the beginning begins to manifest in the numbers. There will be legal complications ahead. Seattle Computer Products will eventually bring a lawsuit, arguing that they were misled about the nature of Microsoft's deal with IBM, that they were kept in the dark about a negotiation that fundamentally altered the value of what they sold. The case will settle, with Seattle Computer Products receiving additional payment. Tim Patterson, for his part, will come to regard the episode with the particular mixture of pride and frustration that belongs to people who built something important and sold it before they knew what it was worth. Gary Kildall will continue working, will continue innovating, will never fully reconcile himself to the way the market moved and the opportunity that slipped past him in Pacific Grove. He is a man of genuine talent, caught in the intersection of timing and circumstance and decisions, his own and others, that conspired against him in ways he could not have fully predicted. His story is one of the more melancholy threads in the larger tapestry of this period, a reminder that the history of industry is not only a story of the people who win. But in 1981, in the immediate aftermath of the IBM launch, what the world sees is simpler than all of this complexity. What the world sees is a 25-year-old from Seattle who made a deal with the biggest company in the technology industry and came away with something that no one had quite come away with before: ownership of the software that defines what a personal computer is. The offices in Bellevue grow louder that autumn, more crowded, as Microsoft begins to hire at a rate it has never attempted before. Engineers arrive, drawn by the work and by something harder to name, a sense that something genuinely significant is happening here, that this is the place where the future is being written one line of code at a time. The parking lot fills earlier in the morning. The lights stay on later at night. The machines hum with the particular energy of an organization that has just discovered what it is capable of. Gates moves through all of this with characteristic intensity, reviewing code, conducting interviews, running strategy sessions that can stretch past midnight, emerging from meetings with a legal pad dense with numbers and questions and projections that he will revisit and revise and revisit again. He is generous with intellectual credit when someone earns it. He is withering when someone arrives unprepared. He is, above all, relentlessly focused on what he understands to be the central truth of this moment in history. Software is not a service. Software is not a custom product built for one customer and delivered once. Software is something else entirely, something that can be written once and sold 1,000,000 times, something whose cost of reproduction approaches zero, something whose value is not diminished by being shared but can, under the right conditions, be multiplied by it. This insight, so obvious in retrospect, is not obvious in 1981. Most of the technology industry is still organized around hardware, around the physical objects, the chips and boards and cases and keyboards that you can hold in your hands. Software is seen, by many people in the industry, as the thing that comes with the hardware, the necessary accompaniment, the seasoning rather than the meal. Gates sees it differently. He has always seen it differently. And the IBM deal is the moment when the rest of the world begins to catch up to what he has been thinking. Autumn deepens toward winter, and the evenings come early to the Pacific Northwest, the darkness settling over the lake and the low hills with the quiet authority of a season that knows it belongs here. In his office, or in the conference rooms where the strategy sessions run long, or in the car on the drive home when the calculations continue in his head even as the road passes beneath him, Bill Gates is already moving forward, already thinking past the deal that has just been struck, already asking the question that will define the next chapter of what Microsoft is and what it intends to become. The IBM deal has given Microsoft a foundation. What will Microsoft build on top of it? The answer to that question will take years to fully articulate, will require decisions and products and partnerships and conflicts that have not yet been imagined. But in the last months of 1981, standing at the edge of an industry that is about to transform every dimension of modern life, Gates carries the question with him the way he carries all the important questions, closely, constantly, turning it over in his mind with the patient obsession of someone who already knows that the thinking, done carefully enough and long enough, will eventually yield an answer. The digital dawn is breaking, and Microsoft is awake before almost anyone else. Chapter 5, Rising Windows, 1981 to 1985. The summer of 1981 arrives in Seattle with the kind of pale, diffuse light that filters through cloud cover and settles over the city like a gentle breath. The air smells of pine and salt water, and the streets of the East Side neighborhoods hold a particular quiet on weekend mornings, when the engineers and programmers who have begun to populate this corner of the Pacific Northwest are still asleep, recovering from late nights bent over keyboards and cathode ray screens. But in the offices of Microsoft, tucked into a low-rise building in Bellevue, the quiet never fully arrives. Lights burn at odd hours. Coffee grows cold on desks. The hum of machines fills rooms that have no windows facing the street, rooms where time loses its ordinary shape and becomes instead a sequence of problems to be solved, one after another, in a procession that has no foreseeable end. Bill Gates is 25 years old this summer, and he moves through those offices with an energy that is difficult to categorize. It is not the loud, performative energy of a showman. It is something more internal, more pressurized, the energy of a mind that is perpetually several steps ahead of the present moment, already inhabiting a future that other people have not yet begun to imagine. He rocks when he thinks. He rocks in his chair, forward and back, in a rhythm that those who know him have come to read as a sign that something significant is being processed, that some calculation is running behind those pale blue eyes at a speed that ordinary conversation cannot match. His hair is still the shaggy, unkempt hair of a young man who has not yet decided that appearance matters much. His glasses sit slightly askew. He is wearing, as he almost always is, a button-down shirt that may or may not have been ironed at some point in its recent history. What occupies his mind this summer is nothing less than the architecture of the future. Not in a vague, philosophical sense. Bill Gates does not deal in vagueness, but in the most specific and consequential sense imaginable. A few months earlier, in November of 1980, Microsoft had signed a contract with IBM to provide an operating system for the personal computer that IBM was preparing to release. It was a contract that had arrived with unusual speed and unusual significance. IBM, the colossus of the computing world, the company whose name was synonymous with corporate computing power, had come to Microsoft, a small company of barely 40 employees, and asked for something fundamental. They had asked for the software that would make their machine think. The story of how Microsoft had acquired that operating system is one of the founding legends of the technology industry, already acquiring a kind of mythic weight in the months following the IBM deal. Seattle Computer Products, a local company, had written a basic operating system they called QDOS, Quick and Dirty Operating System, and Microsoft had acquired the rights to it for $50,000. Gates and his partner Paul Allen had then refined it, renamed it MS-DOS, and handed it to IBM under terms that would prove to be among the most consequential in the history of commerce. Microsoft retained the right to license the operating system to other manufacturers. IBM had agreed to this arrangement, perhaps not fully appreciating what that clause would eventually mean. Bill Gates had understood it with perfect clarity. But in the summer of 1981, all of that is prologue. The IBM PC has not yet been released. It launches in August, and when it does, the world of personal computing shifts on its axis. The machine itself is not revolutionary in its hardware. Other personal computers have existed for years, built by companies like Apple and Tandy and Commodore. What is revolutionary is the name on the case, and what that name means to the corporations and institutions that have been watching the personal computer market from a cautious distance. IBM's endorsement transforms the personal computer from a hobbyist's toy into a business machine, from a curiosity into a category. And at the heart of that transformation, invisible to most of the people who will buy and use the machine, is the software that Gates and Allen have provided. MS-DOS is a text-based operating system. It is spare and austere and functional, a system that communicates with its user through lines of typed commands and responds in kind. You type a command at a blinking cursor. The machine executes the command and waits. There is a kind of purity to this interaction, a directness that appeals to programmers and engineers, people who have trained themselves to think in the clean, logical language that computers understand. But as Bill Gates sits in his Bellevue office in the late months of 1981, watching the IBM PC begin its ascent into the culture, he is already thinking about what comes next. He is already thinking about the people who will not or cannot learn to type commands at blinking cursors, the vast majority of human beings who have no natural relationship with the command line and no particular desire to develop one. He has seen something that will not leave his mind. It had been demonstrated to him at Xerox's research facility in Palo Alto, the famous PARC, Palo Alto Research Center, where some of the most brilliant engineers in the industry have been quietly inventing the future without quite knowing what to do with it. What PARC had shown him was a different way of thinking about the relationship between human beings and computers. Instead of a text prompt and a blinking cursor, there were pictures, icons, small graphical representations of documents and folders and functions arranged on a screen that Xerox called a desktop. Instead of typed commands, there was a small handheld device called a mouse, which a user could move across a flat surface to control a pointer on the screen. You pointed at what you wanted. You clicked. The computer responded. The concept was called a graphical user interface, and when Gates had first encountered it, something in him had recognized its importance with the clarity of a bell struck in a quiet room. The mouse and the desktop and the icons were not merely aesthetic choices, not simply a friendlier face on the same underlying machinery. They were a fundamentally different premise about who computers were for. The command line assumed a user who would adapt to the machine. The graphical interface assumed a machine that would adapt to the user. And Bill Gates, who had built his company on the conviction that personal computing would one day be as ordinary as owning a telephone, understood immediately which premise pointed toward the larger future. Xerox, for reasons that continue to baffle historians of technology, had not moved decisively to commercialize what its engineers had built. The company remained focused on its core business of copiers and printers, and the visionary work being done at PARC existed in a kind of corporate limbo, admired and discussed but never fully brought to market. Others had been paying attention, however. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple Computer, had also visited PARC and had come away with the same electric sense of recognition that Gates had felt. Jobs was moving to build something called the Lisa, a computer that would bring the graphical interface to consumers, and after the Lisa would come a smaller, cheaper machine called the Macintosh. Gates knows all of this. He and Jobs have been in a complex relationship since the early days of the industry, a relationship that mixes genuine mutual respect with the quiet, persistent tension of two people who are competing for the same territory. Apple has been one of Microsoft's most important customers. Microsoft has been writing software for Apple machines since the late 1970s, and the two companies have collaborated in ways that have been useful to both of them. But usefulness and alignment are not the same thing. And as 1981 gives way to 1982, and 1982 begins to shape itself into something with real dimensions, it becomes increasingly clear that Microsoft and Apple are not simply partners navigating the same river. They are, on some deeper level, rivals imagining the same destination. In the spring of 1982, Gates makes a decision that will define the next several years of his company's existence. Microsoft will build its own graphical interface. Not a computer, not yet, but a software environment, a layer that will sit on top of MS-DOS and transform the spare command line world into something richer, something visual, something that ordinary people might actually find inviting. They will call it Windows. The name is almost deceptively simple, a word that implies openness and transparency, and the possibility of seeing through one surface to another. In time, it will become one of the most recognized words in the English language. But in 1982, it is just a name attached to an audacious idea. And the audacity of the idea is matched only by the difficulty of bringing it into being. The team that Gates assembles for the Windows project is a collection of intensely talented, intensely driven young programmers who share his conviction that what they are building matters. They are mostly in their mid-20s. Some of them will later describe the years of this project as the most demanding of their professional lives. A sustained period of pressure and focus and brilliant improvisation that pushed every one of them to the limits of what they could sustain. Gates himself is the animating force, the person who sets the pace and the standards and the expectations. He is present in a way that many leaders are not. Not just administratively present, not just reviewing progress reports and offering encouragement, but intellectually present, deeply engaged with the technical problems at the core of the work, capable of sitting down with a programmer and arguing through a design decision for hours, bringing to the argument a knowledge of code and architecture that commands genuine respect from the people who work for him. His reviews are legendary and not always comfortable. Gates has little patience for presentations that lack precision, for arguments that are not fully thought through, for answers that approximate rather than specify. He will interrupt. He will challenge. He will say, with the directness of someone who has not yet developed the diplomatic habits that corporate life eventually installs in most people, that an idea is stupid or that a solution misses the point. The people who survive these encounters tend to come out of them sharper, more rigorous, more certain of their thinking. The people who don't survive them tend to find other things to do. It is not a gentle management style, but it is a coherent one, rooted in the belief that the stakes are high enough to demand the very best from everyone involved. What the Windows team is attempting to build is genuinely difficult. The graphical interface that Xerox had demonstrated had run on hardware that was expensive and powerful. The hardware that most personal computer owners have access to is neither. An IBM PC in 1982 is running on a processor that operates at roughly 5 MHz, with memory measured in kilobytes rather than megabytes. Building a graphical operating environment on top of those constraints requires not just creativity, but a kind of disciplined engineering elegance, the ability to achieve complex visual effects with very limited computational resources. Every pixel on the screen costs something. Every graphic element drawn by the machine requires processor time that might have been spent on something else. The engineers working on Windows are constantly making trade-offs, constantly negotiating between what the interface should be ideally and what the hardware can actually support. There are late nights in the Bellevue offices where the lights are still burning at 2 and 3 in the morning, where programmers are hunched over screens in pools of fluorescent light, working through problems that have no obvious solutions, trying approaches that fail, and then trying others. Coffee is consumed in quantities that would alarm a physician. Arguments break out and are resolved, and sometimes break out again. The whiteboard walls of the conference rooms fill with diagrams and equations and crossed-out ideas, a palimpsest of thinking that records the project's intellectual history in real time. Gates moves through these spaces with an ownership that is not merely organizational. He belongs here in the deepest sense, as a thinker and a programmer, and a person who finds genuine joy in the act of solving hard problems in elegant ways. Meanwhile, in Cupertino, California, something else is taking shape. Steve Jobs has been working on the Macintosh with an intensity that matches anything happening at Microsoft, and in some ways surpasses it. Jobs has a gift for inspiration that operates differently from Gates's gift for analysis. Where Gates drives through precision and argument, Jobs drives through vision and aesthetic conviction, through an almost physical sense of how a thing should feel when it is done right. The Macintosh project is a crusade as much as a product development effort, and the people working on it carry with them a sense of mission that makes them willing to accept extraordinary demands. Jobs has also been working with Microsoft. In 1981, Apple and Microsoft had signed an agreement under which Microsoft would develop software for the Macintosh, spreadsheet programs, word processors, the tools that would make the Mac useful in the world beyond its beautiful interface. As part of this collaboration, Microsoft had been given access to aspects of the Macintosh's design, exposure to the graphical ideas that Apple was bringing to market. This collaboration will later become one of the most contested episodes in the history of the two companies, each side offering different accounts of what was shared and what was taken and what was independently developed. But in 1982 and 1983, the collaboration is still active, still producing software, still maintaining the fiction that Apple and Microsoft can be partners and competitors simultaneously without those two roles eventually coming into fatal conflict. The year 1983 arrives with a pressure that everyone in the technology industry can feel. Apple releases the Lisa in January, the first commercially available computer with a graphical interface marketed to consumers. The Lisa is beautiful and thoughtfully designed, and it is also expensive, nearly $10,000, a price that places it beyond the reach of most individuals and many small businesses. It sells modestly, enough to demonstrate that the graphical interface concept has appeal, not enough to transform the market in the way that Jobs had hoped. But the Lisa is not the final statement. It is a precursor, an announcement of what is coming. Everyone who is paying attention knows that the Macintosh is in development, and everyone who is paying attention also knows what the Macintosh is intended to be. Gates watches the Lisa's launch with the careful attention he brings to everything that matters. He is not dismissive, Dismissiveness has never been part of his intellectual equipment, and he has always been clear-eyed about Apple's strengths. What he notes is the price, and what the price implies about the challenge of bringing graphical computing to the mass market that he has always seen as the true destination. He notes, too, the gap between what Apple is doing and what Windows will need to do if it is going to succeed on IBM-compatible machines that sit at a much lower price point. The technical challenge has not gotten smaller. If anything, the Lisa's launch has made it feel larger, because now there is a real product in the world to compare against, a standard of visual elegance that Windows will be expected to meet or exceed on hardware that costs a fraction of what the Lisa costs. The development of Windows enters a more intense phase through 1983. The team is growing, and the problems they are solving are becoming more refined as the overall architecture of the system becomes clearer. They are working on something called a window manager, a piece of software that controls how multiple applications can appear on screen simultaneously, each in its own framed area of the display, each capable of being resized and moved and minimized and restored. The ability to run multiple programs at once and switch between them with the movement of a mouse is one of the central promises of graphical computing, and fulfilling that promise on limited hardware requires engineering of a very high order. Gates is involved in design decisions at a level of detail that would surprise people who think of him primarily as a businessman. He has opinions about the behavior of scroll bars, about the way menus should open and close, about the visual conventions that will help users understand what the system is doing and what it expects from them. He argues about these things with the same intensity that he brings to strategic questions, because he understands, with a clarity that comes from having thought about computing for more than a decade, that the difference between a good interface and a mediocre one is not merely aesthetic. It is the difference between a technology that people adopt naturally and one that requires effort and instruction. And in the mass market that Gates is building toward, that difference is everything. In January of 1984, Apple releases the Macintosh. The launch is accompanied by one of the most celebrated advertisements in the history of marketing, a 60-second film directed by Ridley Scott and broadcast during the Super Bowl, depicting a dystopian world of gray conformity shattered by a running woman who hurls a hammer at a giant screen. The symbolism is unmistakable. The gray conformity is IBM and the PC world. The hammer is the Macintosh. The shattered screen is the future that Apple is promising. It is audacious and beautiful and perfectly calibrated to the cultural moment, and it makes the Macintosh's arrival feel like more than a product launch. It feels like a declaration. Gates attends the Macintosh launch. He has been involved in the Mac ecosystem through Microsoft's software development work, and he has had extended access to the machine in the months leading up to its public unveiling. When he sits with the Macintosh and uses it as it was meant to be used, he feels the things that Jobs intended every user to feel: the delight of the interface, the coherence of the visual language, the sense of a machine that has been thought through to a degree that most products never achieve. He is not a person who conceals his assessments easily, and his assessment of the Macintosh is genuine and complicated. He admires it. He recognizes its quality without reservation. And he also sees its limitations, the things it cannot do, the ways in which its elegance has come at the cost of certain practical capabilities. But the Macintosh's arrival changes the texture of what Microsoft is doing. Windows can no longer be a project developing in relative obscurity, accumulating features and refining its design at a pace set primarily by internal considerations. Apple has planted a flag, and the flag is visible to everyone in the industry and, increasingly, to the public. The question of graphical computing is no longer theoretical. It is concrete, embodied, available for purchase at a price just under $2,500 that, while still significant, is dramatically lower than the Lisa. The Macintosh is not going to reach the mass market immediately, but it is real, and its reality accelerates everything. Gates responds by accelerating the Windows schedule with a characteristic combination of urgency and confidence. Microsoft announces Windows formally in November of 1983, before the Macintosh launch, in a move that is widely read as an attempt to reassure the PC industry that a graphical future is coming to IBM-compatible machines, not just to Apple's world. The announcement draws attention, and also skepticism. Windows is announced, but Windows is not yet ready. The critics who use the word vaporware, software that has been promised but not yet delivered, are not entirely wrong, and Gates knows it. What he also knows is that the announcement has served its purpose. The PC world is on notice. Microsoft is in the graphical interface business. The 2 years between the Macintosh launch in January 1984 and the eventual release of Windows 1.0 in November 1985 are years of sustained, sometimes grinding work. The engineering team is wrestling with problems that seem to multiply rather than diminish as the project matures. One of the central difficulties involves memory management. The challenge of running multiple Windows and applications simultaneously on machines that have very little RAM. MS-DOS was not designed with multitasking in mind, and building a graphical environment on top of it is, as one of the engineers later describes it, like trying to build a skyscraper on a foundation that was laid for a 2-story house. The foundation is not wrong exactly, but it was not made for this, and every choice about the skyscraper has to account for that. Gates drives the team through these years with an energy that seems to draw on reserves that ordinary people do not possess. He is running a company that is growing rapidly. Microsoft's revenues are climbing year by year as MS-DOS proliferates across the exploding IBM PC ecosystem, and the demands of running a growing business are real and continuous. But he never allows those demands to become a reason for stepping back from the technical work. He is in the reviews. He is reading the code. He is arguing about pixels and memory allocation, and the behavior of dialog boxes at the same level of engagement that he brings to discussions about licensing terms and corporate strategy. The duality is unusual, perhaps unprecedented in the industry, and it gives Microsoft a quality that is difficult to replicate. A company whose leader is also its most demanding technical critic. The relationship with Apple through these years is fraught with a tension that neither company fully acknowledges in public. Microsoft is still developing software for the Macintosh. Excel, the spreadsheet program, will launch on the Mac in 1985 and become one of the best pieces of software ever written for any platform. This collaboration is genuine and productive, and it reflects the reality that Apple needs Microsoft's software to make the Macintosh useful, just as it reflects the reality that Microsoft benefits from the distribution and exposure that Apple's platform provides. But underneath the collaboration, the underlying dynamics are competitive in ways that will eventually become impossible to contain. Jobs is aware of Windows. He is aware of what Microsoft is building, and his feelings about it are not neutral. He has always believed, with the passionate conviction that characterizes everything he does, that the graphical interface Apple has created represents something original and profound. Not just a technical achievement, but a work of design philosophy, an expression of values about what technology should be and do. When he looks at Windows, he sees something that is reaching for the same territory, and the reaching troubles him in ways that go beyond ordinary competitive concern. He says so, in terms that are direct and sharp, in conversations with Gates that have the quality of two people who respect each other and disagree about something that matters deeply to both of them. Gates's response to this, in those conversations and in the company's decisions, reflects the complexity of his own thinking. He does not concede Jobs' premise that the graphical interface is Apple's property in any legal or philosophical sense. Xerox invented the core concepts. Apple refined them. Microsoft is now building on those refinements while also developing its own. The lines of influence run in all directions through the industry, and the notion that any single company owns the idea of icons and mice and windows seems to Gates both legally questionable and practically unworkable. What he believes, with the quiet certainty that underlies his most important decisions, is that the graphical interface is the future of computing, that this future belongs to no single company, and that Microsoft's job is to bring that future to the widest possible audience. As 1985 unfolds, the Windows 1.0 release approaches with the momentum of something that has been long in coming and is now finally real. The software that the team has built is not perfect. No one at Microsoft would claim that it is. It is slower than anyone would like, constrained by the hardware it must run on, less visually refined than the Macintosh interface that has now been in the world for nearly 2 years. The critics who have been waiting for it are well equipped with comparisons, and many of those comparisons will not favor Windows. Gates knows this. He is not naive about the gap between what Windows 1.0 is and what it needs to become. What he also knows, with a confidence that is rooted not in wishful thinking, but in a long, careful analysis of where the industry is going, is that the game is not over at the first release. The IBM PC ecosystem is growing at a rate that Apple cannot match. The number of companies building IBM-compatible machines is multiplying, and with each new machine sold, the potential audience for Windows software grows larger. The strategy is not to win immediately. The strategy is to establish a foundation, to plant a flag in the territory of graphical computing on PC hardware, and then to build version by version and release by release toward the future that Gates has been imagining since he first saw the mouse move across a desk at Xerox PARC. On a gray November morning in 1985, Windows 1.0 ships. The announcement is made with the characteristic blend of ambition and practicality that marks everything Microsoft does. There are no stadium-filling launch events, no cinematic advertisements aired during the Super Bowl. Microsoft is not Apple, and Gates is not Jobs, and the difference in the way these two men and these two companies present themselves to the world reflects something genuine about their different natures. Apple launches its products as cultural events, as moments in the emotional life of its audience. Microsoft launches Windows 1.0 as a product, with features and specifications and system requirements, as a piece of carefully engineered software designed to do specific things on specific machines. The reviews are mixed, as Gates expected they would be. Some critics are generous, recognizing the achievement that Windows 1.0 represents, the ambition of it, the difficulty of what the team has accomplished, the fact that a graphical interface now exists for the vast IBM-compatible ecosystem. Others are less generous, pointing out the slowness, the limitations, the gap between what Windows promises and what this first version actually delivers. The comparisons to the Macintosh are made, and they are not always flattering. The word vaporware, which had circulated when Windows was first announced 2 years earlier, is replaced by other words, some of them kinder, and some of them not. Gates reads the reviews with the same careful attention he brings to everything important. He is not wounded by criticism in the way that some leaders are. He does not require the world's approval as an emotional condition of his functioning. What he requires is accurate information, honest assessment, a clear view of the gap between where he is and where he needs to be. The reviews provide some of that, and the market will provide more of it in the months and years ahead, as real users on real machines encounter Windows 1.0 and respond to it in ways that matter more than any critic's opinion. He is already thinking about Windows 2.0. He is already thinking about the next version, and the one after that, and the architectural decisions that will need to be made to get from here to there. He is 29 years old, and he has built, from a conversation in a hotel room and a contract signed under pressure, and a $50,000 purchase of someone else's software, the company that now sits at the center of the personal computing revolution. He has stared into the graphical future and committed his company to it with a conviction that has not wavered through 2 years of engineering difficulty and competitive pressure and the sustained demands of building something genuinely new. The pale November light falls on the low buildings of Bellevue, and inside one of those buildings, in a room full of humming machines and the smell of coffee and the quiet, concentrated energy of people who are thinking about very hard things, Bill Gates is already somewhere else. He is in the next version, in the next problem, in the next iteration of the thing that he has spent his young life building toward. The windows on his screen are small and slow and constrained by the limits of the hardware they run on. But they are open, and through them, if you look at the right angle in the right light, you can see everything that is coming. Chapter 6: Global Domination, 1986 to 1995. The year is 1986, and the world is moving fast. Shoulder pads are wide, hair is big, and somewhere in the background of every conversation about money and ambition, a new kind of power is beginning to make itself known. Not the power of oil wells or steel mills or sprawling plots of inherited land. Something quieter. Something that lived not in the earth, but in the mind. Something written in ones and zeros, pulsing through circuits no wider than a human hair. Bill Gates is 30 years old. He does not look like a titan. He never quite has. He is slight, a little rumpled, his glasses perpetually sliding just a fraction too far down the bridge of his nose. He still rocks back and forth in his chair when he thinks, a habit carried over from childhood, from those long afternoons in his bedroom in Seattle, when the world outside seemed far less interesting than the problems inside his head. He speaks quickly, almost impatiently, as though the words cannot quite keep pace with the thoughts behind them. And the thoughts are always moving, always calculating, always looking ahead. But in March of 1986, Bill Gates is not just thinking. He is preparing to do something that will change his life, change his company, and in ways that no one can fully anticipate yet, change the world. He is preparing to take Microsoft public. It is a decision that has been a long time coming, and one that Gates has approached with characteristic caution and characteristic ambition in almost equal measure. He has resisted the idea for years, partly because going public meant opening the books, inviting scrutiny, answering to shareholders who might not understand the long game he is always playing. He has watched other technology companies stumble through their public debuts, distracted by the quarterly pressures that Wall Street loves to impose, and he has been in no hurry to submit himself to the same machinery. But the time has come. Microsoft is growing too fast and too large to remain private. The company needs capital. It needs the credibility that comes with a public listing. And if Gates is being honest with himself, and he almost always is, at least in private, the numbers are simply too good to leave on the table. On the morning of March 13, 1986, the Nasdaq Stock Exchange opens for business as it always does, with the quiet electronic efficiency that defines it. No ringing bell, no trading floor chaos, just numbers beginning to move across screens. Microsoft's ticker symbol is there, MSFT. The initial offering price is set at $21 per share. By the end of the day, the stock has closed at $28. It is not the largest IPO in history. It is not the most dramatic. But what it represents is something that Wall Street and Silicon Valley and the technology press will spend the next several days trying to fully absorb. Microsoft, this company that had started in a garage in Albuquerque 11 years ago. This company built around the audacious conviction that software, not hardware, not the machines themselves, but the invisible instructions that made the machines think, was where the real value lay, has just been valued by the open market at something approaching $500 million. And Bill Gates, who owns more than 45% of that company, becomes, on paper, a very wealthy man almost overnight. Not yet the wealthiest. That distinction still belongs to others. But the trajectory is now clear to anyone paying attention. And a great many people are beginning to pay attention. The morning after the IPO, Gates arrives at the office in Bellevue, as he always does. There are no celebrations planned, at least not elaborate ones. He is not the type for parades. There is a brief acknowledgement, a quiet satisfaction shared between him and Paul Allen, who, despite having stepped back from the company due to illness, still holds a significant stake, and between him and Steve Ballmer, his old Harvard friend who has become one of the most vital forces in Microsoft's growing machinery. But by mid-morning, Gates is at his desk. There is work to do. There is always work to do. Because the IPO is not the destination. It is fuel. And Gates intends to burn every drop of it. The mid-1980s are a fascinating and somewhat chaotic moment in the history of personal computing. The IBM PC and its countless clones have established MS-DOS as the dominant operating system for business machines, and that dominance is the foundation upon which Microsoft stands. But the world is changing. Apple has introduced the Macintosh. Graphical interfaces, those systems built around icons and windows and a pointing device called a mouse, are beginning to capture the imagination of ordinary users who have no desire to memorize command-line syntax. The question that haunts every boardroom in the technology industry is the same: what comes next? Gates has been thinking about this question longer than most people realize. He has been thinking about it since 1981, since those early conversations about something Microsoft was developing internally, something that would eventually be called Windows. The idea is elegant in its ambition. Take the power of a PC, the broad compatibility of MS-DOS, and wrap it in a visual interface that anyone could learn to use. Make it accessible. Make it approachable. Make it, above all, ubiquitous. The first version of Windows, released in November of 1985, just months before the IPO, has been met with what might generously be described as cautious interest and less generously described as mild indifference. It is slow. It is limited. It runs on top of DOS in ways that feel awkward and unresolved, like a suit that doesn't quite fit. The technology press is largely unimpressed, and the consumer market barely notices. Gates notices. He notices the gaps between what Windows is and what he believes it can become, and he files each one away with the precision of a man who collects problems the way others collect stamps. He will return to each of them. He will not stop returning to them until they are solved. But while Windows is finding its footing, something else is happening inside Microsoft, something that will prove to be one of the most consequential product decisions in the company's history. Something that will not announce itself with fanfare or dramatic press conferences, but will quietly, methodically, almost invisibly become the connective tissue of the modern office and the modern world. Microsoft is building a suite of applications. The story of what will eventually become Microsoft Office begins with individual pieces, each developed with its own distinct history and momentum. There is Microsoft Word, which has existed in various forms since 1983, a word processing program that runs on multiple platforms and has been gradually refined through successive versions. There is Microsoft Excel, the spreadsheet application born in 1985, first released for the Macintosh and widely celebrated for its clean design and its dramatic improvements over the competition. And there is Microsoft PowerPoint, acquired by Microsoft in 1987 when the company purchases a small California firm called Forethought Inc. for $14 million, a transaction that at the time barely registers as significant news. Individually, these applications are useful. Collectively, once Gates and his team begin to understand the profound logic of bundling them together, of creating a seamless ecosystem where documents and spreadsheets and presentations speak the same language and share the same design principles, they will become something that reshapes the rhythm of professional life in ways that are still unfolding today. The concept of a unified productivity suite does not arrive fully formed. It develops gradually through the late 1980s, driven partly by competitive pressure. Lotus and WordPerfect are dominant players in their respective categories, and Microsoft needs a strategy that does not simply compete product by product, but changes the terms of the competition altogether, and partly by Gates's instinctive understanding of how people actually work. He knows that a lawyer who writes a brief also builds a budget. He knows that a manager who creates a report also needs to present it. He knows that the real power of software is not in any single application, but in the way applications work together, reinforcing each other, reducing friction, creating a world where switching away means giving up not just one tool, but an entire ecosystem. It is a vision that is simultaneously about software and about human behavior, and it is the kind of vision that requires patience and persistence to execute. Gates has both. By 1988, Microsoft has begun packaging Word, Excel, and other applications together under the banner of what it calls the Microsoft Office Suite. The branding is simple, almost modest. The strategy behind it is neither. It is a long game, designed to build dependence not through coercion, but through utility, through genuine usefulness, through the quiet accumulation of advantages that make the idea of working any other way increasingly inconvenient. And it begins to work. Not overnight, not dramatically, but steadily, surely, in the way that water shapes stone. Through the late 1980s and into the early 1990s, Microsoft's revenues grow in ways that begin to leave the competition breathless. The company moves from Bellevue to a new campus in Redmond, Washington, a cluster of low-slung buildings arranged around a man-made lake, a campus designed with intention, with the feeling of permanence that Gates wants the company to project. The lawns are green and carefully maintained. The buildings are connected by covered walkways. There is a sense, walking through the Microsoft campus in these years, that you are walking through the physical manifestation of an idea that has decided it intends to stay. The workforce swells. Hundreds of engineers and programmers and product managers and salespeople flow in through the doors every year, drawn by the reputation of the company, by the salaries that the IPO money has made possible, by the feeling, electrifying to young people at the beginning of their careers, of being at the center of something that matters. Gates interviews candidates himself, at least in the early years, sitting across a table and asking questions that have no right answers, questions designed not to test knowledge but to probe the structure of a mind. How would you move Mount Fuji? How many piano tuners are there in Chicago? He wants people who can think, who can hold a problem at arm's length and examine it from unexpected angles, who can be wrong and know it and correct course without drama. He is building an army, though he would not put it quite that way. He is building a machine. And in 1990, that machine produces something that begins to change everything. Windows 3.0 arrives in May of that year with a level of polish and capability that its predecessors have not managed to achieve. It is faster. It is more stable. It supports more applications. It looks, for the first time, like something that belongs in the same conversation as the Macintosh interface that has been setting the visual standard for graphical computing. And it sells. It sells in quantities that exceed even Microsoft's projections. In its first 2 months alone, Windows 3.0 moves more than 1 million copies, a number that would have seemed almost fantastical just a few years earlier. The world of personal computing shifts on its axis. There are competitors who recognize what is happening and try to respond. IBM, which has maintained its own parallel operating system project called OS/2, developed in an earlier period of partnership with Microsoft that has grown increasingly complicated and increasingly strained, accelerates its development efforts. Apple watches carefully from Cupertino, aware that the gap between what Macintosh offers and what Windows is becoming is narrowing in ways that feel alarming. The technology press begins to write about Microsoft in different terms than it had before, not simply as a successful software company, but as a force reshaping the landscape. Gates reads the coverage. He reads everything. He is famously voracious, consuming technical papers and business analyses and competitive intelligence with an appetite that his colleagues find both impressive and slightly exhausting. He corresponds by email with engineers deep inside the company, asking probing questions about projects he is not technically supposed to be involved in, sending messages at midnight and 2 in the morning, messages that arrive in inboxes the next day like small explosions of expectation. He is not an easy boss. He has never pretended to be. He expects the best because he believes the best is possible, and because he knows with the certainty of someone who has built things from nothing that the difference between good and exceptional often comes down to a willingness to push past the moment when most people would call it done. Steve Ballmer, who by now holds the title of Executive Vice President, is the counterweight to Gates in the daily life of the company. Where Gates is cerebral and exacting, Ballmer is volcanic and relentless, a salesman of almost supernatural conviction who can walk into a room of skeptical executives and emerge having sold them not just a product but a worldview. The two men are different in almost every surface way and alike in the ways that matter: the belief in the mission, the unwillingness to accept defeat, the understanding that building a company is a contact sport practiced over decades, not sprints. Together, they push Microsoft through the early 1990s with a momentum that begins to feel, to those watching from the outside, almost unstoppable. The Office suite continues to expand and improve. New versions of Word and Excel absorb features that had belonged to competing products, eroding the advantages that Lotus 1-2-3 and WordPerfect have spent years accumulating. The bundling strategy proves devastatingly effective. When corporations negotiate deals with Microsoft to license Windows across thousands of machines, the conversation almost inevitably turns to Office as well, and the prices and the convenience and the integrated experience make the decision feel obvious. One after another, the alternatives begin to lose ground. Some fight back. Some adapt. Many simply fade. By the early 1990s, Microsoft Office has become the standard way that professional work is documented, analyzed, and communicated in offices across the developed world. It is not a monopoly in the legal sense, not yet, but it is something close to a cultural monopoly, a product so embedded in the rhythm of daily professional life that imagining an alternative requires an effort that most people simply cannot be bothered to make. And this is precisely what Gates has been working toward. In 1992, Bill Gates appears on the cover of Fortune magazine. He has appeared in the press before, many times, but there is something different about the coverage now, something that reflects a shift in how the world perceives him. He is no longer simply a successful entrepreneur or a clever technologist. He is becoming something larger and more complicated in the public imagination, a symbol of what the 1980s made possible, of the peculiar alchemy that transformed software into gold, of the new shape that power could take in an age when the most valuable things in the world could not be touched or weighed or loaded onto a truck. He is, by this point, a billionaire several times over. His net worth fluctuates with the stock price, as all such figures do, but the general direction has been unmistakably, almost relentlessly upward. He lives in a rented house on the shores of Lake Washington, a house that is comfortable but not extravagant, a home that does not yet reflect the scale of the wealth accumulating on his balance sheet. He is, in many ways, still the boy from Seattle, still more interested in the problem on the whiteboard than in the view from the window. But the world is beginning to ask different questions of him. Not just what is Microsoft building next, but what does Bill Gates want? What does he believe? What does someone with that much money and that much influence do with it? These are questions he has not yet fully answered, even to himself, and in the early 1990s, he is still primarily focused on the next product, the next version, the next competitive challenge. And the next challenge, the one that has been building quietly through everything else, is about to arrive. The year 1993 finds Microsoft in a position of extraordinary strength and extraordinary scrutiny. The Department of Justice has opened an investigation into the company's business practices, examining whether Microsoft has used its dominance in operating systems to unfairly disadvantage competitors in the software application market. It is not the last such investigation. It will not be the most consequential, but it signals something important, that Microsoft has become large enough, powerful enough, to attract the attention of governments, and that the rules of the game are beginning to change in ways that require a different kind of thinking. Gates deals with the regulatory pressure the way he deals with most forms of adversity, directly, combatively at times, and with a fundamental conviction that he is right. He believes, genuinely, and not merely as a matter of legal posture, that what Microsoft has done is simply compete, aggressively and effectively, yes, but within the rules, and in ways that have delivered real value to real people. This conviction will serve him in some ways and complicate his life in others. But it is a conviction, and in this period, convictions are not in short supply at Microsoft. Meanwhile, the product work continues. Engineers in Redmond are building something new, something that represents the next great leap in the Windows story, something that Gates has been championing internally with an intensity that has become familiar to everyone around him. They are building Windows 95. The project begins under the internal codename Chicago, and it is ambitious in ways that go well beyond the incremental improvements that have characterized the jump from one Windows version to the next. This is not a refinement. This is a rethinking. The engineers are working to build a version of Windows that no longer sits awkwardly on top of DOS, but is integrated, unified, a true operating system in the fullest sense of the term. They are adding a new interface paradigm, the taskbar along the bottom of the screen, the start button that will become one of the most recognized design elements in the history of computing. They are building support for longer file names, for plug-and-play hardware recognition, for 32-bit applications that can take advantage of the increasingly powerful processors that Intel is releasing. The development is long and difficult, and contentious in the way that all great creative efforts are. There are bugs that seem to breed faster than they can be fixed. There are design debates that consume weeks of meetings. There are moments when the project feels impossibly large, when the ambition of what they are trying to build seems to outpace what the technology will allow. Gates is in the middle of all of it, reviewing code, attending design reviews, sending those midnight emails that have become a kind of institution within the company. But progress is made. Slowly, then faster still. And on August 24, 1995, Windows 95 is released to the world. What happens next is something that the technology industry has rarely seen before, and would rarely see again in quite the same form. A software product launch that becomes a genuine cultural event. The night before the release, people line up outside computer stores in cities across America and across the world, waiting in the darkness to be among the first to buy a copy of an operating system. An operating system. Not a toy, not a game, not a piece of entertainment. A system for managing files and running programs, dressed up in a new interface, shipped in a box that costs nearly $100 at retail. The lines stretch around blocks. Some stores open at midnight. The media coverage is overwhelming, the kind of coverage that a new model of automobile might generate or a blockbuster film. And it has the same quality of pure, wide-eyed excitement that popular culture generates at its most powerful. The Rolling Stones' "Start Me Up" plays in the advertising campaign, a song licensed for a reported amount that has never been fully confirmed, but which, by every account, represents the most expensive licensing deal for a single song in advertising history at that time. The imagery is bold and confident, people of all kinds in all situations, brought together by the promise of a new beginning, a new way of working, a new way of living with technology. The tagline is simple and direct: where do you want to go today? Bill Gates stands at the center of all of it, not as a rock star exactly, but as something the era has created in his image, the technology mogul, the man who built the machine that runs the world. He is 39 years old, and he presides over the Windows 95 launch with a satisfaction that he allows himself just barely to show. The product sells 4 million copies in its first 4 weeks. It sells more copies in its first month than any software product in history. Within a year, Windows 95 will be running on a majority of the personal computers sold worldwide, extending Microsoft's dominance in the operating system market to a degree that even its most optimistic projections have not quite imagined. The competitors react with a mixture of awe and despair. IBM's OS/2, which has continued to develop and which has genuine technical merits of its own, cannot compete with the marketing power and the distribution network that Microsoft brings to bear. Apple, still years away from the return of Steve Jobs and the transformation it will eventually undergo, watches its market share continue to erode. The technology press, which had written skeptically about Microsoft for much of the previous decade, finds itself confronted with the simple arithmetic of the market and adjusts its tone accordingly. And somewhere in the midst of all of this, something happens that is almost a footnote to the drama of the Windows 95 launch, but which carries its own quiet weight. In 1995, Bill Gates becomes the richest person in the world. The announcement comes, as these things do, through the annual reckoning published in Forbes magazine, that ritual accounting of who has accumulated the most, a kind of secular census of the plutocracy. Gates's net worth at the time is estimated at somewhere around $12 to $13 billion, a figure that places him at the top of a list that has previously been dominated by inheritors of old industrial fortunes and owners of physical assets. He is something new on that list, a man whose wealth has been generated almost entirely by intellectual property, by software, by ideas. He receives the news with characteristic understatement. He is not indifferent to it. He is too self-aware for that, and too honest, but neither does he allow it to occupy more of his attention than he thinks it deserves. There is still work to do. There are still problems to solve. The Internet is beginning to make itself felt in ways that will require a complete rethinking of what Microsoft is and what it offers. And Gates has already begun to think about it, already begun to write the long internal memoranda that will reshape the company's direction in the years to come. But on the day that Forbes makes its pronouncement, perhaps he allows himself a moment. Perhaps, sitting at his desk in Redmond, looking out at the campus he has built, the campus filled with thousands of people whose careers and livelihoods are intertwined with the ideas that began in his head, he pauses. The boy from Seattle, who taught himself to code on a teletype terminal in a middle school computer lab, who dropped out of Harvard on the conviction that he was right about something that most people hadn't seen yet, who built a company from scratch on little more than intelligence and will, and an almost frightening capacity for work, that boy has become the wealthiest person on earth. The world is run on his software. The sun sets over Lake Washington on that evening in 1995, touching the water with the particular gold that the Pacific Northwest produces in late summer, warm and unhurried, a light that seems to hold time still for just a moment before releasing it. Somewhere across that water, in a house that is already too small for the life expanding around it, Bill Gates is reading. He is always reading, always thinking, always planning the next move in a game that, for him, has never been about the money or the lists or the headlines. It has always been about the problems. And there are always more problems to solve. Chapter 7. The Digital War, 1995 to 1998. The year is 1995, and something is stirring in the air over Silicon Valley, a particular kind of electricity that has nothing to do with the weather, and everything to do with what is happening on the screens of universities, corporations, and living rooms across America. It is the hum of a new world trying to be born, and it is loud enough that even the most powerful man in the software industry can feel it vibrating beneath his feet. Bill Gates is sitting in his office on the Microsoft campus in Redmond, Washington. The office is not what most people would imagine for a man of his stature. It is not grand or ostentatious. There are no oil paintings on the walls, no sweeping views staged for the benefit of visitors meant to impress. There are books, stacks of them, towers of them, and printed documents dog-eared and annotated in a cramped, urgent handwriting. There is a whiteboard, covered in diagrams that only make immediate sense to the man who drew them. And there is a screen. There is always a screen. He is reading. He reads the way other people breathe. Not for leisure exactly, but because the alternative is suffocation. And what he is reading, in the early weeks of 1995, is beginning to trouble him in a way that very few things have ever troubled him before. Not with fear, precisely. Gates does not experience the world through the softer frequencies of ordinary anxiety. What he is feeling is something sharper and more clarifying, the particular alertness of a competitor who senses that the game has begun to change, and that he is, perhaps for the first time in a long time, slightly behind. The thing that is changing the game has a name. It is called the World Wide Web. And the company that is riding it like a wave, arms wide open, grinning into the wind, is a young, reckless, brilliant startup based in Mountain View, California. Its name is Netscape. To understand what Netscape meant in 1995, you have to understand what the Internet meant in 1995, which is to say, you have to forget everything you know about it now. You have to strip away the decades of accumulated familiarity, the muscle memory of a civilization that navigates online the way it navigates breathing. In 1995, the Internet is not yet infrastructure. It is not yet assumed. It is a frontier, chaotic and beckoning and deeply strange to most of the people who encounter it, which is to say most of the people who are beginning to encounter it for the very first time. The web had been conceived just a few years earlier by a British scientist named Tim Berners-Lee, working at a physics laboratory in Switzerland. His vision was elegant and almost disarmingly simple, a system of linked documents distributed across network computers, navigable by anyone with a connection and the right software. The software that would allow ordinary people to do the navigating, to click from one document to another, to follow links the way you might follow a trail through an unfamiliar forest, was called a browser. And the browser that was beginning to sweep through the culture in early 1995, collecting users at a pace that made even seasoned observers catch their breath, was called Netscape Navigator. Navigator had been built by a team of engineers assembled by a man named Jim Clark, the restless, visionary founder of Silicon Graphics, and more critically, by a young programmer named Mark Andreessen. Andreessen was 23 years old when Netscape was incorporated. He had the easy confidence of someone who understood, at a bone-deep level, that he was living at the exact center of something historic. He had already built an earlier browser called Mosaic while studying at the University of Illinois, and Mosaic had shown him something that he could not unsee, that once ordinary people were given a simple, visual, intuitive way to navigate the web, they would use it with a hunger that nobody had anticipated and nobody could fully explain. Navigator was Mosaic refined and accelerated. It was faster, cleaner, and more powerful than anything else available. And when Netscape offered it for free to non-commercial users, an audacious move that prioritized adoption over immediate revenue, the result was adoption on a scale that rewrote what people thought was possible. By early 1995, millions of people are downloading Navigator. The numbers are growing not linearly but exponentially, the kind of growth that looks like a typo on a spreadsheet until you zoom out far enough to see the curve. In Redmond, people are paying attention. Microsoft is not an organization that misses things. It is staffed, at every level, with some of the most analytically rigorous minds in the technology industry. People who had been selected not just for what they know, but for how fast they can learn and how hard they are willing to work. And what these people are beginning to see, in the patterns of Netscape's growth, in the conversations happening in universities and technology publications, and the emerging culture of Silicon Valley, is something that raises a question they are not entirely comfortable asking out loud. The question is this: what if the browser becomes the operating system? It sounds abstract. It sounds even a little philosophical. But its implications, once you follow them to their logical conclusion, are anything but abstract. An operating system, Windows in Microsoft's case, is the foundational software that sits beneath everything else on a computer. Every application runs on top of it. Every document is saved within it. Every interaction with the machine passes through it. Microsoft's dominance of the personal computer market rests more than on anything else on the fact that Windows is what the world runs on. It is the platform. It is the ground beneath everyone's feet. But if a browser could become the primary interface through which people interact with the digital world, if you could run applications through a browser window, store documents on remote servers accessed through a browser, communicate and transact and create through a browser, then the operating system beneath the browser would matter far less. Windows would become, in the most unsettling possible framing, merely the thing you open before you open Netscape. A foundation, yes, but not the experience, not the world. This is the thought that is circulating through Microsoft in the early months of 1995. It is being discussed quietly, in offices and hallways, and over late-night meals in the sprawling Redmond campus cafeteria. And then, in May of 1995, Bill Gates decides to stop discussing it quietly. He decides to write it down. What he produces on the 26th of May, 1995, is one of the most extraordinary documents in the history of the technology industry. He calls it the Internet Tidal Wave. It is a memorandum addressed to his executive staff and his direct reports, and it runs to several pages of dense, urgent, analytical prose. It does not read like corporate communication. It reads like the thinking of someone who has just looked out the window and seen something very large approaching very fast, and who is determined that everyone around him should look out the window too, right now, before it is too late. He opens with a declaration that has since become one of the most quoted sentences in technology history. He writes that the Internet is the most important single development since the introduction of the IBM PC in 1981. He is not hedging. He is not offering this as one perspective among several. He is stating it as a fact, with the unambiguous directness that characterizes everything he writes, and he is staking his company's future on the claim. The memo goes on to lay out, with the systematic precision of someone who has spent decades thinking about software architectures and competitive landscapes, exactly what Microsoft is facing and exactly what it must do. Gates argues that the Internet has the potential to displace every existing information distribution mechanism: newspapers, television, encyclopedias, software delivery itself. He argues that the browser is becoming the critical interface between users and the digital world. And he argues most critically that Microsoft must pivot, not partially, not cautiously, but completely and immediately toward Internet integration across every product it makes. He gives the Internet what he calls the highest level of importance. And then he sends the memo and waits to see what happens next. What happens next is one of the most remarkable organizational mobilizations in corporate history. The memo does not merely inform Microsoft's executives, it galvanizes them. It gives language and authority to something that many of them have been feeling but struggling to articulate. It creates alignment in an organization that by 1995 employs 17,000 people, alignment around a single clarifying idea: that everything Microsoft does must now account for the Internet, and that the Internet, whether Microsoft chooses to engage with it or not, will account for everything Microsoft does. Gates begins reorganizing resources. Engineering teams that had been working on standalone software products are redirected toward Internet-connected versions of those products. Discussions that had been happening at the margins of Microsoft's product planning move to the center. And a project that has been underway for several months, Microsoft's own web browser, which will come to be called Internet Explorer, is suddenly elevated to a matter of the highest strategic priority. Internet Explorer had not, at this point, been born from any particular sense of urgency. It had been licensed from a small company called Spyglass, which had itself built a browser based on the original Mosaic code. The deal had been relatively modest, a licensing arrangement rather than an acquisition, and Internet Explorer had been planned as a component of an online service Microsoft was developing called MSN, Microsoft's answer to the closed online networks like AOL and CompuServe that had dominated the early commercial Internet experience. But after the Internet tidal wave, the calculus changes entirely. Internet Explorer is no longer an accessory. It is not a feature of MSN or a convenience for Windows users who happen to be curious about the web. It is the front line of the most consequential competitive battle Microsoft has ever faced. And the enemy across that front line is Netscape. The summer of 1995 is a season of competing spectacles. In August, Microsoft launches Windows 95 with a marketing campaign of such scale and ambition that it seems to belong to a different category of commerce entirely. A Rolling Stones song licensed, a late-night talk show takeover engineered, lines forming outside stores at midnight across the country as if for a concert rather than a software package. Windows 95 is everything Gates has wanted it to be. A leap forward in usability, a demonstration that personal computing has crossed into the mainstream culture permanently and irreversibly. It is a triumph. But also in August, just days before Windows 95 launches, something else happens. Netscape goes public on the stock market. And what happens on that first day of trading is the kind of event that stops conversations mid-sentence and makes people look up from whatever they were doing with an expression that is hard to categorize. Netscape prices its initial public offering at $28 per share. By the end of the day, the stock is trading at over $70. A company with revenues of only a few $1,000,000, a company that is not yet profitable, a company that is barely a year old. This company has generated an opening day market capitalization of nearly $3 billion. The technology industry stops and stares. The financial press struggles for language adequate to what it has just witnessed. And in Redmond, the significance is absorbed with the particular focus of people for whom spectacle is data. Mark Andreessen appears on the cover of Time magazine. He is barefoot, seated on a throne. The imagery is theatrical and entirely deliberate, and Bill Gates is not the kind of man who fails to read theatrical gestures accurately. Andreessen is not just celebrating an IPO. He is making a declaration that the age of the browser is here, that the web is the future, and that the kings of the old software world should be paying attention. Gates is paying attention. He is paying the kind of attention that reorganizes priorities and reorders daily schedules and produces, in the months following Netscape's IPO, an escalation in Microsoft's browser efforts that the people inside the company will later describe as unlike anything they had experienced before, and they had experienced a great deal. The development team, working on Internet Explorer, is expanded rapidly. Engineers are pulled in from other projects. The culture of the team shifts from the measured pace of planned software development to something closer to wartime production. Late nights, weekend work, the particular energy of people who understand that they are in a race and that falling behind is not an abstract outcome, but a concrete one with real consequences for the company they work for and the careers they have built. Internet Explorer 1.0 ships in August of 1995, bundled with a service pack for Windows 95. It is not impressive. It is functional in the way that a shelter in a storm is functional. It keeps you dry, but it is not somewhere you would choose to spend time. Compared to Netscape Navigator, which by this point is polished and fast, and used daily by millions of people who have come to depend on it, Internet Explorer 1.0 is rough and limited and obviously undeniably the product of a team that is playing catch-up at high speed. But the team does not stop. The browser wars are not won or lost by first versions. They are won or lost by the willingness to iterate, to improve, to absorb feedback and return with something better, and to do this faster than your opponent can do the same thing. And Microsoft, in 1995 and 1996, is an organization whose capacity for iteration, whose sheer concentrated engineering power is, even by the standards of the technology industry, extraordinary. Internet Explorer 2.0 arrives in November of 1995. It is better. Internet Explorer 3.0 arrives in August of 1996. And Internet Explorer 3.0 is genuinely, measurably competitive. It supports the same web standards as Navigator. It renders pages with similar quality. It introduces features, including one called CSS, Cascading Style Sheets, which allows web pages to be designed with greater visual sophistication, that Netscape does not yet match. The technology press, which had spent most of the previous year treating the browser competition as a foregone conclusion in Netscape's favor, begins to revise its analysis. But Microsoft is not competing on technology alone. It is competing on distribution. And on the question of distribution, Microsoft holds an advantage that Netscape cannot match regardless of how good its browser becomes or how quickly it improves. Windows, as already installed on the vast majority of the world's personal computers. If Internet Explorer is bundled with Windows, if it is simply there already present, available without any download or installation process, then the friction of choosing it over Netscape is reduced to nearly nothing. For the majority of users who are not deeply invested in which browser they use, the one that is already there when they turn on their computer will be the one they use. This logic is not unique to Gates. His executives understand it. His engineers understand it. The board of directors understands it. And Netscape understands it too, which is what makes the summer and fall of 1996 such a tense period in the browser competition. Both companies can see clearly what is happening, and neither can look away. In Redmond, the strategy crystallizes around a concept that is both elegant and, as it will later turn out, legally perilous: deep integration. Rather than treating Internet Explorer as a separate application that Windows users might or might not choose to install, Microsoft begins treating it as a fundamental component of Windows itself. Not an attachment, not an add-on, but a structural element of the operating system, as inseparable from Windows, the argument goes, as the File Explorer or the desktop. This integration means that when you buy a computer with Windows, Internet Explorer is not merely included. It is embedded. The competitive consequences are immediate and significant. PC manufacturers, the companies like Compaq and Dell that build the machines that most consumers buy, are in contractual relationships with Microsoft for the licensing of Windows. And Microsoft, through the terms of those relationships, exerts pressure on manufacturers not to make Netscape the default browser on the machines they ship, or in some cases, not to ship Netscape at all. The details of these arrangements will later become the subject of intense legal scrutiny. In the mid-1990s, they function as an extraordinarily effective distribution mechanism. Internet Explorer's market share begins to rise. Netscape fights back. Jim Barksdale, who has become Netscape's CEO, a seasoned executive who had built his reputation at McCaw Cellular and FedEx, is not a man who accepts disadvantage without response. Netscape continues to develop Navigator, releasing version after version with new features, better performance, and support for emerging web standards. The company builds relationships with corporate customers, arguing that its browser is more reliable and more feature-rich than Internet Explorer and worth paying for in enterprise deployments. And Netscape's engineers, many of whom had come from the research universities and engineering programs that had built the early Internet culture, invest enormous energy in the technical evolution of the browser. But the numbers are beginning to tell a story that Netscape cannot rewrite through engineering alone. In 1996, Netscape holds approximately 80% of the browser market. It is dominant in a way that seems structural rather than contingent, the kind of advantage that comes from being first and being good, and from building brand loyalty in a user base that thinks of Navigator as simply synonymous with the web. By the end of 1997, that share is eroding. It is not collapsing, not yet, but the trajectory is unmistakable. Internet Explorer's share is climbing. The gap is closing. Inside Microsoft, the browser war generates its own culture, a particular intensity of focus that Bill Gates embodies and sustains through his own working habits and his own engagement with the competitive situation. He is following the browser development with the detailed attentiveness he brings to everything that matters to him, attending reviews, reading reports, writing emails at all hours to engineers and product managers, asking questions that reveal exactly how deeply he has thought about the problem and exactly how high the stakes feel to him personally. Gates believes, and he articulates this belief in conversations and correspondence throughout this period, that the browser is not merely a product. It is not a feature or a tool. It is a philosophical statement about where the computing world is going and who will lead it there. He has spent his entire career building an empire founded on the premise that software running on the personal computer is the center of the digital universe. Netscape's rise represents a direct challenge to that premise, a suggestion that the center might be shifting, that the web might be constructing a parallel universe in which the rules he had built his empire on no longer apply in the same way. This is not a challenge that Gates is temperamentally capable of ignoring. He is a man who defines himself through competition, who measures himself against the problem in front of him rather than the accomplishments behind him, and who has never been comfortable with the idea that someone else might be right about something important that he has missed. The Internet had been, for a period, exactly that, something important that he had been slow to see as clearly as others had. The Internet tidal wave was his acknowledgement of that, and the browser war was his response. He was not going to miss it twice. By 1997, the battle has expanded beyond the browser itself and into the architecture of the web. Both Netscape and Microsoft are competing not just for users but for developers, for the people who build the websites and web applications that will determine what the Internet looks like and how it functions. Each company is proposing its own extensions to the web standards that govern how browsers render pages, its own technologies for making websites more dynamic and interactive, its own vision of what the web should eventually become. This standards battle is quieter and more technical than the browser market share war, but in some ways it is more consequential. The web is still young enough that its fundamental architecture has not yet solidified. The decisions being made in the late 1990s about which technologies to adopt, which standards to support, which capabilities to build into browsers, these decisions are going to shape the Internet for decades. Both companies understand this, and both companies are fighting for influence over those decisions with everything they have. Microsoft introduces technologies under the branding of Active, ActiveX, Active Server Pages, a suite of tools designed to make it easier to build sophisticated web applications in the Microsoft ecosystem. The implication, not entirely subtle, is that the richest and most capable web experiences will be built using Microsoft's tools and will run best in Microsoft's browser. Netscape counters with its own technologies, including an early version of JavaScript, a scripting language that Andreessen's team has commissioned and that will go on to become one of the foundational technologies of the modern web long after Netscape itself has faded. The developer community watches all of this with a mixture of excitement and wariness. The web's original promise had been of openness, a technology that belonged to no one and could be used by anyone, built on standards that any browser could implement and any developer could work with. The sight of two enormous corporations competing to become the dominant platform for web development raises concerns among the people who care most about that original promise. Debates about open standards and proprietary technologies fill the technical forums and publications of the late 1990s with an energy that is both idealistic and genuinely anxious. Bill Gates is aware of these concerns, and he engages with them in his characteristic way, directly, analytically, and with a confidence that sometimes reads to his critics as imperviousness, but that is more accurately understood as the expression of someone who has thought through the problem more carefully than most people have, and arrived at conclusions he is prepared to defend. He believes that Microsoft's Internet strategy is not about closing the web, but about extending it, about building the richer capabilities that will allow it to grow into what its most ambitious proponents envision. His critics believe with equal conviction that what Microsoft is doing is attempting to own the web in the same way it owns the desktop operating system. This argument will never be resolved to everyone's satisfaction. It will instead be handed, in 1998, to the United States Department of Justice. But we are getting slightly ahead of ourselves. Let us stay, for a moment, in the middle of the conflict, because the middle of the conflict is where the most interesting things happen. The most interesting things happen not in the press releases or the courtrooms, but in the buildings in Redmond where thousands of people are working with extraordinary effort and concentration on the problem of building software that will define the next era of computing. There are engineers in those buildings in 1996 and 1997 who are working hours that would be difficult to sustain, and who are doing so not because they are afraid of being fired, but because they believe in what they are doing. They believe that the decisions being made about browser technology and web standards and internet integration are among the most consequential decisions in the history of their field, and they want to be part of making them well. The pressure is real, and the expectations are high, and Bill Gates, who has never been an easy man to satisfy, is paying attention to everything. But the energy in those buildings is not simply the energy of corporate warfare. It is also the energy of people who understand that they are living in a remarkable moment, and who do not want to waste it. Gates himself, during this period, is in some ways at the height of his powers. He is 40 years old in 1995, 41 in 1996, and he has spent his entire adult life preparing, without quite knowing it, for exactly this kind of challenge. He is not a man who is energized by stability. He is a man who is energized by problems, by competition, by the sense that everything is at stake, and that the outcome depends on the quality of his thinking and the speed of his response. The browser war gives him all of that. He spends significant time in 1996 and 1997 attending product reviews, long, detailed, technically demanding sessions in which development teams present their progress on Internet Explorer and related Internet products, and Gates interrogates them with the focused intensity that has become, within Microsoft, practically legendary. The reviews are not comfortable experiences for the people presenting. Gates asks questions that cut to the core of technical decisions, questions that reveal immediately whether he has understood the presentation more deeply than the presenters expected, and when he finds answers that he considers inadequate, which happens in these sessions with some regularity, He says so in terms that leave no ambiguity about his assessment. He is not cruel. It would be inaccurate to describe the reviews as environments of fear, though they are certainly environments of pressure. What Gates is doing in those rooms is the same thing he has always done, demanding that the people around him think as rigorously and as deeply as he does, and refusing to accept the comfortable approximations that pass for analysis in less exacting environments. The effect on Internet Explorer's development is, by most accounts of the people who were there, significant. Teams that know they will face Gates in a review prepare differently than teams that do not. They go deeper. They anticipate harder questions. They develop clearer answers. Internet Explorer 4.0, which ships in the fall of 1997, is the product of this process carried to something approaching its fullest expression. It is not merely better than Internet Explorer 3.0 in the incremental way that software versions are usually better than their predecessors. It is a different kind of product. Faster, more standards-compliant, more feature-rich, more deeply integrated with Windows, and more capable of rendering the complex web pages that are now being built by a web development community that has grown, in just a few years, from a relative handful of enthusiasts to a global industry. When Internet Explorer 4.0 launches, Microsoft's browser team celebrates with a gesture that is either playful or aggressive or both, depending on how you receive it. They place a large inflatable letter E, the Internet Explorer logo, on the lawn of Netscape's campus in Mountain View in the middle of the night. When Netscape employees arrive at work in the morning and find it there, they push it over and pose for photographs next to their fallen adversary. The photographs circulate widely. The browser war has become, by this point, not just a corporate competition, but a cultural event, something that people in the technology industry and beyond are following with the engaged attention usually reserved for sports rivalries. There are fans on each side, and there is genuine feeling on each side, and the stakes by the fall of 1997 feel very high indeed. The market share numbers, which Netscape had once owned with such totality, are now genuinely contested. Internet Explorer's share is approaching 40%. Navigator's share is declining. The curve has been running in one direction for long enough that even Netscape's most loyal advocates are having difficulty arguing that it does not mean what it appears to mean. The browser war, which most observers had called for Netscape as recently as 1996, now looks like something very different. It looks like a turning point. Inside Netscape, the mood is complicated. The company is still producing a product that its users love, still surrounded by engineers of remarkable talent, still led by people who believe deeply in what they are building and in the importance of what the web can become. But the competitive pressure from Microsoft is relentless in a way that is difficult to respond to adequately, because the pressure is not coming only from the quality of Internet Explorer. It is coming from the distribution, from the bundling, from the weight of an operating system monopoly being applied in the service of a browser competition. Netscape can build a better browser. It cannot build a better distribution channel. Windows is installed on more computers than there are Netscape users, and every new Windows computer is a potential Internet Explorer user who will never even think to look for an alternative. Jim Barksdale, watching the market share numbers and watching the distribution dynamics and watching the Department of Justice begin to take a closer look at Microsoft's competitive practices, makes decisions that in retrospect seem inevitable, but that at the time require real courage. Netscape begins to turn toward a different model, a different way of thinking about what it is building and why. In early 1998, the company announces that it will make the source code for its browser freely available to anyone who wants to use it, modify it, or distribute it. The project that grows from this announcement will come to be called Mozilla, and it will eventually produce a browser called Firefox, and the story of what Firefox becomes belongs to a later era. But the announcement itself, in early 1998, is a a signal that Netscape has seen something clearly and has decided to respond to it, not with the conventional competitive moves of a company fighting for market share, but with a more fundamental rethinking of what the browser is and what it is for. It is also, in the spring of 1998, that the Department of Justice files its antitrust lawsuit against Microsoft. The lawsuit, which will consume years of Gates's attention and vast resources of the company, is in many ways the culmination of the browser war's competitive arc. The government's argument is, at its core, an argument about the bundling, about whether Microsoft's practice of integrating Internet Explorer into Windows and using its operating system contracts to disadvantage Netscape constitutes an illegal use of monopoly power. The case is complex, and its eventual resolution is more complex still, and the full story of the antitrust trial belongs properly to the chapters that follow this one. But the filing of the lawsuit in 1998 marks something. It marks the moment when the browser war stops being purely a commercial competition and becomes also a legal and political one, when the question of who wins the browser market becomes entangled with the larger question of what the rules are for companies that have achieved the kind of market dominance that Microsoft has achieved in operating systems. Gates, sitting in Redmond in the spring of 1998, and reading the Department of Justice complaint with the same close, analytical attention he brings to everything he reads, is facing something that has no precedent in his career. He has competed before. He has faced challenges before. He has reorganized his company before. But he has never faced a challenge quite like this one, a challenge that calls into question not merely his competitive strategy, but the legitimacy of his company's position in the market. He responds the way he always responds, by engaging fully, by taking the problem seriously, by surrounding himself with the best people he can find to help him navigate it. The legal team Microsoft assembles for the antitrust defense is formidable. The arguments they develop are sophisticated. The case they make, that Internet Explorer's integration into Windows represents a genuine technical and consumer benefit, not a predatory competitive move, is argued with real conviction. But the browser war by 1998 has already been won and lost in the most concrete sense. Internet Explorer's market share continues to climb. Netscape's continues to fall. By the end of the decade, Internet Explorer will hold the dominant share of the browser market, a reversal so complete that it will seem, in retrospect, as if the outcome had always been inevitable, which of course it had not been at all. The reversal had required an internal memo that reorganized the priorities of 17,000 people. It had required the elevation of a modest licensing deal into a strategic imperative. It had required years of product development, conducted at a pace and intensity that few organizations could have sustained. It had required the use of distribution advantages so powerful that they would eventually attract the attention of the federal government. And it had required, above all, the focused competitive intelligence of a man who had looked out the window in the spring of 1995, seen what was coming, and decided that his company would not be left behind by it. The tidal wave that Bill Gates had written about in his memo of May 1995 had indeed arrived. Microsoft had not been swept away by it, but the effort of writing it had changed the company and the man in ways that were not yet fully visible in 1998, but that would become clearer as the new century approached and the reckoning of the antitrust trial deepened. For now, in the last light of the 1990s, the Redmond campus hums on. The screens glow in the windows of the low, connected buildings. The whiteboards fill with diagrams. The memos circulate. And Bill Gates, 42 years old, and at the center of the most scrutinized company in the world, sits with a document in front of him and keeps reading, keeps thinking, keeps looking forward with the restless, unrelenting attention that has always been both his greatest strength and the thing about him that the world cannot quite decide whether to admire or to fear. The Internet tidal wave has arrived. The question now is what comes next. Chapter 8. The Antitrust Crucible, 1998 to 2000. The spring of 1998 arrived in Washington, D.C. with the kind of quiet beauty that the Capitol wore like a mask. Cherry blossoms drifting along the Mall, the Potomac glittering under an unseasonably warm sun, the monuments standing as they always had, solemn and permanent against a pale blue sky. It was a city that had seen empires rise and be humbled, a city that had a long and practiced memory for the powerful, and for what happened to them when they flew too close to the machinery of government. And in the spring of that year, that machinery was warming up, its gears beginning to turn, its attention fixed squarely on a man who, until very recently, had seemed entirely beyond its reach. William Henry Gates III was 42 years old. He was the richest human being on the planet. The company he had built from a single rented room in Albuquerque had grown into something that would have seemed like science fiction to the young man who had once haggled over a deal for an operating system he did not yet own. Microsoft sat at the center of the modern world's digital architecture like a keystone, invisible perhaps to those who simply used it, but absolutely foundational to everything above it. 9 out of every 10 personal computers on Earth ran on Windows. Hundreds of millions of people woke up each morning and, without a second thought, surrendered their working hours to software that Microsoft had written. It was not merely a company. It was infrastructure. It was the air that the computing world breathed. And it was precisely that dominance, that extraordinary world-spanning dominance, that had brought the Department of Justice to Bill Gates's door. To understand what was about to unfold, one must travel back a few years, to a time when a different kind of war had been raging in Silicon Valley. It was not a war fought with armies or weapons, but with code and strategy and the fierce, unyielding logic of market competition. It was the browser war, and it had been brutal. In the early 1990s, a company called Netscape Communications had done something remarkable. It had taken the abstract, text-heavy infrastructure of the early Internet and transformed it into something that ordinary human beings could actually use. The Netscape Navigator browser was, in its time, nothing short of a revelation. It gave people a window into the Internet, a visual, navigable, comprehensible window, and the world rushed toward it with an appetite that no one had quite anticipated. By the mid-1990s, Netscape owned more than 80% of the browser market. Its co-founder, Mark Andreessen, appeared on the cover of Time magazine, barefoot on a golden throne, grinning the grin of a man who believed he was holding the future in his hands. He was not wrong about the future. He was simply wrong about who would control it. Bill Gates had been watching. Bill Gates was always watching. He had written his famous memo, The Internet Tidal Wave, in May of 1995, a document that pulsed with the kind of urgent, almost alarmed clarity that defined his best strategic thinking. The Internet, he wrote, was the most important development since the IBM PC. And if Microsoft did not respond to it with everything it had, the company would be left behind. Not weakened. Left behind entirely. What followed was Microsoft's response, and it was as swift and as total as anything the company had ever done. Microsoft built its own browser, Internet Explorer, and then it did something that Netscape could not fully counter. It gave the browser away for free. Not just free as a download. Free as a built-in feature of Windows itself. Every computer sold with Windows came with Internet Explorer already installed, already sitting on the desktop, already integrated into the operating system in ways that made it extraordinarily difficult to remove or to replace with something else. From a business perspective, it was a masterstroke. From a legal perspective, it was a grenade with the pin pulled. Netscape's market share began to collapse. The browser war, which had once seemed like an open contest, was becoming a rout. And the people at Netscape, along with executives at Sun Microsystems, at Oracle, at a growing number of companies that had found themselves on the wrong side of Microsoft's competitive tactics began to talk to lawyers. They began to talk to regulators. They began to talk to the Department of Justice. The DOJ had been watching Microsoft for years. There had been a previous investigation, a consent decree in 1994, an agreement that Microsoft would change certain practices. But the department's lawyers had come to believe that the consent decree had not been enough, that Microsoft had not simply competed aggressively, but had systematically used its control of the Windows operating system as a weapon used to crush competitors, to foreclose markets, to ensure that no technology could emerge and thrive unless Microsoft either owned it or destroyed it. In May of 1998, the Department of Justice, joined by the Attorneys General of 20 states, filed suit against Microsoft Corporation. The case was formally titled United States versus Microsoft Corporation. It was, by any measure, the most significant antitrust action since the government had broken up AT&T in 1984. And it would prove to be one of the most dramatic legal battles in the history of American business. The man who would oversee the government's case was a federal judge named Thomas Penfield Jackson. He was 63 years old, a Reagan appointee, a former prosecutor, and a man who carried himself with the measured gravity that the federal bench tends to produce. He had a full face and steady eyes, and when he sat at the bench in his courtroom in the E. Barrett Prettyman United States Courthouse on Constitution Avenue, he looked precisely like what he was, a man with enormous power and no particular interest in being rushed. The government's lead attorney was David Boies, and he was something else entirely. Boies was a litigator of legendary reputation, a man who had made his name dismantling complex corporate defenses with a kind of surgical, almost conversational precision. He was soft-spoken in a way that occasionally disarmed people into underestimating him, and he had a memory so sharp and so comprehensive that he could walk into a deposition with almost no notes and emerge having laid traps that would not spring until weeks later. He wore cheap suits and sneakers to court, and he did not care at all what anyone thought about that. Microsoft retained John Warden, an accomplished and formidable attorney of his own, to lead its defense. The company's position was straightforward, at least on its face. Microsoft had competed. It had competed hard, and it had competed well, and it had won. And winning, in the American economic system, was not a crime. The integration of Internet Explorer into Windows was not an act of predation, but an act of innovation. The company was giving consumers more functionality, not less. The browser was part of the operating system, as much a feature as any other. To force Microsoft to unbundle it would be to tell a car company that it could not install a radio. It was, as legal arguments went, coherent. It was, as legal strategies went, perhaps insufficiently prepared for what David Boies was about to do. The trial itself began in October of 1998, in a courtroom that, by the standards of the digital age, was almost charmingly analog. There were long wooden tables, fluorescent lights, the quiet rustle of papers being shuffled between lawyers. But outside that courtroom, the world was watching with a fascination that felt new. This was, in some ways, the first great legal drama of the Internet age, and the press covered it with corresponding intensity. Reporters filled the gallery. Technology journalists, who had never spent much time thinking about antitrust law, were now reading Sherman Act case law late into the evenings. The proceedings were live blogged, in the primitive fashion of 1998, by journalists typing dispatches on laptops connected to phone lines. And then, before the trial had even properly begun, something happened that set the tone for everything that followed. Bill Gates sat for his deposition. The deposition had been taken in August of 1998, before the trial began, and it had been conducted by David Boies himself. It took place over 3 days in a conference room in Seattle, and it was, by the accounts of almost everyone who witnessed it, one of the most uncomfortable performances ever given by a major American CEO in a legal proceeding. Videotapes of the deposition were played throughout the trial, and they were devastating, not because Gates said anything that conclusively proved the government's case, but because of how he said it, and because of what he chose not to say. The man on that videotape was not the Bill Gates that the public had come to know. The energetic visionary, the relentless strategist, the man who could hold an entire software architecture in his mind and dissect it line by line. The man on the videotape was evasive in ways that seemed studied, combative in ways that seemed performative, and at times almost willfully obtuse in the face of questions that appeared to any objective observer to have fairly clear answers. Boys would read from an email that Gates himself had written, and ask him what he meant by a particular phrase, and Gates would say that he did not recall writing the email, or that he was not certain what he had meant, or that the phrase in question was ambiguous and could mean several different things. Boys would wait. He was very good at waiting. And then he would read the next email, and the one after that, and slowly, brick by brick, he would build a structure around Gates that seemed to trap him, not necessarily in a lie, but in a posture so defensive and so at odds with the clarity and directness for which he was famous that it began to look like something worse than a lie. It began to look like a man who knew exactly what he had done, and had decided that the best strategy was to refuse to acknowledge that he had done it. There was one exchange in particular that those who covered the trial returned to again and again. Boys showed Gates an email in which Gates had discussed ways to make it difficult for computer manufacturers, OEMs they were called, original equipment manufacturers, to install competing browsers on Windows machines. Gates, on the tape, squinted at the words as if encountering them for the first time, rocked slightly in his chair, a habit he had when thinking, and then proceeded to parse the language with such sustained precision that the simple act of reading became something almost theatrical. When boys asked him whether he had been trying to prevent consumers from having access to competing products, Gates said that he did not think the email said that. Boys let the silence sit for a moment. Then he moved on. The courtroom, watching this on video, did not always know what to make of it. Judge Jackson watched with an expression that gave nothing away. But there were reporters in that gallery who had been covering business and law for decades, and they recognized what they were seeing. They were seeing a man who had spent 20 years being the smartest person in every room he entered, now in a room where someone else had done the homework, and doing so badly. The government's witnesses told a story that, in its accumulated detail, was difficult to dismiss. James Barksdale, the former CEO of Netscape, testified about a meeting that took place in the summer of 1995, a meeting at Microsoft's campus in Redmond, Washington, a meeting at which, Barksdale said, Microsoft executives had proposed a division of the browser market. Microsoft would take some of it, Netscape would take some of it, and they would not compete. Netscape had declined. And shortly thereafter, Barksdale said, Internet Explorer had arrived, and the campaign to eliminate Netscape had begun in earnest. Other witnesses described what they called a culture of fear surrounding Microsoft, a fear that pervaded the technology industry, a fear that if you built something useful and it attracted Microsoft's attention, Microsoft would either buy you or copy you or bundle a competing product into Windows until your product became commercially unviable. One executive from Intel, the chip-making titan, a company that was by no stretch of the imagination small or powerless, testified that Intel had backed away from certain software initiatives specifically because Microsoft had made clear that pursuing them would damage the company's relationship. The image that emerged from this testimony was not of a company that had simply competed effectively. It was of a company that had used its monopoly power as a gravitational force, bending the orbits of every other body in the solar system, pulling everything toward itself, ensuring that nothing could achieve escape velocity. The technical term in antitrust law was foreclosure. Microsoft, the government argued, had systematically foreclosed the possibility of genuine competition. Microsoft's witnesses pushed back. They argued that the market for browsers had remained competitive, that Internet Explorer had improved significantly over time, and consumers had benefited from that improvement, that the integration of the browser into the operating system had genuine technical justification. Bill Gates himself did not take the stand, a decision that, in retrospect, may have been wise given his deposition performance, but which also meant that the most important person in the entire case never spoke directly to the judge who would decide it. The trial ran through the end of 1998 and into 1999. Outside the courtroom, the world was changing at a pace that would have seemed dizzying even by the standards of the previous decade. The dot-com boom was reaching its fever pitch. Billions of dollars were flowing into internet startups with names that ended in .com and business models that sometimes consisted of little more than the belief that being first to a market was sufficient substitute for any coherent plan to make money. The Nasdaq was climbing. Everyone, it seemed, was getting rich. And in the middle of all of this, the company that had done more than any other to make the digital economy possible was fighting for its existence in a federal courthouse. Judge Jackson issued his findings of fact in November of 1999. They were released on a Friday afternoon, and the technology world read them the way people read a verdict at the end of a long trial, with a mixture of relief that the uncertainty was over and shock at what was now clearly established. The findings were 207 pages long, and they were, for Microsoft, catastrophic. Jackson found, as a matter of fact, that Microsoft possessed monopoly power in the market for personal computer operating systems. He found that Microsoft had used that monopoly power to harm consumers and to prevent competition. He found that the integration of Internet Explorer into Windows had been, at least in part, a deliberate act of predation rather than genuine innovation. He found that Microsoft had engaged in a series of anti-competitive practices, pressuring OEMs, coercing Internet service providers, entering into exclusive agreements with content providers, all in service of maintaining and extending its dominance. The language Jackson used was remarkable for a judicial document. He called Microsoft's conduct predatory. He described how the company had used its monopoly as a weapon. He said, in so many words, that Microsoft had not simply won in the marketplace but had cheated. And while findings of fact are not a final judgment, they are, as the name suggests, findings about what happened, not yet conclusions about what the law requires. They were a signal. They were a very clear signal about where this was heading. In Redmond, the mood was something close to shock. Microsoft had spent months building a legal defense premised on the idea that the company's conduct was reasonable, that reasonable people could disagree, that the evidence was ambiguous. Jackson had looked at all of it and said, no. The evidence is not ambiguous. What happened here is what the government says happened. Bill Gates read the findings. He had people around him, lawyers, communications advisors, executives who had been through difficult moments before, and they counseled calm, they counseled measured responses, they counseled a focus on the legal process that still lay ahead. Gates listened. He was not, by temperament, a man who accepted conclusions imposed on him from outside, especially conclusions he believed were wrong. He had spent his entire professional life trusting his own analysis more than anyone else's, had built a company on the premise that his assessment of a situation was almost always more accurate than the consensus view. And he believed, genuinely and deeply, that what Microsoft had done was compete. That it had been aggressive, yes. That it had been relentless, yes. But that aggression and relentlessness in the service of building better software was not a crime. It was the whole point. But the findings were the findings. And they carried weight. The spring of 2000 arrived, and with it Judge Jackson's conclusions of law. Released in April, they held that Microsoft had violated the Sherman Antitrust Act, specifically Sections 1 and 2, the foundational provisions of American antitrust law that prohibit monopolization and conspiracies in restraint of trade. This was the legal judgment to match the factual findings. Microsoft had not just behaved badly. Microsoft had broken the law. And then came the remedy. In June of 2000, Judge Jackson issued his remedy order. And it was the most dramatic thing to happen to an American corporation in a generation. Jackson ordered that Microsoft be broken up. Not restructured. Not fined. Broken up. Split into two separate companies, one that would sell the Windows operating system, and one that would sell everything else, Office, Internet Explorer, all the other software products that had grown up around the operating system like satellites around a planet. The two companies would be legally prohibited from cooperating for a period of years, would be forced to compete with each other in the open market. The order landed like a detonation. It was, if upheld, the end of Microsoft as the world knew it. The company would be dismembered. The empire that Gates had spent 25 years building would be cut in two by the order of a federal judge. The technology industry's reaction was complex. There were competitors who felt a quiet satisfaction. Not all of them would admit it publicly, but there were people in San Jose and Mountain View and Austin who had spent years being ground down by Microsoft's competitive tactics and who did not feel particular sympathy. There were investors who were alarmed, not just by the ruling itself, but by what it suggested about the vulnerability of any dominant technology company to government action. There were academics who argued that Jackson had overreached, that breaking up a technology company was a fundamentally different proposition from breaking up a railroad or a telephone company, that software markets moved too fast and were too complex for remedies designed for the industrial age. And through all of it, there was Bill Gates. He was 44 years old now. He had been running Microsoft since he was 19, had built it through sheer force of will and intellect from nothing, had guided it through the IBM partnership and the DOS era and Windows, and the browser wars and the Internet transformation, had watched it become perhaps the most powerful technology company in history, and now he was watching a federal judge order it dissolved. He had not slept enough in months. This was not new. Gates had never been someone who treated sleep as a priority when there was work to be done, but there was something different about the exhaustion now. It was not the exhaustion of overwork, which had always carried within it a kind of energy, the momentum of building something. It was the exhaustion of sustained uncertainty, of fighting a battle on a terrain where his usual tools, his intelligence, his strategic clarity, his ability to outthink any opponent were not what mattered. What mattered was law and precedent and the judgment of a federal judge who had already made clear what he thought. There were also personal dimensions to this period that Gates rarely spoke about publicly, but that those close to him observed clearly. He had married Melinda French in 1994, and they had built a life together in the extraordinary house on the shores of Lake Washington, the house that had taken 7 years to construct, and that was, in its way, as much a monument to his particular sensibilities as the company itself. Their first child, Jennifer, had been born in 1996. Their second, Rory, arrived in 1999, in the middle of the trial. The rhythms of family life, the demands and joys and ordinary miracles of parenthood, were running alongside the most professionally turbulent period of Gates's life, and they were not unrelated to each other. The man who had once said he could not imagine taking a 2-week vacation was now a father of 2 young children, and the experience of fatherhood had begun, slowly and not always consciously, to shift something in his internal landscape. He was, by his own later account, beginning to think about what else there was. Not in a way that produced immediate decisions. Gates was constitutionally incapable of making vague, unformed decisions, but in a way that opened up a question that had been waiting patiently at the back of his mind. Microsoft had always been the answer to the question of what he was doing with his life. It was the project, the purpose, the organizing principle of everything. But the antitrust case had created a distance, had forced upon him a kind of perspective that pure immersion in work had never allowed. He could see the company from the outside now, at least in part, in a way he never had before. And he was not sure that what he saw was the whole of what he wanted his life to be. There were also practical considerations, specific and important. The antitrust case had turned him into the face of Microsoft's alleged misconduct in a way that was damaging, not just to him personally, but to the company. The deposition tapes had played on news programs across the country. His image, for the first time in his professional life, had become a liability. Microsoft's communications team had spent years carefully managing the public perception of Gates, the genius, the visionary, the self-made billionaire who had changed the world. And that work had been undone, at least partially, by 3 days of deposition footage in which he had looked, at best, like a man determined to say as little as possible, and at worst, like a man who thought the rules did not apply to him. There was a parallel question of leadership itself. The challenges facing Microsoft in 2000 were different from the challenges of 1990 or 1985. The company had grown to a size and complexity that was genuinely difficult to manage. An organization of tens of thousands of people spread across the globe, with product lines ranging from video games to enterprise software to internet services. Running it required, increasingly, the skills of a manager, an operator, someone who could navigate the politics of a large organization and coordinate the activities of disparate teams. These were not, to put it gently, the things that Bill Gates was most naturally suited for. He was, at his core, a builder and a thinker, someone who thrived in the early stages of a problem, when the architecture was still being designed and the best solution was still being worked out. The managerial demands of a mature corporation of Microsoft's scale were a different kind of work entirely. Steve Ballmer had been by Gates's side for 20 years. They had known each other at Harvard, had worked together since the early days in Bellevue, and then Redmond, and Ballmer had grown into one of the most effective sales and business executives in the technology industry. An enormous, exuberant, almost volcanic presence whose emotional intensity was the mirror image of Gates's analytical coldness. Where Gates was precise and internal, Ballmer was expansive and immediate. Where Gates saw the architecture, Ballmer saw the people. They had been, in some ways, the two hemispheres of Microsoft's brain. In January of 2000, Bill Gates announced that he would step down as CEO of Microsoft Corporation. Steve Ballmer would take over. Gates would remain as chairman of the board and would take on a new role he created for himself, chief software architect, which was, in essence, permission to do what he had always most loved doing, sitting with developers, thinking about the deep technical challenges, shaping the vision of what the software of the future might look like. He did not frame the decision publicly as a defeat. It would have been unlike him to do so, and in some important sense it was not a defeat, or not only a defeat. But it was impossible not to notice the timing, impossible not to observe that the announcement came 6 months after the devastating findings of fact, 4 months before the conclusions of law, 5 months before the breakup order. The antitrust case had not caused the decision alone, but it had created conditions in which the decision had become thinkable, then possible, then necessary. The man who stood before Microsoft's employees and the world's press that January to announce the transition did not look broken. He looked, if anything, like someone who had made a decision he had been preparing for, consciously or not, for longer than the antitrust trial had been running. He spoke with his characteristic directness about the future of the company, about Ballmer's abilities, about his own continuing commitment to Microsoft's technical vision. He answered questions efficiently and without sentimentality. He did not linger. But those who knew him best, who had watched him across the years and understood the architecture of his interior life, could see something beneath the composure. Not grief exactly. Not defeat. Something more subtle and more interesting than either. It was the look of a man who had arrived, through the violent compression of difficult events, at a threshold he had not expected to reach so soon, and who was standing at that threshold and beginning for the first time to look seriously at what lay on the other side of it. The antitrust case would continue without him as CEO. Microsoft would appeal Jackson's rulings, and the appeals process would take years, and the eventual settlement with the Department of Justice, reached in 2001, would leave the company intact. The breakup order would be thrown out by the Court of Appeals on procedural grounds related to Jackson's conduct, specifically his unauthorized interviews with journalists during the proceedings. Microsoft would survive. It would more than survive. It would continue to be one of the most valuable companies on earth. But something had changed, and everyone who had watched those 3 years unfold, the deposition, the trial, the findings, the remedy, the resignation, understood that the change was real, even if its full dimensions were not yet visible. Washington, D.C. had done what Washington, D.C. had always done to the very powerful. It had reminded them that power, in a democracy, lives inside a system that is larger than any individual, larger than any corporation, larger even than the most transformative technology of any given age. The antitrust laws were old. They had been written in 1890, in the era of railroads and oil, in a language that could not have imagined the internet or the operating system or the browser. But their purpose was not old. Their purpose was permanent. And their purpose was to say, in the plainest possible terms, that no one gets to own the whole thing. Bill Gates had come closer than almost anyone in history to owning the whole thing. He had built a company that sat at the center of the world's most important new technology, and he had defended that position with every tool at his disposal, and he had won for a very long time in ways that changed the world. And then the government had come, and a judge had ruled, and the world had looked at what he had built not only with admiration, but with the cooler, more skeptical eye that the law requires. The spring of 2000 settled into summer. The dot-com boom, which had burned so brightly and so recklessly for so long, was beginning to show the first cracks that would soon become a collapse. Billions in paper wealth were about to evaporate. The Nasdaq was about to fall. The era of irrational exuberance was about to end. And in Redmond, in the extraordinary house on Lake Washington, in the offices of the company he had founded in a burst of youthful certainty in 1975, Bill Gates was standing at the beginning of something that he did not yet have a name for. He knew what he was leaving. He was less certain about what he was moving toward. But that uncertainty, which for most of his life would have been intolerable, felt different now. It felt, in some quiet and tentative way, like a door that had been closed for a very long time, beginning just barely to open. Chapter 9. The Pivot to Philanthropy, 2000 to 2014. There is a kind of silence that settles over a man when he realizes the work he has spent 30 years building is no longer the most important thing he will ever do. It does not arrive loudly. It does not announce itself with ceremony or fanfare. It comes quietly, the way most profound reckonings do, in the margins of an ordinary day, between meetings, somewhere between the hum of a server room and the stillness of a long flight over a darkened ocean. For Bill Gates, that silence arrives at the turn of a new millennium, and what fills it will reshape not just his own life, but the lives of hundreds of millions of people he has never met and may never meet. People living in corners of the world so far from Redmond, Washington, that they exist for most of the planet as abstractions. For Gates, they are about to become everything. The year is 2000. The 20th century has just exhaled its last breath. The world is giddy and anxious all at once, drunk on the possibilities of a digital age that Gates himself helped architect. Microsoft sits at the apex of global technology, its Windows operating system running on more than 90% of the world's personal computers, its Office suite embedded into the daily rhythms of businesses and governments and schools across every continent. The company's market capitalization has touched $600 billion. Bill Gates, at 44 years old, is the richest man on earth. By any conventional measure, he has already won. And yet, he steps back from the role of chief executive officer in January of that year, handing the position to his old friend Steve Ballmer, a man of extraordinary energy and fierce loyalty who has been at Gates's side since their Harvard days. Gates does not disappear from Microsoft. He remains chairman of the board and takes on the title of chief software architect, still deeply engaged with the technical vision of the company he loves. But something has shifted. The center of gravity in his life is beginning, slowly and irrevocably, to move. The instrument of that shift already exists. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been formally established, born from the merger of two earlier philanthropic efforts. The William H. Gates Foundation, which Gates's father had been running quietly for years, and the Gates Learning Foundation, which had focused primarily on bringing technology to public libraries across the United States. In the year 2000, these two streams converge into a single purposeful river. The new foundation is headquartered in Seattle. Its initial endowment is extraordinary by any measure, billions of dollars committed at the outset, with the promise of more to come. But what makes this moment remarkable is not the size of the gift. It is the seriousness with which Gates and his wife Melinda approach the act of giving itself. Melinda Gates is not a peripheral figure in this story. She is its co-architect, its moral compass, its insistent voice for the dignity of individuals over the abstraction of data. She has been thinking about global poverty and inequity with the same rigorous intensity that her husband once brought to software architecture. Together, they sit with stacks of reports, with academic papers, with the findings of public health researchers and agricultural economists and epidemiologists. They are not content to write checks. They intend to understand. And understanding, for Bill Gates, has always been a physical act, something done in rooms with books, with questions that do not stop coming until the answer is real and specific and grounded in evidence. The question they keep returning to, in those early months of the Foundation's existence, is deceptively simple. Where can a dollar do the most good? It is the kind of question that sounds almost crude when first posed, the kind of utilitarian arithmetic that can seem to reduce human suffering to a ledger entry. But Gates and Melinda pursue it, not as a way of diminishing the complexity of human life, but as a way of taking it seriously. If resources are finite, and they always are, even for the world's wealthiest man, then directing them wisely is not a bureaucratic exercise. It is a moral obligation. The answers they find are both humbling and galvanizing. The diseases that kill the most people in the world's poorest countries are not the diseases that receive the most research funding. Malaria kills more than 1 million people each year, the overwhelming majority of them children under the age of 5. And yet it has received a fraction of the scientific attention devoted to diseases that primarily afflict the wealthy. Polio, a virus that has stalked humanity for millennia, crippling children and terrifying parents across every civilization, has been driven to the edge of extinction in the developed world, and yet it persists with quiet savagery in a handful of countries where health infrastructure is weak and trust in government institutions is fragile. Tuberculosis, rotavirus, pneumonia. The great killers of the poor are largely invisible to the markets and governments that have the power to address them, because the poor cannot generate the profit signals that direct investment, and their governments often lack both the resources and the stability to mount sustained campaigns. Gates absorbs all of this with the focused intensity he once brought to debugging code. He reads everything. He meets with researchers, He visits laboratories. He flies to Africa, to Nigeria, to Ethiopia, to Tanzania, and stands in village health clinics that are barely more than concrete rooms with a few supplies and a nurse who has not been paid in months. He sits across from mothers who have already buried children, who hold their surviving infants with a particular kind of alert vigilance, as if they know that the margin between life and death in this place is measured not in years but in hours. These encounters do not leave him unchanged. A man who has spent his career thinking about systems, operating systems, network systems, market systems, begins to think about the human body and global health as a system, one that is broken in specific, identifiable, and potentially fixable ways. The Foundation's early priorities begin to crystallize around a core conviction that the tools to save lives already exist, and that what is missing is not invention but delivery. Vaccines for polio, for measles, for childhood diarrheal diseases, these are not hypothetical futures. They have been developed, tested, proven effective. What stands between a child in sub-Saharan Africa and protection from these diseases is not a failure of science. It is a failure of logistics, of funding, of political will, of the invisible infrastructure that rich countries take entirely for granted. This insight shapes everything the Gates Foundation does in its early years. The polio campaign becomes a particular obsession for Gates, and it is worth pausing to understand why, because it illuminates the larger architecture of his thinking. Polio is caused by a virus, the poliovirus, that spreads primarily through contaminated water and fecal matter, thriving in conditions of poor sanitation. It can infect hundreds of people silently, causing no symptoms, before it finds a host whose immune system cannot contain it, at which point it attacks the nervous system, causing rapid, irreversible paralysis, often in a child's legs, sometimes in the muscles that control breathing. In the mid-20th century, polio was one of the most feared diseases in the world. The iron lung, a massive metal cylinder that breathed for patients whose own respiratory muscles had failed, became one of the defining images of mid-century medical terror. Then came Jonas Salk. Then Albert Sabin. Two vaccines, one injectable, one oral, developed in the 1950s and early 1960s that could render the poliovirus essentially powerless. In the United States and across the developed world, polio was eradicated with stunning speed. By 1988, when the Global Polio Eradication Initiative was launched, the disease was still endemic in more than 125 countries. By the year 2000, that number has fallen dramatically. The oral polio vaccine, which can be administered by anyone with a dropper, which requires no needle, and no trained clinician, which can be transported in simple cold storage, has been used in massive national immunization days across the developing world, days when hundreds of thousands of volunteers fan out across entire countries and put 2 drops of vaccine into the mouth of every child under 5 that they can find. The results have been extraordinary, and yet the virus has proven maddeningly difficult to completely extinguish. It retreats, it hides, it finds pockets of unvaccinated children in remote communities, in conflict zones, in neighborhoods where rumors about the vaccine have taken root and hardened into refusal. Gates commits the Foundation to the eradication effort with an intensity that surprises even veteran public health professionals who have spent decades on this problem. He is not satisfied with incremental progress. He does not view the remaining cases of polio, still in the thousands in the early 2000s, concentrated primarily in India, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, as an acceptable residual. He views them as a solvable engineering problem that has simply not yet been solved. He brings to the campaign the same impatience that once drove him to rewrite code that could have been merely good into code that had to be perfect. He funds research into why certain strains of the virus are proving more resistant to the oral vaccine. He funds improvements in cold chain logistics, the systems of refrigeration and transport that keep vaccines viable in extreme heat. He meets with heads of state, with ministers of health, with religious leaders whose endorsement of the vaccine campaign in predominantly Muslim communities in northern Nigeria and along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border is not a diplomatic nicety but a practical necessity, because without that endorsement the volunteers cannot reach the children. Nigeria presents one of the most complex and heartbreaking chapters of this campaign. In 2003, several northern Nigerian states suspend polio vaccination after rumors spread, amplified by political and religious leaders who distrust the government, and in some cases distrust the West, that the vaccine has been contaminated, that it is a tool of sterilization, a conspiracy by powerful foreign interests to reduce the Muslim population. The rumors are false. The scientific consensus is unambiguous. But in communities where trust in institutions has been eroded by decades of corruption and neglect, the evidence of science does not automatically override the evidence of lived experience and communal fear. The suspension lasts for months. In that time, the poliovirus spreads. Cases that had been declining sharply begin to rise. The virus crosses borders, appearing in countries that had been polio-free, carried by travelers, by pilgrims making the journey to Mecca, by the ordinary circulation of human beings across an interconnected world. The setback costs lives. It costs years of progress. Gates does not respond to this with frustration that slides into dismissal. He responds with a harder look at the human dimension of the problem. If communities do not trust the vaccine, that is not a failure of those communities. It is a failure of the system that is trying to reach them, a failure of communication, of relationship, of presence. The foundation begins to invest more heavily in community engagement, in training local health workers who are known to the neighborhoods they serve, in partnering with religious authorities who can speak to vaccine safety with credibility that a foreign institution cannot manufacture. It is a slower approach, and it is sometimes a frustrating one for a man who is instinctively drawn to the elegant efficiency of a well-designed solution. But it is the right one. India, meanwhile, is mounting what will eventually become one of the most remarkable public health achievements in human history. The country has more than 1 billion people, extraordinary geographical diversity, and some of the most densely populated urban environments on Earth, conditions that make polio vaccination campaigns almost incomprehensibly complex to organize and execute. And yet the scale of the effort is matched by its ambition. On a single day in 2011, more than 2 million volunteers administer the oral polio vaccine to approximately 170 million children across India. Gates, who has been following the Indian campaign with close attention, is moved by what this number represents. Not just a logistical achievement, but a demonstration of what organized collective will can accomplish when it is sustained and properly resourced. In January 2014, India is officially certified polio-free. It is a milestone that would have seemed almost impossible a decade earlier, and it represents one of the most significant victories in the global health campaigns that the Gates Foundation has helped to fund and to amplify. But polio is only one thread in a much larger tapestry. Throughout the first decade of the 21st century, the Gates Foundation is building an institutional presence and an intellectual framework that extends into nearly every dimension of global health. One of its most consequential early interventions is in the landscape of vaccine financing for the world's poorest countries. The problem is a structural one. The pharmaceutical companies that develop vaccines are profit-seeking enterprises that naturally direct their research and manufacturing toward the diseases of wealthy markets. A vaccine for a disease that primarily kills poor children in sub-Saharan Africa or South Asia has very little commercial appeal, because the people it would help cannot pay the prices that would generate a return on the investment required to develop it. This is not a moral failing on the part of pharmaceutical companies. It is the predictable logic of markets that are not designed to serve people who have no purchasing power. But it means that the most lethal diseases of the poorest communities are also the least researched and the least supplied. The Gates Foundation, working with a consortium of donor governments and the World Health Organization and UNICEF, helps to establish and fund the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, known as Gavi. The idea is to use the purchasing power of large coordinated buyers to create a guaranteed market for vaccines that pharmaceutical companies might otherwise not produce in large quantities, and to negotiate prices that make those vaccines accessible to governments in low-income countries. It is a market mechanism in service of a public health goal, and it reflects the particular cast of Gates's mind, the belief that understanding the incentive structures of a system is the first step toward changing its behavior. Gavi grows into one of the most effective global health institutions of the modern era, contributing to the vaccination of hundreds of millions of children and the prevention of millions of deaths over the course of its first decade. Gates also turns his attention, with characteristic intensity, to malaria. The disease is caused by a parasite, Plasmodium, transmitted through the bite of infected female Anopheles mosquitoes, and it has been killing human beings for so long that it has shaped the evolution of our immune systems, leaving traces in the genome of populations that have lived with it for generations. In the year 2000, malaria kills somewhere between 1 and 2 million people annually, with the highest burden falling on children in sub-Saharan Africa. The tools available to fight it, insecticide-treated bed nets, indoor residual spraying, artemisinin-based combination therapies, are effective but not sufficient. And a vaccine for malaria has proven extraordinarily elusive because the Plasmodium parasite is a complex, shape-shifting organism far more difficult to target than a simple virus. The Gates Foundation commits hundreds of millions of dollars to malaria research and control, funding everything from the distribution of bed nets to the development of new drug therapies to early-stage research into vaccines that might one day provide durable protection. At the same time, a parallel concern is taking shape in Gates's thinking, one that exists at the intersection of health and agriculture, and that points toward the deepest structural causes of suffering in the world's poorest places. It is the question of food. Not food aid, not the emergency provision of calories to people in acute crisis, but the long-term agricultural productivity of smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, the hundreds of millions of people, most of them women, who farm small plots of land and whose yields have stagnated for decades while the rest of the world has experienced dramatic gains in agricultural productivity. The story of this stagnation is not a mystery. The Green Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, the dramatic transformation of agricultural productivity in Asia and Latin America through the development of high-yield crop varieties, irrigation, and synthetic fertilizers, largely bypassed sub-Saharan Africa. The reasons are complex and layered: different soil types, different rainfall patterns, weaker agricultural research institutions, less developed infrastructure, colonial legacies that had shaped land ownership and market access in ways that persistently disadvantaged small farmers. The result, by the beginning of the 21st century, is that a smallholder farmer in rural Uganda is farming with techniques and yields that would not look entirely unfamiliar to her great-grandmother. The seed she plants has not been improved for her specific soil and climate. The fertilizer she might use is either unavailable or unaffordable. The road between her farm and the nearest market is unpaved and impassable in the rainy season. The price she will receive for what she grows is determined by forces entirely beyond her control or knowledge. Gates approaches this problem with the same empirical rigor he has brought to global health. He reads the literature. He talks to agricultural economists. He visits farms in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Bangladesh, in India, sitting on the ground with farmers who explain their constraints in the direct, practical language of people who have lived with those constraints every single day. He is struck by how specific and local the problems are, How a variety of maize that performs brilliantly in one region fails entirely in another because the soil has a different pH or the rains come 2 weeks earlier. He is struck by the complexity of seed systems, of the invisible infrastructure that connects plant breeders to farmers, and by how thoroughly that infrastructure has been allowed to collapse in many of the world's poorest agricultural regions. The Gates Foundation creates what it calls the Agricultural Development Program, which becomes one of the largest private funders of agricultural research and development in the developing world. The program supports the development of new crop varieties, drought-tolerant maize, flood-resistant rice, disease-resistant cassava, tailored to the specific conditions of African and South Asian soils and climates. It funds the rebuilding of extension services, the networks of agricultural advisors who can carry knowledge from research stations to actual farmers in actual fields. It invests in soil health research, in the development of affordable fertilizer blends, in market linkage programs that help farmers connect with buyers who will pay fair prices for what they grow. One partnership that emerges from this work captures something essential about the philosophy Gates has been developing. Working alongside the Rockefeller Foundation, the Gates Foundation co-creates the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, known as AGRA, in 2006. The name is deliberate and aspirational, invoking the transformative power of the mid-20th century Green Revolution, while acknowledging that Africa's agricultural transformation must be designed differently, must be built from African knowledge and African institutions and African leadership, rather than imported wholesale from Asian or Latin American models. It is an acknowledgement that the most durable development is always, in some sense, homegrown. Throughout these years, a quieter transformation is taking place in Gates himself. The man who built Microsoft was, by many accounts, a difficult personality in certain respects, brilliant and demanding, inclined to push hard in arguments, famously capable of reducing a subordinate to discomfort with a single withering question about the logic of their position. He remains intellectually formidable, still the person in almost any room who has read the most and retained the most, and can locate the weakest link in an argument with unnerving speed. But the work of global health and development is teaching him things that software never quite did. It is teaching him about complexity that resists elegant solutions, about human behavior that is not optimizable, about the irreducible importance of trust and relationship and cultural context. It is teaching him humility in the specific sense of recognizing the limits of what even the most capable and well-resourced individual can understand about the lives of people whose circumstances are radically different from his own. Melinda's influence on this evolution is profound and consistent. She pushes back when the Foundation's approach becomes too technocratic, too enamored of large-scale programmatic interventions, and insufficiently attentive to the lived experience of the individuals those programs are meant to serve. She insists on keeping women and girls at the center of the Foundation's work, not as an ideological position, but as an evidence-based one, because the research is unambiguous that investing in the health, education, and economic agency of women is among the highest return interventions available in development. When women control more resources, they invest more of those resources in their children's health and education. When girls stay in school longer, they marry later and have fewer children, and those children are healthier. These are not soft aspirations. They are measurable outcomes with decades of data behind them. The Foundation's approach to family planning, voluntary, evidence-based, always grounded in the principle that women must have the power to make their own reproductive decisions, becomes one of its defining commitments. Melinda Gates speaks about this publicly with a directness and moral clarity that makes some people uncomfortable and inspires many others, particularly women in low-income countries who recognize in her advocacy a vocabulary for their own long-standing desires and frustrations. In 2008, Gates takes another significant step back from Microsoft's daily operations, transitioning out of his role as chief software architect. He remains chairman of the board, still connected to the company that has defined his adult life. But the allocation of his time and energy has fundamentally shifted. The foundation is now his primary work. He is not merely a donor who writes checks and attends occasional presentations. He is an active, demanding, deeply engaged strategic leader who expects the same standard of evidence and rigor from his program officers that he once expected from his software engineers. Grant applications are subjected to intense scrutiny. Impact measurements are required, not optional. The foundation develops a culture of evaluation and learning that is unusual in the philanthropic world, where accountability for outcomes has historically been weaker than in the commercial sector. In 2010, Gates and Melinda do something that has no precise precedent in the history of philanthropy. Together with Warren Buffett, Gates's close friend, the second wealthiest man in the United States, a figure who has long admired Gates's approach to philanthropy with the same warmth that Gates has long admired Buffett's approach to investing, they launched the Giving Pledge. It is a public commitment by some of the world's wealthiest individuals to give the majority of their wealth, during their lifetimes or through their estates, to philanthropic causes. The pledge is not a legal instrument. It does not compel anyone to do anything. It is, in the most straightforward sense, a moral statement, an act of public commitment that uses the visibility of great wealth to create new social expectations around what the wealthy owe to the world. The response is larger than almost anyone anticipates. Within months, dozens of billionaires from across the United States have signed. Within years, the pledge extends to wealthy individuals in Europe, Asia, Australia, and beyond. The cumulative amount of wealth pledged eventually runs into hundreds of billions of dollars. Not all of it arrives in the timeframes or through the channels originally envisioned. The history of philanthropic pledges is littered with promises that proved harder to keep than to make. But the Giving Pledge fundamentally changes the conversation among the ultra-wealthy about obligation, about legacy, about the relationship between private fortune and public responsibility. It creates a community of people who have publicly committed to a shared purpose, and communities of commitment, even loose ones, have a way of sustaining behavior over time. Buffett's own gesture amplifies the Giving Pledge's impact in a direct and staggering way. He has already announced in 2006 his intention to donate the vast majority of his Berkshire Hathaway shares to the Gates Foundation, one of the largest philanthropic gifts in history, eventually amounting to tens of billions of dollars. The combination of Buffett's resources and Gates's institutional infrastructure creates a philanthropic entity of extraordinary reach and ambition, one that can fund not just programs, but the research and evaluation systems needed to understand whether those programs work, and the advocacy and policy engagement needed to translate what works into government action at scale. By 2013 and 2014, the Gates Foundation has become one of the most consequential and occasionally one of the most contested institutions in global development. Its sheer scale, its ability to set agendas, to direct research priorities, to influence the policies of governments and international organizations, raises legitimate questions about accountability and democratic legitimacy. When a private foundation funded by the wealth of two individuals has more resources than the public health budgets of many sovereign nations, the question of who holds that foundation accountable and to whom it ultimately answers is not a hostile one. It is the natural and important question that any serious democracy would ask about concentrations of power, including concentrations in service of benevolent goals. Gates takes these critiques seriously, at least in the sense of thinking carefully about them, though not always in the sense of finding them persuasive. He believes that the Foundation's accountability to evidence, its commitment to measuring what works and redirecting resources when approaches are not producing results, is itself a form of accountability that many government programs cannot match. He believes that the urgency of the problems being addressed justifies the speed and focus that private philanthropy can achieve more readily than public institutions constrained by political cycles and bureaucratic processes. He believes that the alternative, leaving these problems to markets and governments that have historically failed to address them, is not a more democratic option but simply a worse one. These debates are not resolved in the years between 2000 and 2014. They are, in many respects, intensifying. But what is not in dispute is the scale of the human impact that has already begun to accumulate. Hundreds of millions of children vaccinated against diseases that once killed or crippled them. Millions of smallholder farmers with access to improved seed varieties and agricultural knowledge that their parents never had. India certified polio-free. Nigeria making agonizingly slow but real progress against a disease that has proven more resistant to eradication than almost anyone hoped. A generation of researchers working on malaria vaccines and tuberculosis therapies and childhood diarrhea interventions, funded in part or entirely by a foundation that did not exist at the turn of the century. At the end of 2013, Gates publishes his annual letter from the foundation, a practice he has maintained since the early years, using it as a platform to explain the foundation's priorities, to share what it has learned, and to make the case in public and in his own voice for why global health and development deserve the sustained attention of the wealthy and the powerful. In this letter, he makes a prediction that is characteristically bold and characteristically specific, that by 2035, there will be almost no poor countries left in the world as we currently define them, that the progress of the preceding decades in reducing child mortality and extending access to vaccines and improving agricultural productivity will have transformed the economic landscape of the developing world in ways that the pessimists cannot yet see. It is the kind of claim that invites skepticism, and it receives plenty. But it is also the kind of claim that only a person who has spent years immersed in the data, who has sat in the laboratories and the village clinics and the agricultural research stations, who has argued with epidemiologists and economists and plant breeders and ministers of health in a dozen languages through interpreters at 2 a.m. in places that do not appear on the maps that most people carry in their heads. It is the kind of claim that only such a person can make with the specific weight of earned conviction. Gates is not an optimist by temperament. He is an analyst who has looked at the numbers and concluded that the numbers, honestly read, support hope. The pivot to philanthropy is not a retirement. It is not a softening. It is not the gentle denouement of a man who has already achieved everything he set out to achieve and is now filling his remaining years with charitable gestures. It is the beginning of what Gates himself has come to believe is the most important work of his life, harder in some ways than anything he did at Microsoft, more resistant to the clean solutions that software could sometimes provide, and immeasurably larger in its stakes. A bad product decision at Microsoft cost customers money and market share. A wrong decision about vaccine distribution strategy or agricultural extension services or the political approach to a resistant community in northern Nigeria. That kind of error costs lives. Real lives. Specific lives. The lives of children whose names Gates will never know, in villages he will never visit, who will live or die, depending in part on whether the enormous machinery of care that he and Melinda have built is aimed correctly and maintained honestly. That weight does not break him. It clarifies him. It gives his prodigious intelligence a purpose that no software product, however elegant, however dominant, however world-changing, could quite provide. He is learning, at 44 and 45 and 50, what it means to work on a problem whose solution is not a version release, not a market victory, not a balance sheet. He is learning what it means to work on a problem whose solution is simply this, that fewer children die, that more families stay whole, That a mother in Lagos or Lahore or Lilongwe holds her child at the end of a year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and the child lives long enough to become something the world has not yet imagined. This is the work. And he has only just begun. Chapter 10, The Modern Frontiers, 2014-present. There is a freedom that arrives not with retirement, but with reinvention. It settles over a man quietly without announcement, the way light shifts in the final hour of an afternoon, imperceptibly at first, then all at once unmistakable. For Bill Gates, that shift begins somewhere around 2014, when the noise of the tech industry that once defined every waking hour of his life begins to recede into the background, and a different urgency steps forward to take its place. Not the urgency of market share, or software launches, or quarterly earnings calls. Something older. Something more permanent. The urgency of a planet in distress, of diseases that kill millions before breakfast, of a civilization that has built extraordinary things and yet remains in its most fundamental arrangements dangerously fragile. He is 58 years old. His hair has gone the soft silver of a man who has stopped pretending otherwise. He wakes most mornings in his home on the shores of Lake Washington, a house that took 7 years to build and that he has lived in long enough now to simply call home. And he thinks not about stock prices or software ecosystems, but about nitrogen fertilizer, about nuclear fission, about the particular biological mechanics by which a respiratory virus travels from one human airway to another. These are not the hobbies of a man in decline. They are the obsessions of a man who has simply redirected the same relentless cognitive engine that once rewrote the personal computing industry and aimed it at something else entirely. The question people ask most often in those years following his formal transition away from Microsoft's day-to-day operations is some version of, what does Bill Gates do all day? The answer, if you could follow him through a single week, would surprise most people. He reads voraciously, systematically, in the way a graduate student prepares for comprehensive exams, except that his exams never end and the subjects keep changing. He annotates books in the margins with a thin felt-tip pen. He fills yellow legal pads with questions. He visits laboratories and research facilities and field hospitals and farming cooperatives in sub-Saharan Africa. He talks to scientists the way other men talk to old friends, with genuine pleasure, with the particular joy of someone who loves the company of people who know things he doesn't yet know. And increasingly, in the mid-2010s, one subject above all others begins to dominate his reading lists, his conversations, his travel schedules, his philanthropic commitments, and ultimately his public voice. Energy. Clean energy. The question of how a civilization that has spent 2 centuries burning carbon as its primary fuel source can, within the span of a few decades, find another way to power itself without destroying the atmospheric conditions that make human life possible in the first place. It is a problem that suits him precisely because it is hard. Not merely difficult, in the way that launching a new operating system is difficult, or restructuring a global aid organization is difficult. Genuinely, stubbornly, almost insultingly hard. The kind of hard that has frustrated some of the best minds in science and engineering for more than half a century. The kind of hard that requires not incremental improvement, but fundamental reimagination. The kind of hard, in other words, that Bill Gates has always found irresistible. He has been circling the edges of this problem for years. The Gates Foundation, which he and Melinda launched officially in 2000, and which has since grown into the largest private charitable foundation in the world, has focused primarily on global health and development, on vaccines, on sanitation, on agricultural productivity, on the structural inequities that keep billions of people trapped in poverty. But energy keeps pulling at him, because he understands with the clarity of someone who thinks in systems that energy is not merely one problem among many. It is the problem underneath the problems. Cheap, reliable, clean energy would transform agriculture. It would transform medicine. It would transform the economic possibilities available to the 2 billion people on Earth who currently live without consistent access to electricity. You cannot separate the energy question from the poverty question. You cannot separate it from the climate question. And you certainly cannot separate it from the question of what kind of world the children alive today will inherit. By 2014, the scientific consensus on climate change has become, for Gates, not a political question, but an engineering one. The planet is warming. Human carbon emissions are the primary driver. The consequences, rising seas, intensifying storms, prolonged droughts, disrupted agricultural systems, mass displacement, are not speculative future scenarios. They are already beginning to arrive, already measurable in the data, already visible in the lives of the people the Gates Foundation has spent 15 years trying to help. A child in Bangladesh protected from measles by a Gates-funded vaccination program is still at risk from the flooding that climate change makes more severe and more frequent. The problems are connected. The solutions must be connected too. And so Gates begins to do what he always does when he decides a problem deserves his full attention. He studies it with the thoroughness of a man preparing to take it apart. He reads the technical literature on solar and wind power, on battery storage, on grid infrastructure, on carbon capture. He meets with climate scientists and energy economists and utility executives and government policymakers. He visits renewable energy installations across Europe and Asia. He fills notebook after notebook with calculations, with questions, with the particular kind of structured skepticism that has always been his most reliable intellectual tool. What he concludes, and this will, in time, make him a somewhat controversial figure in the climate conversation, is that solar and wind power, for all their remarkable recent progress and genuine promise, cannot by themselves solve the problem at the scale required. The intermittency challenge, the fact that the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow, means that a grid powered entirely by renewables requires either massive and as yet technically unproven battery storage capacity, or a reliable baseload power source that can fill the gaps. Without one or the other, you cannot power a modern industrial economy on renewables alone. And the battery technology, as of the mid-2010s, is nowhere near where it needs to be. This leads him to a conclusion that makes many of his fellow climate advocates uncomfortable. The world almost certainly needs nuclear power. Not the nuclear power of the 1950s and 1960s, the early generation reactors that produced both electricity and anxiety, and that left a legacy of public fear that has never entirely dissipated. Something newer, something safer, something designed from the ground up, with the lessons of decades of nuclear engineering folded into every component. He has been thinking about this for a long time. And he has been doing more than thinking. Back in 2006, Gates had co-founded a company called TerraPower. The name is deliberately understated. It sounds, if you're not paying attention, like a generic energy startup, the kind of thing that gets funded and forgotten. But TerraPower is not generic, and it is not forgotten. It is, in fact, one of the most ambitious nuclear energy ventures in the world. And by 2014, it is quietly becoming something that serious people in the energy industry have started to pay very close attention to. The core idea behind TerraPower, the idea that has driven its research program from the beginning, is a reactor design called the traveling wave reactor. It is, in concept, something close to elegant. Conventional nuclear reactors burn enriched uranium, a fuel that requires expensive and technically demanding processing to produce, and that generates spent fuel, nuclear waste, that must be stored safely for tens of thousands of years. The traveling wave reactor is designed to run primarily on depleted uranium, which is essentially the waste product of conventional nuclear fuel processing. It is, in other words, a reactor that runs on other reactors' garbage. The United States alone has accumulated enough depleted uranium to power the entire country for hundreds of years at current consumption levels. The engineering challenges involved in actually building such a reactor are considerable. The physics are complex. The materials science is demanding. The regulatory environment for nuclear innovation in the United States is, to put it charitably, not designed to encourage rapid experimentation. But Gates is patient in a way that surprises people who remember only the aggressive, deadline-obsessed CEO of Microsoft's early years. He has learned, through the work of the Gates Foundation, that the most important problems rarely yield to impatience. You fund the research. You hire the best people. You protect the work from the quarterly pressure that destroys long-term thinking in most corporate environments. And you wait for the science to tell you what it can do. TerraPower's team grows through the mid-2010s into a serious organization of nuclear engineers, materials scientists, and energy systems experts. They work out of offices in Bellevue, Washington, a short drive from Gates's home, and they approach the problem of next-generation nuclear power with the methodical ambition of people who believe, genuinely believe, that what they are building could change the energy landscape of the entire planet. Gates visits regularly. He asks questions. He reads the technical reports with the same attention he once gave to software code reviews. He pushes on the assumptions, challenges the timelines, probes the failure modes. By the mid-2010s, TerraPower is in active discussions with the Chinese National Nuclear Corporation about building a demonstration reactor in China, a collaboration that reflects both the global nature of the climate challenge and the practical reality that China, which is building nuclear reactors faster than any other country on Earth, represents a promising environment for nuclear innovation. The negotiations are complex, the technical collaboration substantial, and for a period, Gates is genuinely optimistic that a demonstration reactor might be operating within a decade. Then, in 2019, the geopolitical landscape shifts. The United States government, responding to escalating trade and security tensions with China, imposes new restrictions on nuclear technology transfers. The TerraPower China collaboration, which has consumed years of work and considerable resources, comes to an abrupt halt. It is a significant setback, and Gates is candid about his frustration. He has always believed that climate change is a problem that requires global cooperation, that treating clean energy technology as a national security asset to be hoarded rather than a global public good to be shared is a category error, a failure to understand what kind of problem you are actually facing. But the restrictions are real, and he cannot work around them. So TerraPower pivots. It turns its attention to the American market, to a new reactor design called the Natrium system, a sodium-cooled fast reactor paired with a molten salt energy storage system that allows it to vary its power output in ways that make it more compatible with grids that also include large amounts of solar and wind generation. In 2021, the U.S. Department of Energy selects TerraPower's Natrium design as one of 2 advanced reactor concepts to receive federal funding for demonstration projects. A site is chosen in Kemmerer, Wyoming, a small coal town whose power plant is scheduled to close, and whose residents are looking for something to replace the jobs and the economic identity that coal has provided for generations. There is something quietly poetic about this choice, and Gates knows it. The place where coal is dying becomes the place where the next generation of nuclear power takes its first steps. The old carbon economy and the new clean energy economy meeting on the same patch of Wyoming landscape. It is not a metaphor he makes too much of publicly. He is not, by temperament, a man given to symbolic gesture, but it is not lost on him either. The Kemmerer project moves forward through the early 2020s, navigating the complicated terrain of federal licensing, supply chain challenges, and community engagement with the deliberate momentum of an organization that has learned not to promise timelines it cannot keep. Gates visits the site. He talks to the workers. He talks to the mayor. He attends town halls where residents ask questions about safety, about jobs, about what it will mean for their community to be at the center of what he believes is a necessary energy transition. Through all of this, his broader climate work continues to expand. In 2015, he helps organize and co-announces the Breakthrough Energy Coalition alongside the Paris Climate Agreement, a network of private investors committed to funding early-stage clean energy research that governments and traditional venture capital tend to underfund because the time horizons are too long and the risks too high. The coalition brings together some of the wealthiest individuals on Earth: Jeff Bezos, Jack Ma, Richard Branson, Mukesh Ambani, and dozens of others, in a collective commitment to deploy patient capital toward the energy technologies the world needs but does not yet have. Breakthrough Energy evolves over the following years into a more elaborate institutional structure. Breakthrough Energy Ventures becomes one of the most active investors in the clean energy technology space, backing companies working on everything from long-duration battery storage to green hydrogen, to direct air carbon capture to advanced geothermal. The portfolio is deliberately diverse, reflecting Gates's conviction that no single technology will solve the climate problem and that you need to run many experiments simultaneously, accepting that most will fail and a few will succeed beyond anyone's expectations. He writes about all of this, about energy, about climate, about what he calls the green premiums that make clean alternatives more expensive than their carbon-emitting counterparts, and what it would take to eliminate those premiums, with a clarity and specificity that earns him both admirers and critics. His 2021 book, on climate change, is not a work of poetry or polemic. It is the book of a man who has spent years studying a technical problem and wants to share what he has learned in the clearest possible terms. It sells millions of copies. It is translated into dozens of languages. It is assigned in university courses and debated in policy circles and criticized by people who find his techno-optimism naive and praised by people who find it bracingly honest. He is comfortable with the criticism. He has been criticized his entire life for his competitive instincts, for his philanthropic priorities, for his opinions about education and agriculture and medicine. Criticism no longer disrupts his sleep. What interests him is whether the argument is right. What interests him is whether the data supports the conclusion. What interests him, always, is what is actually true. And what is actually true, by the mid-2010s, is something that begins to frighten him in a way that climate change, for all its urgency, does not quite manage. Something more immediate. Something with a faster clock. He reads a report. He talks to a scientist. He begins to understand, with the precise horror of a man who thinks in probabilities and systems, that the world is not remotely prepared for a serious pandemic. This is 2015. He stands at a TED conference in Vancouver and delivers a talk that will, 5 years later, seem almost unbearably prescient. He tells the audience, and through the video that will be watched millions of times in the years to come, he tells the world that if anything is going to kill more than 10 million people in the next few decades, it is most likely to be a highly infectious virus rather than a war. That the greatest risk of global catastrophe is not a nuclear weapon but a microbe. That the world has invested enormous resources in military preparedness and almost nothing in the organizational and logistical infrastructure needed to respond to a biological threat. He talks about Ebola, which has just ravaged West Africa, in an outbreak that killed more than 11,000 people and came uncomfortably close to spreading far more widely. He points to what Ebola revealed, not just the terrible human cost of the disease itself, but the systemic failures that made the response so slow, so disorganized, so underpowered. There were no trained health workers pre-positioned in the affected regions. There were no stockpiles of medical supplies. There were no systems for rapid diagnosis and contact tracing. There was no coordinated international response mechanism that could mobilize quickly and at scale. Everything had to be improvised from scratch in the middle of the crisis while people were dying. He is not speaking hypothetically. He has seen these systems, or rather, the absence of these systems, up close through the work of the Gates Foundation in global health. He has watched, through a decade and a half of foundation work, the way that infectious disease moves through communities that lack the most basic public health infrastructure. He has funded vaccine development and distribution programs and health worker training across dozens of countries. He understands, in concrete operational terms, what it means when a global health system fails. What he sees when he looks at the world's pandemic preparedness capacity in 2015 is a gap between the scale of the threat and the scale of the response infrastructure that he finds genuinely alarming. Governments are not investing in the disease surveillance systems that would provide early warning of a dangerous new pathogen. Hospitals in wealthy countries have not maintained the surge capacity that would be needed to handle a sudden influx of seriously ill patients. The supply chains for critical medical equipment, ventilators, personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests are not designed for rapid scaling. The international coordination mechanisms needed to manage a cross-border health emergency are weak, underfunded, and politically fragile. He funds research. He funds simulations. He funds the kind of scenario planning exercises that public health officials use to stress test their systems. The tabletop exercises where you walk through, step by step, what would actually happen if a novel pathogen with a certain transmission rate and a certain fatality rate emerged in a densely populated city and began to spread. He funds an organization called the Global Health Security Agenda, which works with governments around the world to strengthen their basic public health systems. He talks to health ministers and epidemiologists and emergency management officials. He tries to make the case, as clearly and specifically as he can, that this is not a theoretical risk. This is a when, not an if. No one moves fast enough. No one ever does, with threats that feel distant and abstract until they are neither. Then, in late 2019, a cluster of unusual pneumonia cases is reported in the city of Wuhan, China. By January 2020, it has a name. By March 2020, it has changed everything. Gates watches the COVID-19 pandemic unfold with the particular anguish of someone who saw it coming and could not make the world prepare in time. The failures he predicted in 2015 materialize almost exactly as he described them. The supply chain disruptions, the absence of rapid testing infrastructure, the lack of coordinated international response, the catastrophic lag between the emergence of the threat and the mobilization of an adequate defense. The Gates Foundation moves quickly. It commits hundreds of millions of dollars to COVID-19 response in the earliest weeks of the pandemic, to diagnostic development, to therapeutic research, to vaccine manufacturing capacity in low-income countries that would otherwise be left behind by a global vaccine rollout focused primarily on wealthy nations. Through an initiative called COVAX, co-led by the Foundation and a set of global health organizations, Gates helps architect an international effort to ensure that vaccines, once developed, reach not just the hospitals of New York and London, but the clinics of Nigeria and Bangladesh and Peru. It is, by any measure, an extraordinary mobilization. The speed with which the COVID vaccines are developed, multiple highly effective vaccines within less than a year of the virus's identification, is one of the genuine scientific triumphs of the era, and the Gates Foundation's prior investment in vaccine development platforms plays a meaningful role in making that speed possible. But the distribution is uneven, the equity failures are real and painful, and the political fragmentation that accompanies every phase of the pandemic response confirms in the most direct possible way Gates's long-standing conviction that the world's pandemic preparedness infrastructure is dangerously inadequate. When the acute emergency of the pandemic begins to subside, when the vaccines have reached enough of the world's population to break the worst of the mortality curve, Gates does not pivot away from the subject. He leans into it harder. He co-chairs with former WHO Director General Gro Harlem Brundtland a global preparedness monitoring board report that lays out in careful detail what structural reforms would be needed to prevent the next pandemic from being as catastrophic as this one. He funds the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, which works to develop and stockpile vaccines against known pathogen families before the next outbreak occurs, so that when something new emerges from an animal reservoir and begins jumping to humans, the world is not starting from zero. He is evangelical about this, in the way he is evangelical about very few things. He believes, with the confidence of someone who has thought about the problem very carefully, that the investments required to build a genuine global pandemic preparedness system are modest compared to the economic and human cost of the alternative. He believes that the political will to make those investments exists, or can be cultivated, if the argument is made clearly and persistently enough. He believes in the power of the right information, organized and presented in the right way, to change what people prioritize. This belief, this core enduring faith in the capacity of good information and good systems and good technology to solve problems that once seemed unsolvable, is the thread that runs through every phase of his life and every iteration of his work. It connected him to the software revolution of the 1970s and 1980s. It connected him to the philanthropic work of the 2000s and 2010s. It connects him now to his work on climate, on energy, on pandemic preparedness, on the agricultural systems that will need to feed a world of 10 billion people in a hotter and more volatile climate. There is, in these years, an additional weight that he carries, a more personal kind of complexity. His marriage to Melinda, the partnership that has defined not just his private life, but his public philanthropic identity for nearly 3 decades, comes to an end in 2021. The divorce is announced quietly, in the measured language of 2 people who have agreed, at least in public, to be civil about something that cannot be entirely civil. For the Gates Foundation, which the 2 of them built together, and which has always been as much a reflection of her values and priorities as his, the separation creates an organizational uncertainty that takes months to resolve. Melinda eventually departs from the foundation, taking a substantial financial settlement that she intends to direct toward her own philanthropic priorities. Gates continues to lead the foundation forward, restructuring its leadership and reaffirming its commitments. He does not talk about the divorce in any detail, and there is no reason he should. But the personal cost of it is visible, in the way that certain kinds of loss are visible on a person's face even when they are careful not to speak about it. He is a man in those years who is carrying more than he usually shows. And yet he does not slow down. The work continues. The reading continues. The foundation grants continue. The TerraPower work continues. The pandemic preparedness advocacy continues. Because this is who he is. This is the fundamental nature that has expressed itself in every environment he has ever inhabited, from the basement computer terminals of his Seattle adolescence to the boardrooms of Microsoft, to the field hospitals of sub-Saharan Africa, to the nuclear engineering offices of Bellevue, Washington. He is a man who believes, in the deepest and most structural part of himself, that problems are meant to be solved. That intelligence applied with sufficient rigor and sufficient patience can move the needle on almost anything. That the correct response to an enormous and frightening challenge is not despair or paralysis, but the disciplined, systematic, long-horizon work of actually trying to fix it. The world has not always received this belief graciously. There are critics who argue that his influence on global health policy has been too large, too concentrated in a single private actor who is accountable to no electorate and no regulatory body. There are critics who argue that his techno-optimism about nuclear power ignores the genuine concerns of communities who have lived near nuclear facilities and bear the risks of accidents and waste. There are critics who argue that his approach to philanthropy, top-down, data-driven, impatient with processes that don't show measurable results, misses something essential about the way durable change actually happens in communities and cultures. These are not trivial criticisms, and he engages with some of them more honestly than critics give him credit for. He has said on multiple occasions that the Gates Foundation has made mistakes, that it has at times moved too quickly, funded the wrong approaches, underestimated the importance of local knowledge and community ownership. He has said that he wishes the world had better funded public institutions capable of doing the work that private philanthropy has stepped into filling, because private philanthropy, however well-intentioned, is a poor substitute for democratic accountability. He is not, despite what some of his critics suggest, blind to the paradoxes of his position. What he believes, stubbornly and apparently unchangeably, is that doing something imperfectly is better than doing nothing at all. That a wealthy man with a large foundation and a genuine commitment to reducing suffering, even if he makes mistakes and even if his methods are contestable, contributes something real to the world. That the alternative, stepping back, staying quiet, allowing the resources he controls to sit undeployed while children die of preventable diseases and the atmosphere warms and the next pandemic waits in an animal reservoir somewhere for its moment, is not a form of humility but a form of abdication. He is, as he moves through his 60s, something he never particularly sought to be and never quite stopped being, one of the most influential private citizens on Earth. His voice shapes conversations in energy policy and global health and technology development in ways that most heads of state cannot match. His investments move markets and signal directions that other investors follow. His books and interviews and annual foundation letters are read by millions of people who find in them a combination of technical specificity and moral seriousness that they don't often encounter in public discourse. None of this has come without cost. He is not a fully understood man. He is not, probably, a fully self-understood man. The force that made him extraordinary has always carried with it a coldness, a transactional quality, an impatience with the merely human dimensions of situations, dimensions that cannot be optimized, that do not respond to better data or more rigorous analysis, that require a different kind of intelligence than the one he was born with. He has worked on this, in the way that self-aware people work on their limitations without ever entirely transcending them. But here, now, in the particular quality of his attention to the problems he has chosen, the warming climate, the inadequate energy systems, the fragile pandemic infrastructure, the billions of people who still live lives that his own resources and influence might, in some small but real way, help to make less precarious, there is something that looks from the outside like purpose. Not the purpose of a man who has found his life's meaning in a single revelation, but the purpose of a man who has had the unusual experience of succeeding at one definition of his life, and then being given the time and the means to attempt another. The lake outside his window is very still in the early morning. The mountains in the distance hold their snow a little longer each year, a detail he has noticed, a data point he carries. The yellow legal pads accumulate. The books are read and annotated and stacked. The questions are asked. The problems are engaged. He is not finished. He does not appear to believe in finished. The work, in his understanding of what a life is for, is the point. And so the work continues. You have been listening to the audio edition of Bill Gates' Digital Dawn. The journey from a single rented room in New Mexico to the absolute pinnacle of global technology was not a product of corporate mythology but of calculating foresight and unyielding logic. By securing the rights to an embryonic operating system, license bundling it across an exploding clone market, and driving his engineering teams through endless sleepless sprints to capture the graphical interface frontier, the subject of this biography transformed raw lines of text into the permanent infrastructure of the modern workplace. By 1995, the world ran on his software, and his position as the world's wealthiest individual was firmly established. Yet, as the narrative reveals, the dawn of global market domination was merely the prelude to an even vaster evolution. The very same cognitive engine that architected the personal computer revolution would eventually pivot toward the stubborn, systemic challenges of the wider world, redirecting a lifetime of resource maximization, analytical intensity, and platform strategy toward global health, agricultural development, clean energy, and the long horizon frontiers of human philanthropy. Thank you for listening to this deep dive into the architecture of ambition. May the strategies, gambles, and turning points explored in these chapters provide a clearer understanding of the forces that built our connected world.